All right. Can you hear me? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. This is an audio test. It's been a while since we've used the mic here live, but here we are. Once again, live here on YouTube. This time not for tornadoes, but rather for a potential hurricane here about to make landfall in portions of Texas. We've got a very strong tropical storm right now, right on the edge of becoming a hurricane. Tropical Storm Beryl was a record-breaking Category 5 not too long ago. We've been talking about it a bunch on Twitter and through our YouTube videos, if you've been watching them. But now it's not that. It's a tropical storm. 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's right below the threshold of what it would take to be a Category 1 hurricane. And it's my goal here to always be live for every landfalling hurricane that happens, even if this one doesn't end up becoming a hurricane or whatever. I'm glad that we're here. It's been a while since we've all been together. And also, I think that we're going to see some pretty intense intensification with this storm over the next little bit. So that's what we're here for. Trying to find something for y'all. It's once again, it's been a little bit, so our system, might be a little bit rusty, but we've got all kinds of cool stuff. Of course, we've got a team of some of the best storm chasers on Earth out there. And also a bunch of static live cameras, thanks to virtual RAILFANs. But look at that. We're already seeing some really strong winds and a lot of activity over there near Bay City, Texas. From Brian M. Finger's point of view, we got Bob Pack over here. We've got Brad Arnold and, of course, Caleb Beecham in Hull Force 1. Heading down the road there in Texas on his way to intercept some of those heavier rain bands as they approach the Houston, Texas area. Okay. So, we've been doing a lot of stuff here in between the last time that you saw me live and now. Thankfully we all got to take a little bit of a break. I got to go on vacation, but we're back here and ready to kind of tackle the probably really busy hurricane season that we're on the beginning stages of here. Hurricane Beryl has really shown us what is possible this season. Hold on, I got to get rid of that green block above my head. Hold on, watch this. Magic live production. Where are we at here? Radar. I think I just hit this button. Close. Should be good. It's probably good enough. But so once again, who you see up there above my head, that is Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham in Hull Force 1 out there. I'm trying to get our overlay thing set back up here. But this'll do for now. I want to talk to you guys for a second before we get into the track here and the intensity and we start covering these warnings and stuff. And by the way, there's a lot out there. We're not just talking about the hurricane today. Okay, we've got also a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings. We've had a bunch of tornado warnings today, all up and down the the kind of the central corridor of the United States. There, we're going to be going around all over the place and talking about weather for a bunch of different areas. But of course, the main focus right now is going to be this big swirly thing coming up towards Houston. Okay, but before we get into that, I do want to take a quick moment to look at chat. How you doing, chat? Stephanie with the incredible 41 months of being a member of the channel here. Stephanie Thacker, my wife, my lovely wife there, has been a member of the channel since her last name was that. Before we got married, I think. I don't know. It's been a long time. Everybody say shout out to the weather wife there, Stephanie, and thank you for being with the kids so I can come down here and do this. Also, a huge shout out to DJ for being a member for 28 months. Karen, thank you for being here. Just about a year and a half of watching. And I plan to major in meteorology at WKU. I've always loved the weather and monitoring it. Well, thank you for being here, and good luck with that. I'm glad that we have so many people who are. It's been eye-opening having this channel to kind of see how many people are so enthusiastic about weather. When I tell you, when I started this channel a couple years ago, it was not my intention, nor did I think it was possible for it to, we just crossed over 2 million subscribers the other day, which is awesome. Thank you guys so much. I did not think that it was, it was that big of a deal, I guess. But a lot of people really love the weather. Now, obviously, I think we provide a really useful service here. But I know deep down, the people, especially those of you who are talking in chat right now and who are becoming members and stuff, y'all are a bunch of weather weenies, okay? You just love this crap. And I didn't know. I didn't know there was that many of you, to be honest with you, before I started this channel. So, welcome to the Weather Weenie Hut. So, this is it. This is Weather Weenie Central right here. If you're just now tuning in, we are slowly but surely knocking the dust off as we dive into this live coverage of a pretty significant tropical storm heading up towards portions of Texas. Let me turn on the tropical warning so I can read you some of that stuff. Also, I'm going to show you the satellite imagery here because there are some interesting things going on as far as the intensification of this storm goes. It's not going to continue to just be a meandering tropical storm. It's going to intensify. How much it intensifies before it hits land is still up in the air. Some of the models were showing like some really crazy rapid intensification right before it, made landfall. But right now, I mean, it still looks kind of, it doesn't look like it's undergoing rapid intensification at this very moment. You know what I'm saying? And it's getting really close to land. Anyways, let me turn on these tropical warnings so you can see what I'm talking about here. Hurricane warnings for everybody in the pink outlined zone. This does include areas just south of Houston. You're under a hurricane warning near Lake Jackson. You're under a hurricane warning in Jones Creek, Danbury, Holiday Lakes, West Columbia. And, notice how this thing is oriented in a way to where, the winds are going to be coming onto shore right up here near the bay, right around Galveston. We do expect there to be quite a bit of a storm surge in this specific area right here as well. So we are under a storm surge warning as well. So hurricane warning is for 55 to 75 mile per hour winds, potentially even higher. There's the potential for up to 110 mile per hour gusts tonight. And that's going to be possible once again for all of you guys just to the south of Houston, from Rosenberg down to Lake Jackson, West Columbia, Texas City, Treasure Island, down here where the tornado sniffer Brad Arnold is. You see his face right there. Brad Arnold doesn't just sniff tornadoes. That's not the only thing he likes to sniff. He's also he's into other things. He's a cultured person. He's got a lot of stuff going on. Same thing with a lot of other storm chasers out there. We're going to get a lot of imagery out there from multiple different storm chasers today, including Caleb Beecham up there in Hall Force 1. And then we've got a live feed from Brian Enfinger here in Bay City, Texas, which right now looks like the most intense thing that we've got going on. We've also got Nick out there in Colorado Springs, Colorado. It looks like he's frozen right now. Let me give you a refresh. And by the way, I'm sorry for the presentation here of these camera feeds. What you guys are seeing right now is a behind the scenes. This is what the producer is supposed to see, okay? But we're in the middle of undergoing some renovations with our, production stuff. So it's just me today. I'm raw dogging it. That's what I'm calling it anyways, okay? I'm just raw dogging this live stream. So I am the producer completely. So you you get to see the behind the scenes here of how we pick camera feeds and stuff. So it's a little different, but hey, we got more of them at least. But yeah, Nick is up there in Colorado Springs, Colorado on a beautiful storm right now. And I do want to show you real quick some of these storms that are going on out there outside of the hurricane, okay? Because we do have some of that going on, all right? We've got a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Right before we started the stream, we had some tornado warnings as well. But look at these storms down here just to the south of Colorado Springs, south and east of Pueblo, getting ready to cross Interstate 25. We've got a pretty big storm dropping $half size hail coming over towards Colorado City. Walsenburg down here in Colorado. Also, we've got that 60-mile-per-hour wind, kind of big time hail producing storm moving down Interstate 25 towards places like Trinidad as well later tonight. This big storm over here near Rocky Ford is taking on a little bit more of a linear kind of look to it. So the winds with this one might start to be a little bit more of a big deal as it approaches the Highway 350 corridor over there towards Los Animas. In Colorado, it's going to be a pretty bad place to be on the road between Rocky Ford and Swink in Colorado over the next little bit. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for that one, for golf ball size hail being the main problem. All the way up here in Iowa, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning as well, just to the south and west of Des Moines. How about you over there in Greenfield? Winterset, you guys have got a storm coming towards you, capable of producing 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Tornado threat with all of these, at least right now, is not very high. But like I said, we had at least 5 tornado warnings today. I heard them go off. Here at the Weather House, if you're using the bathroom and there's a tornado warning, the lights turn off and then they turn back on and they turn red. So like you never miss a tornado warning, and the lights were doing crazy things while I was in the bathroom earlier. So the tornado warning situation is it's not something that we can rule out today. We might have to deal with some tornadic storms here and there. It's not this big organized system like we normally see on these live streams, but we've got a couple different disturbances that are kind of causing some inclement weather out here. And then also, as some of these stronger bands from Tropical Storm Beryl start moving onto shore, those are actually going to be able to maybe produce some tornadoes as well. So we're going to have a couple of different modes to kind of track here as far as tornadoes go. So, and look at there, we've got the lights turning green now. And of course, when we start talking about, tornadoes, Andy his ears perked up, and now he's got something to say. Go ahead, meteorologist Andy Hill.
Thanks, Ryan. Hi, y'all. It's good to be back. Of course, let me know if you can hear me, since we have to work out bugs after a month of me not being on the stream. But yeah, I was just picking up what Ryan's putting down there about the tropical tornadoes. Of course, I have the radar open, and we'll be watching this. And he was talking about half of our storm chasers are, south and east of Houston. And the other half are aiming for landfall in Matagorda County and also Brazoria County here in Texas. But the ones that are south and east of Houston are looking at the tornado threat in particular. That is because relative to the path of our tropical cyclone, soon to be hurricane, expected to intensify here, on that upper and right corner is where we will see the most favorable conditions for spinning and transiently spinning storms. So they're very shallow. They're actually difficult to see on radar until we're pretty close to the radar, but we can see, inklings of things that are spinning there. And I'm almost certain that there are some water spouts ongoing here off the shore of Freeport in Texas here. So chasers will be looking for that as we stream all the way up to landfall and a little bit after that, depending on how Ryan's feeling, of course. I'm good to go. I went to bed at 9 a.m. This morning, so I'm fully charged up for this. But just a statistic for you related to that, of course, so we can continue to talk about it down the line in the stream, is that almost every single hurricane, virtually every hurricane, has tropical tornadoes associated with it that are confirmed. So when we get this, Hurricane Beryl upgrade here as it approaches the coast in very favorable conditions all throughout the storm's profile, I expect that we will see maybe a few tornado warnings, if not mostly water spouts. So that is something you can take home with you. Almost every single hurricane that we've ever documented has tropical tornadoes associated with it in those outer bands, especially. And they're always to that north and east side. Since our storm is traveling north, that's on the upper right quadrant of its path. So that's where we're looking right now, and through the early morning hours here.
All right. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Always a pleasure having Andy with us, and we've also got Elijah with us, and I've mentioned we've got Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham out there. Where everybody's going to be chiming in a lot today. I'm hoping that we all get to talk a lot, like about a lot of different things. So obviously, our main focus today is going to be to cover the weather and deliver useful information for the people who are in the path of this storm. But this is also a chance. I look at low-end hurricanes, and don't get me wrong, this is a dangerous storm. Okay, this is definitely a dangerous storm. It's going to be somebody's worst day of the year today. Like probably a lot of people's worst day of the year. Especially if you're right in the wrong spot. This we want to cover the storm. But on low-end hurricane streams and snowstorm streams, I like to talk a little bit more and because it's not just like every 2 seconds there's a new tornado warning and we've got to be hyper focused on that kind of thing. So I'm hoping that we can get everybody to chime in a little bit more than usual today. So once again, as Andy was saying, if you guys have any questions for anybody, leave those in the chat. Somebody will get those to us, and as we have time to and as we are available we will kind of try to talk and interact with y'all as much as possible here in between relaying updates like. We were just talking about all of these big storms. I'm gonna come back to the hurricane right here in a second, but I know that we've got at least a couple of people who are interested in these considerable severe thunderstorms up here in Colorado. Update on this one up here, moving out of Rocky Ford. They just issued a new warning for that. It's going to go plumb into Otero County, and that's also going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. And then that's pretty much it. We got a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Louisiana, and it's capable of producing some strong winds. But I think that as far as severe weather goes, especially as the evening progresses, our focus is really going to kind of hone in down here in southeastern Texas. This is what Tropical Storm Beryl looks like on satellite right now. It looks like it has a really unique presentation on satellite. It looks like obviously all hurricanes and all tropical cyclones like this spin, but this one has I don't know. It looks like a galaxy. It looks like you're looking at a spinning galaxy because of the way that it's oriented. You know what I'm saying? So it's got a really unique presentation to it. It's slow moving, and that core of the storm is still over very warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, and that's why we believe that it's going to intensify quite a bit over the next little bit. You can see how over the last, a couple of hours, we've had a couple of pretty decent explosions near the center of the storm. And these explosions are obviously, just big updrafts, big storms forming. And it's those kinds of convective, activities that lead to the strengthening of a storm. Now, a lot of times it takes a long time for that to organize, but sometimes it happens really fast, and that's what we call rapid intensification. Whether it's rapid or not, intensification is happening, and it's something that we've got to be concerned about. Once again, if we are in El Campo, Lake Jackson, Jones Creek, Freeport, over here towards Bay, Treasure Island, Galveston even. I think that you guys are going to probably anywhere between Lake Jackson and Galveston, near Treasure Island, maybe back towards Highway 457, maybe back down towards the Matagorda Bay. I think that you guys are going to get the brunt of the the significant winds and the storm surge that'll be associated with this. So once again, this is forecast to be a Category 1 hurricane with wind speeds around 85 miles per hour, 2 a.m. At 2 a.m. Right now it's 10:25 Eastern. At 2 a.m., we do expect that to be, maybe producing gusts over 100 miles per hour. Maybe an hour, maybe 2, maybe even 3 hours after that, it's going to make landfall somewhere between Lake Jackson and Port Lavaca. And it'll probably have slightly stronger winds at that point. This might be a 90-mile-per-hour hurricane, might even be higher than that when it makes landfall. And then it's going to go right on up towards the western side of Houston. Now, of course, whenever the central area of circulation makes it over land, it's going to start rapidly de-intensifying. But that we're just talking about the core of the storm there. The outer bands are going to continue to pose a really not incredible, but a really significant threat for isolated tornadoes, extreme, maybe even some excessive rainfall, and flash flooding is going to be a huge problem with this. So that's something that we're going to be tracking well into eastern portions of Texas. And speaking of the tornado threat, kind of expanding farther inland, let me show you some of the outlooks, the Storm Prediction Center outlooks here. So today, we've got a slight risk of severe weather, obviously. A couple different areas highlighted here from the Storm Prediction Center. 5% tornado risk is kind of, reserved for the extreme southeastern portions of Texas. But let me show you the day two. This is, starting late to, tonight or early tomorrow morning, however you want to say it. But the entire mid-Mississippi River Valley, all the way down into eastern portions of Texas and western portions of Louisiana, are under either a marginal or slight risk of severe weather. And a lot of that is driven by the tornado risk. That big brown area there shows the probability of a 5% tornado, or it shows a 5% probability of a tornado happening within 25 miles of any given point there. We've also got a strong, maybe damaging wind risk that's going to go all the way up towards the the southwestern portion of the Ohio River Valley as well. Hail risks over there in Texas. So severe weather is going to be possible for a couple, millions of people, honestly, well inland as a result of this hurricane. As we go into the day two, even day three, marginal risk over here in Kentucky, Tennessee, a little bit of Ohio, as the remnants of this storm will continue to cause problems at that point as well. So let's go back over here, and we'll turn. We're going to see a lot of this tonight. Spinning, rotating radar imagery. And every frame, this thing does look a little bit more organized. We can see here that this is definitely not a major hurricane. But this definitely looks like a storm that is intensifying. We can see the organization. We can see it kind of clearing out in the middle there a little bit. You can see some of those thunderstorms getting stronger right around the central area of circulation. And most importantly, at least in the near term, you can see how these outer bands are really starting to look pretty gnarly here as they approach places like Lake Jackson, which is where storm chaser Brad Arnold is right now. His camera's not on, or we would have him up, but we'll be talking to him later today. He's in that region right there specifically to try to intercept some tropical tornadoes that are going to be very possible, especially as this band right here starts moving over land. I want to see here if we can. Oh my gosh, it's been so long I forgot what buttons to push. I literally forgot how to switch to velocity. Okay, there we go. I figured it out. We're going to be looking for areas of rotation along that band here. And I think that we will see that as these storms come onto shore here. Once again, between Bay City and Lake Jackson. So we're watching that very closely. A huge shout out to Bad Bites. Also, huge shout out to Patty. And the Sublime Monk. Thank you guys for being here and for the support. Oh, are we experiencing static again? Oh no. That doesn't make any sense, but it does kind of. Is it the same? It's the same exact thing as we were dealing with last time, right? Is it really bad? Oh, you can just tell when it cuts out. Yeah, we might have to deal with it today. So one of the things that we've been working on in between, the last live stream and now is, obviously we're always like working on upgrades to the setup and stuff. It just takes us a long time to get them implemented because a lot of stuff that we're doing here there's not like a rule book or a guidebook for it. And one of the things that we're working on is audio related. So we might have crossed the wrong wire there in one of our experiments, and we didn't catch the static, which is weird because this is the same microphone I record all my videos with, and we haven't had any static in the videos, so I apologize for that, but we'll get through. We'll make it through. Crisano, thanks for being here for 30 months. And the lights are orange now, so we've got an update from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so this was from about 2 hours ago, but just like how Andy mentioned that every hurricane has tropical tornadoes, we actually have our first report of an actual tropical tornado, which occurred about 2 hours ago in Beaumont, Texas. The exact report says public submitted a video to broadcast media of a possible tornado near 11th Street and North Street, as well as Martin Luther King and I-10. So I guess we might have actually had our first tropical tornado of this for Beryl.
All right. Thank you, Elijah. He's going to be coming in with lots of information like that. We've already seen a tropical tornado. And also in other breaking news, I think I fixed the static. I just pushed a button and it's gone. So you're welcome. So yeah, the fact that we've already seen a tornado out here is just it's telling me that that's probably going to be one of the main things that we have to watch out for this evening, because we really haven't seen, a lot of this, the part of the storm that would produce tornadoes. We haven't seen a lot of that move over land yet. So we're literally just getting started here. Some of the outer bands now moving into places like Bay City and Markham. We fixed it. Yeah, I figured out what it was. One of our experiments, we turned this one button on, and I forgot to turn it off. So we're good now. Have you checked out the new storm chasing game called Outbreak? I have not, but I want to. And I think I'm going to. I think we'll make a big deal out of it too. But I haven't got around to it yet. It looks like it's fun. It looks like it's good. If you're just now tuning in, we are we're hours away, okay, from a landfall here, from a hurricane. Right now, it's a tropical storm. We do expect it to be a hurricane, and we're still, several hours away. But we're getting into in my opinion, probably one of the more interesting parts of the progression of this thing, as the outer bands here start working onto land, and we've got storm chasers like Storm Chaser Brad Arnold out there trying to intercept some tropical tornadoes. Not seeing anything incredibly concerning right now. However, like Elijah said, we've already seen some tornadoes, so even like little stuff like this, you've got to watch very carefully on a day like today. Go ahead, Andy.
Yes, Ryan, and great job fixing your mic static, by the way. Pretty cool that you're able to do that right then and there. We'll have to tell people the timestamp in the comments when it was fixed. So that will be very important because I'm sure all the YouTube comments on the stream afterward are going to say much the same as the chat has been. Thanks also to the chat for being so attentive to all these matters. And talking about tropical tornadoes here to add to what we were saying, or what I was saying earlier about them showing up here in that front right quadrant. Really easy to visualize, by the way, because our storm's going straight north, so it's always north and east where we're watching here. That one storm that's really close to Freeport is probably got a weak water spout ongoing with it, and I think Brad Arnold and Max Archer are pretty close to that. They have their eyes set on that as that band comes in. So we'll watch that. Maybe we'll get a tornado warning for that because most of the time we're looking at it and you're like, no, Ryan, that doesn't look like much of anything. Why are you showing that on the screen? Why is Andy talking about that? Well, again, these are very short and transient circulations, meaning that they're there, but we can barely see them because they're small. Essentially, they are locally aggressive, and it's hard to pick that up on a radar that has only a certain resolution. We can only see such fine details here. So we're going to try our best, but expect tornado warnings probably to be issued for even signatures that look like that one right off the coast of Freeport. I wouldn't be surprised if that does get a warning or anything that looks like that over the next few hours as we watch these outer bands come in. And to talk about something else relevant to the the upper end tropical storm strength system we have here. Whenever we look at the eye and we're watching things circle around the eye, any strong thunderstorms that are right there in the eyewall, we call those vortical hot towers. And they're very important if we see any explosive growth right there, because each one of those thunderstorms has produces its own area of spin. And the more of that is there at one time and is circling around the eye, the more it's going to come together and aggregate and make the eye stronger. And that's what leads to rapid intensification. So it may look like a hot mess. There's thunderstorms all over the place. But if there are some near that eye and they consolidate like that, that's what we really look for intensification, possibly rapid, but we don't really have that much time to get rapid intensification of the storm before it makes landfall. So in attaining hurricane strength, that's what we're looking at. And watching tropical tornadoes form, that's what we're looking at. So hopefully that helps decipher some of the things we're paying attention to most as we continue this coverage tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill, continuously watching the radar just like he always does with a hurricane. The good news is for Andy, for the most part, he's looking at one radar site this evening, where usually it's like 7 or more. You know what I mean? So it's there's a lot of stuff going on here, though, and even on a day like today, he's going to be chiming in quite a bit as we, look at some of these outer bands, trying to produce some problems here as they move over towards the Lake Jackson area. I keep saying that, the specific area, over and over again, because if you just look out here, the next couple of hours that's probably going to be the hot spot as far as where some of the stronger winds are happening in association with these bands, and also the potential for tornadoes. Treasure Island, West Columbia, you guys are also kind of included in that, back towards Bay City. So this is not quite up to the Houston area yet, but it's coming. Galveston, East Bernard, up towards Baytown, Cypress, Kingwood. We will be talking about all of y'all tonight at some point. Okay, cameras, we got them. Lots of cameras, and there's even more than this. We've got Bob Pack out there in Bay City. Brian Emfinger with a really an impressive view. He's also near Bay City right now as well. I'm going to have to stop and restart him. Bryce Shelton has got some really, strong winds and some heavy rain right now over there towards Wadsworth, Texas. Nick is up there in Colorado, which, we're trying to cover a little bit of the severe weather threat over there as well. We've got, a couple different cyclone ports from Radar Omega. We've got this one over here near Dickinson, Texas, that's going to be in a really good spot later as the storm gets closer. We've got one over there in Killeen, Texas. Let's see here. Brett Adair, Live Storms Media. Brett Adair is with us today. He's out there driving through Galveston right now. We've got a couple of virtual RAILFAN, places that we're monitoring out there in Texas and Arkansas as well. And then we got Chris Hall. Chris Hall, Midwest City, Oklahoma. Is that right? Or is something crossed over here? Chris, if you're watching, feel free to call in. Come back over here to the radar real quick. What about Temple, Texas? I've got family there. Temple, Texas. I think that for the most part, I just want to. The area that we're most concerned about as far as the direct impacts from this tropical storm and future hurricane is going to be right there to the south and west of Houston, from Port Lavaca over towards Galveston, up towards Houston, El Campo. Closer to the coast you are, the worse that we might have to deal with some strong winds and some storm surge. Farther inland, maybe some excessive rainfall, flash flooding, and tornadoes. Temple, Texas. We'll go to a couple different places in Texas and kind of show you. The different kind of things that we're expecting here and there, all the way back towards Killeen, Austin, Waco, Round Rock, that whole area. The vast majority of the significant impacts from this storm are going to be well off to your south and to your east. Okay, you will get some rain. You might get a couple of gusts of wind that seem, like, it might be a kind of thing for you. You know what I mean? However, the significant impacts are going to be much farther off to your south and east. Like, for example, College Station, the Woodlands over here towards Lufkin, Jacksonville, all the way over there towards Longview, and maybe even Tyler, Texas. The closer you are to that central area of rotation in the the cyclone here, the more likely it is that you'll have some sort of impacts from this storm, even as it goes farther inland, whether that comes from rain or the tornado threat, which does extend all the way out well into the day tomorrow. So, not much to worry about over there in Temple, Texas. San Antonio needs rain. There's a lot of places out here that need the rain. Unfortunately, a lot of those places are not going to be getting a lot of it from this particular tropical system, but there will be some moisture that feeds into the area as a result that will lead to some relief. If you're just now tuning in, here it is. Latest 70 mile per hour winds, 75 mile per hour wind gusts. Minimum SLP, the lowest pressure, surface low pressure there, 987 millibars. And it's still, quite a bit off the coast. We do expect this to be a Category 1 hurricane by at least 2 a.m. So we're a couple hours off from that. It's 11 p.m. on the East Coast right now, 10:45 to be exact. So we're maybe a couple of hours away from this officially being called a Category 1 hurricane, but there's a chance that it already is producing sustained winds of above 74 miles per hour right now. And if you look at it on radar here, it wouldn't surprise me. I've definitely seen Category 1 hurricanes that look just like this on radar. You know what I'm saying? So, we just might not have that reading yet. We might not have that official gauge recording yet, but it's very likely that this is already a Category 1 hurricane as it approaches southeastern Texas. Hurricane warnings are in effect for Victoria and Edna, and I'll read you some information about that right after we hear from Elijah. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the hurricane hunters, this is like kind of breaking right off the press here. The hurricane hunters, they're currently flying in Beryl, and they just did a drop sound, and they recorded a pressure of 987 millibars, which is equivalent to 986 when adjusted for the wind. So what you just read off as like the latest National Hurricane Center um like forecast they put out, like observation they did, it's still the exact same in this case as of about 2 minutes ago.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah, for the incredibly fast breaking information there about the latest information that we're getting from the hurricane hunters. No change so far, from what we can tell, in that minimum SLP, which is a good sign. It's a good sign, and maybe it means that we're not undergoing that rapid intensification yet. Maybe it means that we're not intensifying much yet. However, this thing's moving slow. It's in no hurry. It's still over very warm waters, and it, just looking at it on radar, like you can tell that the thing is wrapping up. It's organizing. It is trying very hard to, turn into something else. So the best thing that we can hope for is that this thing really quickly gets that center of circulation over land, and then things start to cool down, because the longer it's over water, the more opportunities it's going to have to kind of explode like it did the other day. I don't know how many of you guys know this or not, but Tropical Storm Beryl is a history maker. This thing was just absolutely nuts when it was over there in the Caribbean, and we talked about it a lot on the videos and over on Twitter or X. By the way, same thing as in any snowstorm or any storm really. If you want to, if you have anything that you'd like to share, pictures, videos, whatever it is, you can send that stuff to me over there on Twitter at Ryan Hall y'all, and we'll try to share as much of it as possible here on the stream. Also, if you guys want to share what I'm doing out there, you can share on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. The more people that we have watching, if we do get that tornado warning, or if we do start to see signs of rapid intensification, or if Storm Chaser Caleb Beecham gets down there and finds something unique, a situation that we otherwise wouldn't have known about, it helps me get that information out to more people. If you guys share the stream out there on social media. If you don't want to do that, at least just hit the like button like you would on a normal YouTube video, so that we can get the algorithm to do the heavy lifting for us. So what was I talking about? Why was I going to Twitter? Oh, yeah. I was going to show y'all the insane satellite loop from the other day. Bruh. Okay, so this is what Hurricane Beryl looks like right now, okay? This is what it looked like the other day as a major Category 5 hurricane. This was right after it went past the Windward Islands there. And this was almost its strongest point. Gusts over 200 miles per hour, Category 5, 167 mile per hour sustained winds. And this is the earliest, Category 5 that we've seen. And it was just honestly a true freak event, I guess is what you could say, as far as meteorologically speaking. What happened with the storm, it just doesn't make sense. But the good news is, there were a lot of places that were negatively impacted, but it took kind of the perfect path here to hit as little land as it possibly could here. And even though it took that path, it didn't go on this nonstop exponential growth trend. You know what I mean? So the Yucatan Peninsula did a really good job of tearing this thing apart, but now it is in that stage where it could try to spin right back up into something pretty significant. But thankfully, it's going to ram into Texas before it gets that big again. It's definitely it's not going to be anything more than a strong Category 1 as it comes over here onto the coast of Texas. Worst case scenario 2. It is worth noting that, compared to the forecast that we were looking at earlier today, and also if you just take a look at this line, you guys see this line right here? This center line was the forecast track of the storm. You notice how this part right here is a little bit right of that? It does seem like, at least the last couple of hours, Hurricane Beryl's forward motion has moved a little bit farther right. If that continues to be the case, now these things like to wobble, all right, but if that continues to be the case, then that would be something that we have to watch, because the farther right it goes, the longer it's going to be over water, the longer it's going to take for it to, get to land. But that would actually put its landfall point a little bit farther up the coast, farther from Matagorda, and this is something that's worth watching. I'm going to watch that center line right there very closely and see just how far we deviate from that. If it's significant, that could be something that we have to really be concerned about as we go forward. I think we're about to get a
tornado warning.
Tornado warning, yeah, there it is. Tornado warning for Brazoria and Matagorda counties in Texas. And of course, look who's close to it there, Brad Arnold. And this is one of the areas that we've been talking about a bunch today. Jones Creek, just to the south of Jones Creek. It's Cedar Lakes here. We've got our first tornado warning of this tropical coverage sequence here. This is once again for Brazoria and Matagorda counties in Texas. Tornado warning. Let's switch over to the velocity signatures here. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and we don't see this big giant area of rotation like you guys are probably used to seeing when we're tracking supercells, but we do see enough rotation here to warrant the idea that we need to take shelter, maybe if we're south and east of Churchill and Cedar Lake here in Texas, as this is definitely going to be capable of producing a tornado. These tropical storms, as these outer bands come onto land, there's not a lot of space between the ground and the bottom of the clouds. Okay, so there might be something going on down there that the radar doesn't really pick up on very well. So anytime we see even this amount of rotation on our radar products, it's something that we have to watch in a tropical situation. So tornado warning once again for the Highway 29 and 18 area here up towards 306 near Churchill, Texas, right on the coast there. It'll be interesting to see how far they track these in. There's probably going to be multiple tornado warnings whenever this comes onto shore. Whenever stuff like this comes onto shore, we'll have to watch very closely and see how many tornado warnings they issue. I imagine that there's going to be quite a few as we go through the evening. And, sometimes the rotational parts of these storms kind of dissipate a little bit the farther inland they go in a situation like this. But also, the opposite could happen. So we're going to watch downstream here near Cedar Lake and Sweeney in Texas. Maybe you guys need to be, watching this very closely as we go through the next couple of hours here. We've got a guy in a suit.
Surrounded
No, I'm just joking.
with a professional
This is the
team
mayor of
city directors,
Houston. Let's
first
hear what he's got to say.
This Sunday, my message will begin to all Houstonians that we have to take Beryl very, very serious. Our worst enemy is our complacency. We can't allow this storm to slip up on us. We've had notice of it. It's still very unpredictable, but I am surrounded with a professional team of city directors, first responders, probably the best team ever to be prepared for a storm like Beryl. We have total collaboration with every level of government. I'm going to yield in a moment to our two fine county commissioners to talk about their preparation, how they're ready to help Harris County residents, City of Houston.
The standard. Everything he's saying is true there. We got, take it seriously. Don't be out. If you like, Houston's a huge area, so it could actually be you could cause like a big problem if you're just out having a joyride in the middle of a tropical storm. You know what I mean? So if you can stay off the roads, if you can do anything you can do to just not be in the way of emergency officials during this storm, that would be, that's something that we've all got to try to do. If you're just now tuning in, we do have one tornado warning, and it's probably the first of many that we'll see tonight. However, this is not a tornado live coverage, stream. We're mostly talking about the overall impacts of a tropical storm Beryl, or Beryl, however you want to say it. And we're going to start getting into that a little bit more, probably in a couple of hours. Right now, the most important thing, or I guess the most interesting thing, is going to be that the tornado aspect as these outer bands of the storm move over land right now. This definitely does look like it's going to be a flooding situation. There is somewhat of a danger here for life-threatening storm surge inundation along the coast of Texas from the north entrance to Padre Island. This includes Matagorda Bay and Galveston Bay. Residents in those areas should follow any advice given by local officials. Beryl is forecast to bring damaging hurricane-force winds to, all of those areas that we've been talking about, the areas that are outlined in the purple, boxes there. Those counties in Texas are under hurricane warnings. 75-mile-per-hour winds are possible, maybe even up to 110-mile-per-hour winds, in bursts are going to be possible. So make sure you're prepared for that. Considerable flash flooding and urban flooding is expected tonight across portions of the middle and upper Texas Gulf Coast. Maybe, what do we got here? Maybe up to 4 to 7 feet of storm surge in some of these areas. I would imagine that what we're looking at here, that forecast will probably shift slightly north. So, some of the areas that we were talking about earlier would likely be in that orange zone past St. Louis Pass. You know what I'm saying? Up there closer to Galveston. From what I'm seeing anyways, that, once again, these things can wobble, but it does look a little bit to the right. How many people do we have in here watching from Texas right now? How many people are actually watching in the hurricane warning? Raise your hand in the chat. Okay. Looks like quite a few. I know we got a lot of people watching from the impacted areas. We've also got a lot of people watching from other areas. So we're gonna try to touch on everything here and take our a trip around America a couple of times tonight. But once again, we're mostly focused right down here on the coast of Texas. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So speaking of kind of other places around the US right now, I have an update from Iowa, and this is a pretty big one. So the town of Eagle Grove in Iowa is experiencing extreme flash floods right now. The National Weather Service of Des Moines, Iowa, posted a very strongly worded kind of message relating to it. They said, "Heads up, northern Iowa. This is not your typical heavy rain event. Torrential rain in such a short time will cause washed out roads, water in homes, flooding in places that have not been flooded before. Some may even experience impacts never seen in their lifetime." I have already talked to someone related with this, and there are some homes that are already being completely flooded. So there was an extreme flash flood situation occurring in Iowa while we have a hurricane or tropical storm near Texas right now.
Thank you so much, Elijah, for that information here, bringing our attention up to Iowa for a moment to talk about the discussion here that's going on around the Syria situation that's unfolding with the flooding. Now, this is a portion of the United States that has been dealing with an inundation of rainfall for pretty much the entire period of time that we've been having a break, I guess, in severe weather. We've had, marginal to enhanced risks of severe weather and, slight to moderate to high excessive rainfall events scattered all the way through that period. And a lot of that stuff has kind of taken place right here between Nebraska, Iowa, up into portions of Minnesota and Wisconsin. So we've just had a lot of rain and the ground is super saturated. And now partly because of Hurricane Beryl and a couple other things, we're going to have even another just inundation period of moisture starting with this. Places are already flooding. It's going to be a long night near Fort Dodge up to the north and east of Fort Dodge as well. And it's not over. There's all of that moisture to your south that's coming onto the coast right now has to come up through here, and it's going to cause even more problems. So once again, flash flooding is going to be a problem tonight in Iowa with saturated soils, rates up to 2.5 inches per hour possible. As Elijah was saying, this might be some of the worst flooding you've ever seen in your life if you live in Iowa up here. In some of these storms tonight. And I do want to emphasize that, there's more rain coming. It's not just tonight. This is going to be an extended area of concern for the next little bit. And also, speaking of Iowa, we've got a pretty big storm heading in the general direction of Des Moines right now. That's going to cause a problem, probably with some isolated flash flooding, but also just severe weather. We've got quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving through Winterset, Iowa right now, moving over towards Norwalk, Spring Hill, West Des Moines, and eventually over into Des Moines. So these are very wet storms. Okay, precipitable water values are sky high. So even if you are just, you're looking at the radar, right? You see this and, the reflectivity values are so much, and you've seen this before. The rate of rainfall that's happening underneath this storm is probably higher than what you would imagine just from looking at the radar. So precipitable water values are high, lots of moisture out there, lots of availability for, precipitation to happen. And that's leading to a potentially life-threatening flash flooding situation going on tonight in portions of Iowa. And I would also watch out up there in the southern portions of Wisconsin and southeastern portions of Nebraska as well. More flash flooding problematic today down here in South Carolina near Columbia. Flash flood warning over here between Winsboro, Chapin, in Columbia. This is the vast majority of the really heavy rain that was responsible for that big flash flood warning there is letting up. However, it's kind of moving into the Camden area, Bethune, Kershaw, and Sumter areas now. So over here, more towards the Piedmont, south of Charlotte, over towards Fayetteville. You guys have got to be concerned about some heavier rain tonight. That rain will probably be not quite as intense as what we're about to experience down here near Houston, Texas, though, as big time tropical storm Beryl barrels towards the southeastern side of Texas. Right now, we've got a couple of stronger areas of precipitation moving onto shore. We've had a tornado warning. We had a report of a tornado earlier. And I can see it happening right now. You can already tell that there's more turbulence becoming evident. It's just easier to see, I guess, as the bands get closer. There's going to be several different tornadoes happening out here. There's probably a couple of water spouts happening right now. All of those are kind of moving in a line as like a train towards the Freeport, Jones Creek, Lake Jackson, Angleton, Treasure Island, and Holiday Lakes area. Okay. So y'all get ready for that. Also, just in the last couple of frames here, significant uptick in the radar presentation on Beryl. That right there is probably some pretty intense rain and wind happening, once again, just off the coast now of southeast Texas. So this is very likely going to be a Category 1 hurricane as it makes landfall. Maybe even, there's a slight chance that it's even a Category 2. We expect this to be a 90 mile per hour Category 1 hurricane well inland here past West Columbia here around 8 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so 8 a.m., if it's still a Category 1, it's a good sign that it was probably, stronger than a 90 mile per hour hurricane when it made landfall. So the track goes all the way up towards the Great Lakes, by the way, and we're going to be watching the impacts that this brings about for several days, especially in the Mississippi River Valley area, up into the Ohio River Valley. Several days of heavy rain and severe weather are going to be possible. All right. You guys remind me in an hour, and we'll stand back up. Might set a timer. I see y'all down there. Tropical Storm Beryl has yet to achieve hurricane status, but it's extremely close. It's extremely close. And it is important to note that like the environment that the storm is in is really potent. It's really capable of supporting, the growth of this storm. So that's one of the reasons why we're paying so much attention to it as well. I mean, it's a tropical storm. It's a hurricane. It's going to cause a lot of problems. But it could be something that ends up surprising people, I think, if it stays over water just a little bit too long. You guys want to look at some models? Weather ones? Let's see here. I forgot how to look at models. Hold on. So here's one of the reasons why we're here and we're watching this so closely. Every single high resolution tropical model does a little number like this. Okay. This is not a forecast. This is not necessarily what we believe is going to happen. But once again, there's a lot of consistency here. Check this out. I'm going to go a step forward. I'm going to go step forward. I'm going to go step forward. Boom. The moment that, you know, the 2 hours before landfall, a lot of these forecast models just really, really intensify the hurricane to a level that, in my opinion, is probably a little bit exaggerated. It's probably a little bit higher than what we'll actually see. But the fact that there has been so much consistency here is, you know, cause for concern. So, you know, here we are, we're dealing with a slightly organized system, then boom, much stronger system there as it makes landfall. This is the HWRF model, which is something that, you know, it's not a joke. You know, this is, you know, all the meteorologists out there that are watching this thing are looking at the HWRF model as a part of their, you know, their forecasting regimen. Once again, you can see how the wind field is expected to expand as well. Once not a forecast, this is showing, you know, some really strong gusts and some high sustained winds here as it makes landfall. But you can just see that the pattern is it's supposed to get stronger as it gets closer to land. Similar trends here from other tropical models as well. Do you think the eye will move towards Houston? I don't think. I mean, yeah, like the center of the storm is going to go right over the western side of Houston. That's been the plan. That's been the forecast for quite some time. There will likely be several instances of hurricane force winds in Houston as this thing moves over, especially on the southern and southwestern side. Once again, Rosenberg, Needville, Manville, Sugar Land, those places are most likely to receive the more significant impacts from the storm here. Dahl Grant, thank you so much for that. Everybody say a huge shout out to Braxton Whittle. Braxton Whittle with a very generous 20 gifted memberships there. It's not a hurricane yet, believe it or not. It looks like a hurricane. I just talked to Brad Arnold not too long ago. He said it smelled like a hurricane. So is it a hurricane? You know, National Hurricane Center says no, but it's just a couple miles per hour off. So I would say that, you know, if you are a resident of southeastern Texas, you're not going to be able to tell the difference between this and a hurricane. Like it's going to feel like a hurricane. So just prepare for that as you need to. Speaking of Brad Arnold, once again, cameras. We're going to need to focus on these a little bit more as the storm gets closer here. I think we're going to see some really interesting views from Brian Emfinger here. You can already see the water starting to, increase a little bit. I need to, hold on, let me cook. Hold on. I need to do something real quick that's going to make this better for y'all. Because once again, this is not the way that you're supposed to see the live streams. We're just in the middle of doing some upgrades to the system, so you're seeing the behind the scenes production level like thing. So I need to be able to show you the cameras bigger. So I wonder, and this is YouTube here, y'all. Okay, so we're just gonna have to deal with what we've got. I wonder if this will work. Hold on, wait. Wait. I can do this and it'll be cool. Wait. Couple more layers down. Right there, maybe? Oh. Yeah, that works. So if we need to zoom in, you guys don't mind this, right? Just for today? We need to zoom in, we'll just do this number. Yeah, this works. This works just fine. I won't sit here and move it around all day because I'm sure that's a little disorienting. But that's the plan. I'm really one of the things that we've been working on here in the little bit of a lull period is like cameras, right? It's a very important part of the live streams, especially when we're covering tornadoes and we're trying to show you exactly where the tornado is and stuff. We've developed our own software. That's what you're seeing here. That allows us to do that very easily. So like, I'll show you real quick. There's a sidebar over here. Let's say there's a tornado warning. There's not right now, but let's say there was. It pops up over here in the top left. Like for example, this flash flood warning, I can hit set target location. And what it does is it takes our whole database of cameras, including our storm chasers, cyclone port, virtual RAILFAN, whatever else it is that's out there. It puts them in order in terms of distance. So if there's a tornado warning and there's a storm chaser 2 miles away, it pops up at the top of the list. If there's a camera 4 miles away, so on and so forth. And it all happens automatically. And then we can just drag and drop. And then we've got, a camera that's pointed towards the storm, like very quickly. And the goal is just to expand that camera database to where we never miss anything. And anytime there's a tornado warning, we just automatically know within seconds who's closest to it, what camera's closest to it, and how we're going to show it to you. And yeah, it's just really cool, really awesome stuff that we've been able to work on here to make the live streams better. Because I'm telling y'all, every time a town gets hit by a tornado, we go, whether it be on the behalf of the y'all squad or whatever it is, and we talk to people. And the way that everybody always says that the thing that helps them the most is seeing it. See, even if it's just like Chris Hall, man, we saw the wall cloud or we saw the lightning and we just knew it was going to be a really bad storm. Like any sort of visual thing that we can do is always, it seems to be the the thing that helps the most. So we're trying to really lean into that. And yeah, if you have a camera that you would like to, if you'd like a live camera, a 24/7 live camera that you'd like to be a part of our database, feel free to reach out to us. We've got several people working on that. If you're just now tuning in, we do have a hurricane, a developing hurricane on the way to portions of southern and southeastern Texas. It's pretty much making a beeline at this point for the Bay City and Lake Jackson areas. Jones Creek, Cedar Lake, Sweeney, Brazoria. I'm probably saying some of these town names wrong. I'm sorry. Markham, Old Ocean. All you guys need to be watching out for, the storm as it gets closer. I think that this part right here is going to last a while, and this is going to be, some of the really heavy rains and some of the flooding that's going to be happening here. And I think that's going to be, coming over towards Lake Jackson and Bay City as we go into the early morning hours. And we're going to be here with you through all of it. All of it. I don't think that I'm going to sleep tonight. So we're going to be here with you through the whole daggone thing. You did right on the names. Good. Good. We love to hear it. Going right into Houston, basically. Yeah, I do think that Houston and Galveston will see some of the more significant impacts from this storm just because you guys are going to be on the eastern side of it as it comes ashore. So you'll get, a lot of the strong bands. You'll get a lot of the rain, a lot of the flooding rain. That's going to be a big problem over there in the Houston area. The initial landfall, though, and like the hurricane force, sustained winds, and the storm surge, that kind of thing, that's going to be a problem much farther to the south. I think near Lake Jackson, Bay City, Galveston. I think you guys are definitely going to have to deal with it to an extent, but a little bit farther south is going to be where the biggest problems occur, I believe. Sup, Ryan? Will it hit Chicago? Believe it or not, in Chicago, in a couple of days, you guys will see some rain and some clouds associated with hurricane or tropical storm Beryl here. It's not going to do much for you, but it will hit Chicago. This is going to hit Chicago in some ways. Let me turn on the track here. Let me show you the track. Yeah, so yeah, 3 days from now, it'll still be producing maybe up to 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Ohio. And then, of course, there's going to be other things that happen along with that. It's not just whenever a tropical storm makes landfall and it starts moving farther inland, it's not the winds around the core that we're necessarily most concerned about. A lot of times it's severe weather, and it's no different with this. Severe weather and flooding, something that we have to really watch all the way up through Arkansas, portions of Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois, Ohio, maybe a little bit of Tennessee there. So we probably won't be live for much of this storm outside of what happens tonight, but we will definitely have updates for you on the YouTube channel here as if they're needed. Ryan, Andy, and team, it's going to be a late all-nighter. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a late all-nighter. We've got a criteria in place for what sets forth a live stream, and it's very important to me that we stick to that. So we're going to be here for every landfalling hurricane. We're going to be here for every 10% hatched risk of tornadoes that affects people. Like a significant amount of people. Sometimes there's a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. And it's, just somewhere where there's just not a lot of things going on. If we've got Brad Arnold out there, maybe that'll be a good time. But what I don't want to happen, and a lot of people get mad at me about this. Like, a lot of people really get really mad at me about this. But I don't want to go live too much because I think that it devalues, desensitizes people to what we're doing here. Everything that the weather guy does on a normal, like if it's going to storm, like you can hear about that in a pre-recorded video. You know what I'm saying? If there's a chance of tornadoes, like sometimes tornadoes happen and I'm not live like that. And that's just going to be the way it is. You can talk about that in a pre-made forecast video. However, if there's a tornado outbreak, if there's a hurricane, if there's a shutdown blizzard, those are the things that I think that people actually need guidance and like people like Andy and people like myself, and that's what like the broadcast weather situation. I think that's what it's for. And if you're Joe from Tennessee or whatever, Alabama, and you see this YouTube weather channel that's live, and every time you tune in, it's like, oh, there's a pretty looking storm in New Mexico, or like, oh, it's there's some strong winds tonight in extreme northern North Dakota. Maybe the 50th time that you saw the live stream thumbnail, you wouldn't click it because you're like, oh, what is it today? A bird fart? But like that's the day where it's actually like you probably should be paying attention. You know what I mean? So we try to reserve the live streams for significant events, I think. And maybe I'm making the wrong decision there. A lot of you think that, but that's just the way that that's the way we like to do it here. Hey, look, Joe from Tennessee is here. He's in chat right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the Storm Prediction Center just put out a mesoscale discussion where they said the tornado chance is increasing, and it's associated with the tropical storm. As like the outer rain bands are coming ashore, the fear is going to increase overnight. So they marked a 60% chance that they would issue a tornado watch with it.
Okay, thank you very much. Elijah bringing us the news of an potential incoming tornado watch here. So as soon as we get the word on that, we'll pull it up there. Let me see if I can see the mesoscale discussion here. Probability of watch issuance, 60%. A tornado threat is expected to increase across the upper Texas coast later tonight as Tropical Storm Beryl advances north. Some pretty decent wind shear in place. And of course, with the tropical tornadoes situation, we've got those extremely low cloud bases. And pretty much these things right here are scraping the ground as they come onto shore. And you can see very clearly that even though it might not be a lot, they are rotating as they come on to shore here near Lake Jackson and Treasure Island. Get ready for it. Yeah, hurricane tornadoes definitely can be strong. Definitely. Where's Andy Hill? He's right here. He's already tuned in multiple times or chimed in multiple times. We're still in the beginning stages of this, so you'll hear from him more as time goes on. Here's a live view from Brian M. Finger. Ooh. We've also got Brett Adair out there right along the coastline as well. And I believe we've got Brad Arnold's feed now. So that's good. We'll put him up here on the roster. This is fun. Oh, yeah. Now we're cooking. Dr. H, thank you so much. Says congratulations on 2 million subscribers. It happened just randomly on a Thursday in the middle of our kind of dry spell, I guess, for live streams there. I was honestly hoping it would hold off for a live stream. It's always exciting to hit a big milestone on a live stream, but super grateful for the channel doing so well. Thank you guys for the support, obviously. I'm worried about Austin, Texas. You shouldn't be. You're going to be fine in Austin. Honestly, nobody should be worried. Once again, don't be scared. Be prepared. Hopefully everybody was prepared for this one. I mean, this has been a great forecast. National Hurricane Center, everybody involved in this has done a really good job. We've known about it forever, and it's all kind of led up to this point, and it's going pretty much how we expected it to go. So I think we're all going to be fine, especially if we're in Austin, Texas. You guys don't have too much to worry about at all. Definitely pay attention here. But I think we're good. Ryan, you're correct in your strategy for when you go live. Well, and the good news is too is like a lot of people I think got mad at me before for that because there wasn't very many people doing that. Now there's so many people who go live for weather. There's like 87. I think there's 87 live weather channels on YouTube now. Last time I counted, I think there's 87 to be exact. And they all do, they all do it different. So that's the beautiful thing about YouTube and the open, free media market, whatever's going on in the world today. I love it. And it's best for you guys too. Yeah, maybe it was 88. Yeah, I think you're right. I got to take that red cone off. Hold on. Tropical storm Beryl still officially a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. It's not a hurricane. It's expected to be a hurricane right before it makes landfall here between Bay City and Lake Jackson in Texas. The outer bands are streaming onto shore right now, right around where Brad Arnold is. And you can see that happening there inside of the Radar Omega app. We'll keep this open here. Rainbow Factory says there can be 1 million weather channels on YouTube, but you'll always be my favorite. Rainbow, thank you. Thank you for that. Now I have a dream. Seriously, one day I think that there's going to be just so many really passionate people covering the weather in this format, but on a hyper local weather. Like I would love to see the day where there's a Ryan Hall, y'all, who's live for every major event that is like from just like kind of like local news stations, right? Like you got your James Spann. He knows Alabama like the back of his hand or whatever, however that saying goes. You're going to have that same guy in Nebraska, and he's going to be the guy, you know what I mean? And there's going to be like 100 of these people in every state, and you can pick your favorite, that's the beautiful thing. You're not forced to just watch whatever is predetermined for you on the TV or whatever. Where are you streaming from, Ryan? We're from Eastern. Well, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. How long are you streaming for, Ryan? We're going to be here until landfall, and then however long we need to be here after that. Things are still just kind of coming together right now. We're waiting for, things to get a little bit more intense, I guess, as the stronger part of the storm comes ashore. But things are going to get, even though it's a Category 1 hurricane, we've covered, Category 3 and Category 4 hurricanes way more than we have covered Category 1 hurricanes on this channel, which is crazy to think of. But, even if this thing stays a Category 1 or a high-end tropical storm, there's going to be a pretty intense period here, probably between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. And, we'll go however long we need to go after that. I've got these, so I'm good. Corey says, I would love to build a DFW weather channel. Go for it. Do it. I mean, why not? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, it's pretty far out there, but I've been watching this. Definitely a water spout at this point. Pretty far out on the spiral band there to the northeast of the center of our storm. If things continue looking like that when they come on shore, we will definitely see more tornado warnings. Even differential reflectivity supports this being a water spout with some nice observed rising motion in there with some with some of those higher positive values there. So I think that this is definitely a healthy water spout ongoing. And again, it's pretty much due northeast of the storm as it goes north. So it's right where we're looking for the most favorable tropical tornado conditions. These kind of conditions will be in place, and the possibility of storms that look like that producing water spouts will be over Galveston and parts of the Houston metro as the storm tracks closer to landfall. So that'll be an all-night thing. Make sure you guys have multiple ways to receive warnings so that you are aware of something like that. You can be woken up, especially if you want to go to sleep in the Houston metro at any point tonight. Something like this could definitely wake you up, so please be ready for it. Most of these will be traveling to the northwest as this storm approaches. So any tornado warning is probably going to be oriented northwest. That couplet would be moving northwest with the storm.
All right, thank you very much. That guy's a meteorologist, Andy Hill. It's going to be
a new tornado watch has been issued
throughout the morning. We're getting ready to cross over into tomorrow here on the East Coast. It's 11:45 p.m. Eastern. We've lost our camera up here. Give me just a second while I try to fix that. What the heck? And it looks like we got that tornado watch that just came through. So I'll show you that right here in a second as well. Give me just a second, yo. Okay, so the tornado watch, I want to show you this, and then I gotta fix the Caleb's camera. It just keeps going off up there. Okay, here's the tornado watch. A couple tornadoes possible. Isolated hail up to ½ inch possible. Isolated wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. 7.4 million people included in this tornado watch. This goes all the way till 10 a.m. So we're gonna be here for a while, talking about potential tornadoes. And like Andy was saying, if this continues to show up, if stuff like this continues to show up, and it looks like it's going to, and we see that go towards the shore, that's going to be a big problem for our folks over here around Galveston, around Lake Jackson, up towards League City, Texas City, and these places. So this is something that we have to watch. Obviously, we're watching the core of the storm and how it looks like it's intensifying right now, and the strong winds that are going to be associated with that, and the storm surge and everything. But these storms right here have a real potential of causing damage of their own in the form of tornadoes over the next little bit. So we're watching those closely, and Brad Arnold is watching those incredibly closely as well. Oh my goodness. Brad Arnold is trying to reach out to me.
Mr. Ryan Hall, this is Brad Arnold. Let me know when you get a copy.
Brad, I'm sorry. I'm just now hearing you. Technical difficulties. But we've been dying to hear from you all night. I thought you was being mean, man. I thought you were ignoring me. But I done had you muted. I'm sorry. But it's great to hear from you. Tell us where you are, what you're doing, and what's getting ready to happen there where you are. Guys, I had the Brad Arnold. I don't even know why there is a Brad Arnold mute button, but it was toggled on. So we'll hear back from him shortly. Hopefully.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris when you got a copy.
Oh, and Chris, too. Go ahead, Chris. What's up? I don't think Brad's going to get back with me. Oh, wait. I bet they didn't hear me.
All right, I heard you, Kia, but I heard nothing of what you said. But anyway, my stream is currently overlooking Bay City. We're at the hotel right now. I took a quick nap trying to get some clothes washed and getting ready to hit the road. But yeah, had a really big squall there about 30 minutes ago that actually caused the power to flash here at the hotel, and tremendous lightning in that first squall as well. So we're getting ready to hit the road and and get in position for the Eyewall here in just a little bit.
We got so many things like this happen every time we go, like a couple weeks without a live stream. We need to run drills. We got to do practice drills here to make sure. But yeah, they couldn't hear me. I couldn't hear them that whole time. Brad Arnold, can you hear me now? I'm sorry. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to respond. Got some major technical difficulties over here at the Weather House, but we would love to hear your voice. What's going on, Brad? Okay, that time I'm pretty sure he could hear me. Chris, can you hear me now, just to confirm?
I didn't hear a word you said.
You're kidding. Here's the big trick that always works. We're going to turn it off. We're going to turn it back on again. And then we're going to try. Oh, I see what I did.
I was just saying that earlier.
Yep, a bunch of nothing.
Can't say good enough to do it. To build good yet.
Okay. I clicked the right speakers. And I've clicked the right. This is the moment of truth. Drum roll, please. Chris, can you hear me now? No.
Still didn't hear you, but rip to all headphone users.
Oh no. Oh no. All right, and is my audio? It's all right now, but for a second there it was okay. I see. I don't know what's going on, y'all. This is why it's important for us to start, hours before landfall. Test, test. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Good to hear your voice.
Oh, all right. Let's try Brad Arnold for the third time. Okay, we're going to try Brad Arnold again. 3, 2, 1. Brad, I'm sorry it's taken me so long to respond. We're having some major technical difficulties over here. This is my third attempt at sending this message to you. But I can't wait to hear your voice. Go ahead. I don't know what's going on with the mic, y'all. I have no idea. So we do know that it's working now. So when Brad hears it, we'll hear back from him. But speaking of Brad, he's busy. I mean, look, he's got a situation in front of him right now. We're already seeing looks like some pretty significant flooding in front of him there. He is right now to the south and east of Lake Jackson, south and east of Freeport on Surfside Beach. And that's a live look at some of the coastal flooding already ongoing right now. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we just got an emergency
Ryan. Hey,
update
this is
from the
Brad.
National
Let me
Hurricane
know when
Center. Beryl is once again now a Cat 1 hurricane. Officially, it is a Cat 1 hurricane now.
All right. Thank you so much,
issue
Elijah.
going on or what, but let me know when you get it all fixed out. I'm down here in Surfside.
All right. Okay, so that was Brad. I don't know if you heard my last message or not. Brad, just to confirm, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my fearless leader.
All right, yeah, sorry about that. We had some major problems there, but it looks like we got it all figured out. I don't know if you heard the news yet or not, but we've officially got ourselves a Category 1 hurricane. You're about to get hit by it. I don't know if you knew that or not. So just a heads up. Let us know what your plans are for tonight, and if you're thinking you're going to see any tornado action in that the band that you're in there before landfall.
Hold up, wait, there's a hurricane that's about to hit down here? No, just kidding. Yeah, down in Surfside Beach, watching this initial band coming through, like you said, possible tornado potential with it. We've really started to see the wind pick up. We do have some, on my stream you can tell we've got some freshwater flooding. I do not believe this is storm surge just yet, but we do have some freshwater flooding with that. That storm surge down here will come. At some point in the very near future, we are going to need to get further north away from Surfside Beach. There's really nowhere to escape here other than a bridge. Things are going to deteriorate really quickly. It's a relatively quick moving storm, not overly fast, but it's moving quicker. And I do anticipate it continue to strengthen all the way through landfall. We'll see if Beryl has a couple of surprises in him left. But yeah, I'll report back once I see something.
All right. That was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. You guys know him as the Tornado Sniffer. And you know what? It's been a while since we've heard it. Let's go ahead and ring it.
He's the Tornado Sniffer.
I forgot how good this was.
He's the Tornado Sniffer. Brad Arnold's here to sniff the storm.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So right before the National Hurricane Center update, I actually had some other kind of news thing. the National Hurricane Center actually mentioned it in their latest update as well when they increased Beryl to a Cat 1. So there is a buoy that is about, at least as of the 10 p.m. update, it was 30 miles away from Beryl's center. And about 20 minutes ago, it did record a surface wind gust of 74 miles per hour, which is Cat 1 strength, but Category 1 strength is classified for a minute minimum, like sustained winds. So it wasn't like an actual like verification of Category 1, but all it said was it does have the strength on the ground, at least kind of surface level, of Category 1 level wind gusts.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Elijah, for that update. Long story short, we've got an intensifying hurricane capable of producing several problems on its way up to the greater Houston area, Bay City, Lake Jackson, Galveston, Texas City. Get ready for hurricane force winds. That's going to be a possibility as we continue to track this storm. There's some areas in here that will probably see wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. And we're getting closer to that part of the storm. We're not quite there yet. We're still watching the heavy rain, and we're still watching these feeder or these bands kind of scrape across the coast here, leading to potential tornadoes and really, strong winds inside of those. But like the big time, the hurricane or the tropical storm, that's down in here, okay? And that's coming up in this direction right now, once again, towards Lake Jackson, Bay City, Texas City, Galveston, over there towards Port Lavaca, Indianola. You guys are also going to get in on this, but you're going to be on the side that maybe is a little bit less. It's going to get less than the eastern side. It's not going to be nothing. But hopefully you guys will be spared a little bit there of the greater impacts. All right. Attempt number 85 at fixing the camera. Could be a lost cause. But we're about to find out.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. Let me know when you got a copy.
That's Brad's camera. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, just want to let you know, we mentioned tornadoes earlier. There is a strengthening circulation with a shear marker that's showing up on my radar system just to my southeast. It should be here in the next 10 minutes. Just want to let you know, we mentioned tornadoes earlier.
Brad's talking about an area of interest down in here. All right. So Brad's kind of positioned himself perfectly to be in the area where we think some of these stronger storms that are rotating are going to be coming into the Texas area, right near Surfside Beach, Seashore Estates, Key Largo, Treasure Island, in that area. Oh, no, not again. There was sound. There was sound on that. My bad. I told you guys at the beginning of the stream. What did I say? Raw dogging. That's what we're doing here, okay? It's just me. It's just me here. I'm doing my best. The ear-piercing noises should be done now. You've paid your dues. Okay, anyways, if you couldn't hear me, what I was saying was Brad Arnold's about to get hit by the part of the storm that would be most likely to produce a tornado. So we're going to watch him closely as he does that. And then hopefully we've worked out all the bugs and we won't experience any more things like that. This is why you need to go live more often. You'll not have these bugs. That's true. That is definitely true. Whenever we get on a roll and we're live streaming all the time, the live streams go extremely well because we work them all out, and then they just kind of reappear whenever when we don't use some of the equipment. But that's we're getting there. It's a lot better now than it was a couple years ago. If you were watching the channel 2 years ago, it was it was a lot worse. We're getting better. That's why we spend so much time. One of the reasons why there are so many bugs is because we designate like a couple of months every year to like tear everything apart and rebuild it in a more efficient and stable way. But there's always something that happens in the middle of that ends up being like, oh man, we've got to kind of like tape everything together and hope that it works. That's kind of the stage that we're in right now. But once we get around to next tornado season, it's going to be 50 times better than it was this year, you know. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. We're still about half an hour, maybe 35, 40 minutes out from this particularly interesting waterspout producing storm arriving on shore here. But while we are that far out, it does look like as it rotates around, the spiral band rotates around the hurricane counterclockwise here, that this area of interest would come right into the Freeport, Texas area here, and then towards probably Jones Creek and in between Jones Creek, Lake Jackson, and up to Brazoria. So even though we're this far out, if this continues to hold on, it'll be one of the things we're watching closely while we play loops of now Hurricane Beryl to you guys here. If this holds on, then that would be really directly that the track that would take. So in advance, heads up, y'all watch out there around the Freeport to Brazoria and Sweeney, Texas areas right there as it eventually gets up to County Highway 35 here, or State Highway 35.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. We're watching this area very closely, but there's a ton of small pockets of interest that we've got to keep an eye on as well. Things are going to get pretty loud and active, whether we've got waterspouts or tornadoes or not, in the Treasure Island area in the next little bit, as the band of storms that's causing us to focus on this area is getting ready to move in. Slowly but surely, that'll move up towards Galveston as well. Right now, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings out there. None of them are directly associated with our hurricane. One of them is dropping huge hail, though, over towards Utleyville in Colorado. And then we got another one down here south and west of Wichita Falls. Pretty strong storm moving through Seymour, Texas, moving over towards Archer City. So we've got severe weather happening out there. We've got flooding, pretty significant flooding actually, happening up there a little bit farther to the north in Iowa. Some more flooding going on in the Georgia, South Carolina area. And of course, we've got a daggone hurricane now on its way to Texas. Southeastern portions of Texas. Officially a hurricane. A.m. Yep. And it's now popping up on our graphic here. Category 1, Hurricane Beryl, expected to make landfall sometime between now and 8 a.m., likely closer to 3 or 4 a.m. Eastern. That's 2 or 3 central. And then it's going to remain potentially a Category 1 hurricane all the way up until it gets to the extreme southwestern side of Houston near Sugarland and Rosenberg, with 75-mile-per-hour winds, 90-mile-per-hour gusts possible in the Damon, Needville, Fairchild, West Columbia area. By the time it gets past Houston, up there towards Lufkin and Jacksonville, we're going to be talking about a tropical storm of more traditional nature, 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts here and there. And then by the time this gets past Little Rock, for example, up there in the, when this is going by the boot heel of Missouri, we expect this to be, 30, 40-mile-per-hour winds, and it'll continue to cause some breezes as it goes up towards Ohio. But the problem becomes with this system the farther it goes inland, the problem becomes flooding and, of course, the severe weather risk that comes along with that. We're going to have an isolated tornado threat all the way up the Ohio River Valley as we go forward as a result of this storm. Storm Prediction Center agrees. Let's go to the day 2 outlook here. You see the big marginal and slight risk there that goes all the way up into Illinois. 5% tornado risk goes all the way over eastern portions of Texas into Louisiana up into Arkansas. The boot heel of Missouri is included in a 5 or 2% tornado risk there as well. Rosenberg. Okay. Tim says, I'm about to go to bed here in Cedar Lake City in the Houston area. I'm hoping I don't wake up to something crashing at my place other than a loud weather warning going off from my phone. Good night. Good night, Tim. I think that as long as you've got a way to, receive those warnings, I think you're going to be fine. You're going to be good. Keep us updated. Things are picking up where Brad is. Once again, we got Brad Arnold, Brett Adair, Brian M. Finger out there giving us live views.
Hey, Ryan. Just wanted to let you know we just had that really, really strong band come through. Getting a little bit of a break in precip, but definitely had our first taste of tropical storm force winds with this newly named hurricane.
So that was the voice of Brad Arnold there. And this is a live view from Brett Adair where things are getting pretty intense right now near Galveston. We'll see if we can't reach Brett. Brett, sorry for the late ping here. We've had some technical difficulties with my microphone, but hopefully you can hear me now. Just whenever you get a chance, give us an update on what's going on out there where you are. So yeah, this thing's pretty far away from where Brett Adair is right now, and it's you can
Ryan,
tell it's already pretty intense.
We're sitting on San Luis Pass here near Treasure Island, just south of Jamaica Beach. We're between Jamaica Beach and Freeport here off 257, right on the Gulf of Mexico. This road took some damage from Alberto that came through a couple of weeks ago. And we're out here watching some of these waves hit these big boulders that have came up on the shoreline here. A lot of this was a jetty initially. Some of this was washed up, but you can see we're starting to have business pick up just a little bit. We're on the outer fringes of, I guess this would be called the outer core of the storm that is moving up in our direction. We've got a special marine warning to the south that has had potentially a large water spout with it that's going to move toward the shoreline if it doesn't shear out. So we're watching for that too, but you know, you can kind of see what we're seeing, large waves crashing up over the roadway here that's right here on the coastline.
All right, that was Brett. Let's also see if we can hear from Chris. Chris, just whenever you're ready, we'd like to hear an update from you as well.
Hey Ryan, we are on the road. We're heading towards Sargent. Absolute downpour of rain right now in Bay City. Have some freshwater street flooding here in Bay City as well, so we're just going to try to get south about the best we can.
All right, if you're just now tuning in, we are just getting set up with all of our storm chasers here as we prepare for the eventual landfall of Hurricane Beryl here in Texas. We're still a few hours out, but things are starting to pick up here, as you can tell from just the intensity of the waves and everything that we're seeing on the shore. We've got Brett Adair in Galveston there. We've got Brian Emfinger in Bay City. We've got Brad Arnold in Freeport. So we've got you covered pretty much from every angle here. We've also, we've got meteorologist Andy Hill in the background watching the radar very closely, as we do believe that there's a couple of areas of interest. As far as the tropical tornado situation goes, there's a couple of areas of rotation out here, potentially producing waterspouts that might be problems as they go up towards land there between Lake Jackson and Galveston, Treasure Island, Texas City. You guys need to be prepared for potential tornadoes, and of course just a tropical storm / hurricane that's coming up towards you right now. 75 mile per hour winds. That's the latest official sustained wind forecast. 75 mile per hour winds, 985 millibar pressure. This is expected to be 75 and over 90 mile per hour wind gusts all the way up there as it gets closer to Sugarland, Needville, and West Columbia. So this is going to potentially make landfall as a storm that is producing winds over 80 to 90 miles per hour. So it's going to be a long night in places like Lake Jackson, I believe. Sugar Land. Gotcha. How high is the expected storm surge? Whoever ends up getting the most storm surge, there's going to be a corridor on the northeastern. So if you look at the eye of the storm, if you look at the central part of the storm, right in front of that, and especially just a little bit to the north and east of that, wherever that is along the coastline, which is likely going to be right around, Lake Jackson, that area, could see 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. And then areas just outside of that could see, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. That includes Galveston, maybe even back down towards Port Lavaca. So storm surge is definitely going to be a big problem, but mostly I think in the area where Brad Arnold is right now, Surfside Beach, like he said, he's got to figure out a way to get out of there pretty quickly. He's there right now to try to maybe intercept a tropical tornado, but whenever the storm surge starts coming in, that's going to be one of the areas that's first probably kind of cut off. Like you're not going to be able to get out of some of these barrier island areas. So, that's going to be a situation that he's going to have to deal with there. Same thing for the Galveston area, the east Matagorda Bay, all the way up there towards Texas City and High Island might have to deal with some storm surge as well. This is a live look right now from Brad Arnold, who's getting up close and personal with some of the rough seas. This is that was Brad there. This is Brad Arnold. Not sure exactly what we're looking at there. Oh, okay, it's like a pier. I see. And then we've got Brian M. Finger. Somebody's walking. Somebody's walking in the hurricane. They must have dropped their keys or something. I don't know what they're doing. Oh, man. So this is what the storm looks like on the ground, and we've got several different options to choose from here as far as like how we're going to watch this thing unfold. But one of the really important ways of doing that is via radar and satellite, which I want to give you an update on. This is what the hurricane looks like right now on radar. We've got a pretty well organized storm. Now, every time I look at this thing, it's telling me a different story. The area of really strong winds, the Eyewall, I guess, is looking just a tad bit less organized, I guess, than some of the more recent scans here. However, that's not indicative of the overall strength of the storm. Obviously, it's still getting stronger as it gets closer to land. But whenever this part of the storm right here makes it onto land, that's when things are going to get really gnarly here, and we're about to start to see the real effects of this hurricane in the Matagorda Bay area, Cedar Lake, Sweeney, Jones Creek. You can tell this is going to be the first area that really gets hit by this thing, and none of our storm chasers are there because it's kind of a dangerous place to be right now. So that's why you're going to see them more towards the outside areas. We've got some people up here near Bay City. We've got people in Sweeney, Lake Jackson, and then, of course, Brad right now is in Surfside Beach, which he's still awaiting this storm right here. There's a storm producing some rotation coming right towards him there, and we're going to see if we can't spot a tornado from his vantage point here. Oh, what the heck? I gotta change the name up there. 1 second. We got too many tabs open. All right, so that, once again, this is the radar presentation of the storm. Let's go ahead and take a look at satellite as well. Earlier, we were looking at some towers. Okay, we were looking at some pretty robust convection around the center of circulation there, and we're continuing to see that. In fact, we've got a pretty decent area of convection happening right here. And honestly, if this was a couple 100 miles more back out to sea, this would be probably primed to become a major hurricane again at some point. However, I think we're going to get lucky here, and this is going to hit land before it is able to complete that process. But you can see the huge explosion of convection here. It's going to try to wrap around the center area of low pressure, and it might actually succeed in doing that. And that's why we think we're going to see some pretty intense, intensification here over the next little bit. But it'll be thwarted at some point by the landfall. Let's. I'll show you when we talk about the towers. This is just a pretty cool sort of three-dimensional look at what we're looking at here. Just in case you didn't know, when we look at this satellite imagery, we're looking at the basically the temperatures of the top of the clouds, and a lot of times that can correlate to how tall they are. So this is like somewhat of an idea of what we're looking at here. And when we say there's an explosion of convection, you can see that there is literally a big bubbling area of convection on that side of the storm there, and once it's going to try to wrap around the center area of low pressure as it comes onto shore here. This is one of the things that happened during the rapid intensification process that, a week ago or so, whenever this became a Category 5, but it had a lot more time, had a lot more water and free area, no land masses to deal with when it was over there. It is a Category 1 right now, yep. Bad bites, thank you. LC, what's the difference between being in the direct path of the eye or just east or west of the eye? I have family in all three. It depends on how far east or how far west we're talking, I guess. Anywhere around the eye, obviously, is going to be a bad time. It's going to be, strong winds. That's where the heaviest rain is going to be, and that's where we expect to see the most storm surge. Traditionally, though, the areas that are typically hardest hit by hurricanes are on the northeastern side of the storm, or on the eastern side of the eye, or on the right in front of the eye, wherever the storm makes landfall directly. However, if you're on the western side of that, by 20, 30, 50 miles, it's still a pretty significant situation for you as well. So the big difference is, as far as storm surge goes, if you're on this side, right, you can just see here that the storm has a little bit more ability to push water onto you. The storm is pulling up water and causing a storm surge that is as large as the storm. So like even whenever winds are blowing away from the shore, the water can still rise on the western side of the circulation. However, there's a little bit of aided momentum, I guess you could say, on the eastern side of the circulation that allows for storm surge to become a little bit more of a problem on the eastern side. Also, a lot of times the eyewall, the stronger winds and the stronger, areas of rain, a lot of times that'll be on the northern or the northwestern side of the storm. And then all these potentially tornadic bands, convective bands wrapping around the storm, those in the northeastern quadrant are usually the ones that cause tornadoes. So yeah, being on the eastern side of the eye is usually the side that you don't want to be on, but you really don't want to be on either of them, to be honest with you. Once again, if you are just now tuning in, the blob that you're looking at here is a kind of a three-dimensional view of Hurricane Beryl as it comes onto shore here near Houston, Texas. Ape at Heart said, my daughter is in Magnolia, Texas, and I'm in California. You and your crew are amazing. You keep me informed and sane. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm glad that we could help. I'm glad that we could help. Randall Lowe, thank you very much for the 20 gifted memberships. Brian Emfinger now in Bay City is starting to experience even stronger winds here, as this thing is still really far off of shore. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised at how intense some of these initial bands are. So maybe it could be a sign of what's to come here. Once again, what you're looking at here is a live view of way up here. So this is the meat and potatoes down here. All right. So whenever that gets up into the Bay City, Lake Jackson area, things are going to get pretty gnarly there. And we've got Brian's going to be there. Brad Arnold is in Freeport, Texas right now, experiencing a similar situation. Brett Adair set up in Galveston. And we've got from Live Storms Media, Bob Pack out there in Bay City as well. Bryce Shelton is in Wadsworth, Texas. Chris Hall is down there, but for some reason on my thing it says he's in Midwest City, Oklahoma. Hold on, I'm trying to find our other Texas camera. What was that place that I was talking about earlier? Dickinson. Yeah, things are getting nuts over there where Brian Emfinger is right now. Once again, this is a live view from near Bay City in Texas. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, a little bit of a cycle on our water spout, only a few minutes offshore now. Just would come on shore south of Max Archer and Brad Arnold there. I think it's re-intensified here on the 36-minute past the hour scan that just came in. So I do expect a tornado warning is likely, maybe even now as this approaches the coast. I'm not sure how far in advance the National Weather Service here will issue it, but I do think that this circulation here will be worthy of a tornado warning as it comes onshore. So heads up for Freeport, Jones Creek area in Texas if you guys are there, or if any chasers are there and aren't regularly checking the radar, which would be surprising to me. But you do have a possibly tornadic storm coming on shore. Previous history of producing waterspouts. Expect to get a tornado warning and take shelter appropriately.
Thank you very much, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill filling us in on this area of concern that's coming right up towards Surfside Beach, Midway, Freeport. We've been talking about this for a long time, and here we are. We might be dealing with a potential tropical tornado trying to move up here in a little bit. So I would say that it would not be surprising to me if we saw a tornado warning associated with that.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second, it's Brad.
Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, starting to see power flashes just to my north, across the bridge, across the little bay right there. Also got a strengthening rotation just to my southeast that looks like it's headed directly towards the downtown area of Surfside Beach.
Okay, so Brad's talking about the same thing that Andy was there. We're concerned about the rotation that's coming up towards the Surfside Beach, and that's where Brad is. So if anything's visible there, he will let us know. Michael R. says, I love your approach to forecasting and always look forward to your updates. You mentioned Rosenberg getting 75-mile-per-hour winds. I'm 20 minutes north of Rosenberg in the city of Fulshire. What do you think our peak winds will be? You could definitely experience hurricane force winds even that far north. So it might not be quite as intense as the initial landfall area, but definitely strong, sustained winds and extremely heavy rainfall are going to be possible in your area. So keep that in mind. Sorry, just resetting up my thing here. There are currently no tornado warnings. Somebody just asked about that. There are currently no tornado warnings. We're in a little bit of a break with those right now. But I do expect that we will see one soon. So, definitely not the time to let your guard down as far as the tornado threat goes. But the overall sustained wind and storm surge threat and all that stuff is picking up significantly. It seems like it's making landfall later than expected. What does that mean for intensification? Also, how will winds be in League City? So the longer that it takes to make landfall, the more intense it could possibly get. However, we are in a situation now where the margin of error is decreasing, and I don't think it's going to spend a significant amount of time over water that we didn't expect it to. You know what I mean? So it's definitely going to continue to increase as far as strength goes. But I don't think that we're going to see some sort of last minute, huge surprise that turns it into this thing that nobody expected. So that's good news. However, it's still going to be an incredibly dangerous storm, especially for the Bay City, Lake Jackson, Galveston area, all the way up towards Houston. I can't wait until we're finished with this setup so we can use it. This is very cool, very good stuff that we've got going on here. It's just we can't take advantage of it fully today.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris when you have a second.
Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, so we're coming into Sargent, Texas right now. Getting gusts every bit of 50 plus miles an hour here. Very torrential rain falling, so freshwater flooding is probably going to start very soon. Already have a lot of ponding on the roadways as well, so if you don't have to be out, don't be out in this because you just about can't see in front of your face in this wall of rain right now. So.
All right. So that's Chris reporting to us from down here south of, in southern Texas. You're looking at Brad Arnold's feed there near Freeport, Texas, or Brett Adair, I'm sorry, near Freeport, Texas. We've also got a couple other people out here as well, which I'll show everybody here in a moment. All right, so on this screen, I think we want, hold on, let me do something different here. I want to prepare because we're still a little bit out before we're going to be like fully locked in here on landfall mode. Let me copy this. Let me copy this. We'll see. And put it over here. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. It's messy, y'all. Give us a couple months. It's going to be the most professional thing you've ever seen, but right now it's this. All right, that's better than what we had, at least. Yeah, we got a good Radar Omega's got a good spot in Dickinson, Texas. Oh, I found it. Okay, there it is. One more. This will do. All right, if you're just now tuning in, this is our wall of live storm chasers and cameras that's going to help us tell the story of Hurricane Beryl as it makes landfall in a few hours here along the coast of Texas. We got a hurricane warning for Victoria, Texas, Bay City, Texas, and Galveston, Texas. We're expecting up to 7 feet of storm surge in some areas and winds over 100 miles per hour in some areas. 75 mile per hour sustained winds is going to be the story for the most part. However, there's going to be a couple places that see much higher winds than that, so make sure you're prepared if you're down here, if you have interests along the coast. All the way up to Houston, we're going to have hurricane force winds in Houston at some point early in the morning tomorrow. Not going to be quite as bad as right when it makes landfall, but it'll be, it'll definitely cause some problems. We had a moment where we had a few tornado warnings. Right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning somewhere out there in the country. I think it's in, where's it at? Iowa. So we'll go take a look at that here in a minute. But the area of rotation that we were watching up here has yet to tighten up enough to warrant a tornado warning just yet. However, we're still watching this entire area over here from Bay City to West Columbia over to Lake Jackson up towards, eventually this band will make it up there a little bit farther to the north, Galveston, maybe even Manville, West Columbia, Texas City. You guys have got to be watching out for some of these, isolated cells in here to impact you guys as well. A huge shout out to Cypher, who loves sustained winds. Thank you for that. You didn't have to do that. Very generous of you. Are tornadoes less likely once it's farther inland? Not necessarily. There's a decent tornado threat. Well, it depends on what you mean by farther inland. Yeah. Really deep inland tornadoes are less likely. But for example, whenever the northeastern and eastern side of the storm is fully over the Houston area or the woodlands over towards, North Cleveland and places like that, the tornado threat's going to be pretty much the same there as it is, closer to the coast. And the tornado threat is going to extend way up into Louisiana and Arkansas as we go through the day today. Tomorrow for those of you in the central time zone. So, yeah, it's the tornado threat is actually going to continue to be with us for quite some time as this comes farther inland. Category 2, possibly. I wouldn't rule it out. I wouldn't place any bets on it, but I wouldn't rule it out. It's definitely a possibility. We got a live view from Brett Adair once again near Freeport, Texas, showing some of the, the conditions deteriorating up there.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris real quick. We're just outside of Sargent. We're likely getting 50, 60 plus mile an hour gust here right now. Tried to stop beside the roadway and get a decent view of what's coming down right now here.
This is a live look from Chris, who, once again, it says he's in Midwest City, Oklahoma. He's not. So he's down there near Sargent. like he said, and very intense wind gusts going on there right now. And Chris, if you're listening right now, whatever updates your location for severe studios, if consider giving that a refresh or whatever, it might help update for us. Sargent, Texas is actually pretty deep in the weeds here, I guess, really close to the coast. He's in a similarly dangerous area, I would say, as Brad is, down here near the coast, near Hawkinsville and Cedar Lake. That's where he is right now, near Sargent, right to the south and west of Lake Jackson in Texas. And you can see that this is one of those outer bands, okay? This is the outside of the storm. Whenever this part of the storm gets to him, things are going to be even more intense than what we see right now. Cypher, thank you so much for that. I asked about it says my employer matches donations to charity. The best way to do that, if you want to do that, is over on our nonprofit, the Y'all Squad. By the way, for those of you who are interested, we had a lot of activity over tornado season, and we've released some videos of our Y'all Squad stuff. But we've got a lot more of that coming out here soon. So make sure you're subscribed to the Y'all Squad channel if you haven't already. We've got all kinds of incredible stuff coming out there. We are a couple hours away from Category 1 landfall here, high end maybe, near Lake Jackson once again. More specifically, right around the Matagorda Bay area.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. Really coming down, but just wanted to let you know that there was a storm spotter report here, actually not far from where I'm at. That storm surge is breaching the seawall here in Sargent. Right now it's rising about an inch per 15 minutes, so we're keeping an eye on it, and if we have to go back north, that's what we're going to do. So.
All right, so that's the voice of Chris Hall, who's in Player 2 there. Bryce Shelton in a similar area in Player 5, you can see experiencing some pretty intense winds. We've lost Brad Arnold's feed. Let's try to get him back. We got Freddie McKinney on the roster now, Jordan Hall, Max Archer, Bryce Shelton, and Brett Adair, Bob Pack. Lots of storm chasers out here today helping us once again tell the story that is Hurricane Beryl. And that's Freddie McKinney himself. You see him there? Yeah, so some of the outer bands, some of the initial rainfall is about to start in the Galveston area. So it's been pretty dry and honestly pretty uneventful so far. In Galveston, back up towards Houston, that's about to change. The winds are going to pick up pretty quickly, and some of those heavier rain bands are going to start moving in. It's going to start off light, but it'll pick up honestly really quickly over the next couple of hours. Hello, Reagan. Lake Jackson, yeah, Lake Jackson is one of the places that we've been talking about a lot because I believe it's going to be one of the harder hit areas for sure. If you're in Lake Jackson, you're going to experience some of the stronger impacts, I guess, from the storm. Counties in the tornado watch, I will cover that right here in just a second. Give me just a moment. I want to show you another vantage point of the satellite view here where you can see over the last little bit that tower or that area of convection on the northwestern side of the storm has really picked up, and you can see how it's really trying to wrap around like that. You know, if this had much more time over water at all, this would be going major quickly. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the hurricane hunters have done another pass through kind of the hurricane now, and on the northeastern side of it, in that kind of northeastern quadrant, they did pick up winds of 75 knots at flight level, which translates to 86 miles per hour. That doesn't mean that's the winds on the surface, but at their flight level, they did measure Category 1 hurricane level winds.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah, for that information there. Constantly flying into this thing and trying to figure out what's going on with it, and you know, it does seem like we're starting to get some signs that it's continuing to get stronger. We've officially got a Category 1 hurricane now. You can see just by watching on radar and through satellite that the thing is trying to intensify pretty quickly here. So I would say that the sustained wind speeds are going to be quite a bit higher than what they are right now by the time this gets up there to Freeport and places like that. So hopefully everybody is hopefully everybody that's right along the coast is out of there. But, hopefully everybody else is at least just very prepared for the potential storm surge and the other things that are going to come along with that. I'll show you the NHC key messages, just because that's always good to look at in a situation like this. Life-threatening storm surge from Mesquite Bay to is that Sabine Pass. This includes Matagorda Bay, Galveston Bay. Residents in those areas should follow any advice given by local officials and follow evacuation orders. So Beryl's forecast to bring damaging hurricane force winds to portions of Texas. This could be all the way up there, once again, up to the Houston area. And flash flooding is going to be a big problem as well. A lot of people wanted to see the peak storm surge map. It's been slightly updated a little bit, but still, I think that right in here is going to be where your the larger storm surge is going to be felt. We're definitely going to be, we're going to need to watch out for it over here in the Matagorda Bay. But I think even up there a little bit closer to Galveston, you guys have got to get ready for potentially 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. And then that cone. Tropical depression. And then, just a remnant low all the way up there in Ohio on Wednesday. I did tell y'all to remind me to stand up, but I'm already standing up. I know it's hard for you guys to tell sometimes. It looks the same. That's on purpose. This is a live look from the Bay City area from Bryce Shelton, where things are getting pretty gnarly over there near Bay City. Lots of the storm chasers now in the area where I think will be hardest hit, between Bay City and Lake Jackson. Things are already, honestly, things already look like they're, at Category 1 status. This already looks like a hurricane, and the central area of low pressure and where the strong winds are is still out to sea a little bit, just a little bit. How fast is it moving? Hurricane Beryl is moving up towards the coast now. I believe at like 20-something miles per hour. Hold on, let me look. Oh, no. Never mind. 10 miles per hour. So it's a slow mover. But you can see right there in those last couple of frames, this thing really wanted to do it again. Here's a satellite loop with lightning. Which is another good way to visualize, if it's trying to intensify or not. And it is. This looks like if this was, once again, right in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, this would be ringing so many alarm bells. This would be a very, very bad situation. It's not a good situation right now, but thankfully, I think that this is going to ram into land right in time for it to not become a huge, major hurricane. That's my hope. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. Beth, thank you. How many miles out is it? It's still a rough estimate. Oops, sorry. A rough estimate would be 50, 60 miles, somewhere in there. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the hurricane hunters did another drop sound on the northeastern Eyewall from Beryl here, and they recorded 68 knots at the surface, which is 78 miles per hour. So that is yet another verification of surface winds actually being Category 1 level strength.
Okay. All right, thank you, Elijah. So we're getting a lot of information now that things are as intense as we thought they were, maybe even a little bit more intense around the part of the storm that is not over land yet. And I think we're gonna continue to see that. Like the satellite shows a pretty quickly intensifying hurricane. So every moment that passes where this thing isn't, the core of the storm isn't over land, it's getting stronger. Landfall is expected late in the morning, maybe shortly before dawn. Yeah, it's 1:10 a.m. on the East Coast right now. If I had to guess, it's going to be 4 or 5, maybe, before this makes landfall. Maybe. What if it turns northeast now? Yeah, if there's a huge shift to the north and east, yeah, that would definitely allow it to strengthen a little bit more. But it doesn't look like that's happening.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We have storm surge flooding starting to push up where we were at. It's actually pushing the gate in front of us open. Yeah, so we're watching this closely. It's rising at a pretty decent speed too.
All right, let's check in on all of our storm chasers here. This is Chris Hall's feed. It seems like they're in a pretty rough situation there with the storm surge coming up in front of them. That's kind of ominous. We see that gate like just kind of moving itself there. But let's also check in with some of our other guys. We've got quite a few people out there today. Let's check in with Brad. Brad, just checking in whenever you get a chance. Brett, we are just checking in with you whenever you get a chance. Let us know how things are going out there. And maybe...
Hey, Ryan.
We'll go with Brett.
Not so bad yet. Still watching a couple of power flashes, actually. We've turned and went back across the Galveston Toll Bridge, or Galveston Island Toll Bridge, just to the north a little bit, just to kind of get a little bit of a different view. Storms creeping up the coastline. We saw some pretty big waves out there near Freeport on the beach area, San Luis Pass. But, nothing too crazy. Some wind gusts, a couple power flashes You're going to see a lot of that as we go through the night, but no real damage or anything yet. Just now we're dealing with more wind-driven rain than we've had in the whole event. So it's starting to get pretty active out here. Oh, there's a big power flash just in front of us.
Hey, Ryan. Yeah, just wanted to let you know, sitting here right now, we are starting to see that water rise. This is a little bit of storm surge that is coming up right now from the Gulf of Mexico. We're still in Surfside. We'll probably be able to hang around here for about another hour or so before things get a little bit too dicey for us. I was sitting on the seawall right there and having, water come over, hit the car, things like that. The wave heights are very, very high, obviously. The water is coming up. Having a little bit of a break right now in precip, thankfully. It's been almost blinding rain at some points. But yeah, starting to see more of a police presence as well as they're starting to crack down a little bit and get people off the streets.
All right. That was an update from Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold out there in Freeport, Texas. It's wet. It's raining. And it's getting ready to be a lot more intense where he is and where Jordan Hall is. Surfside Beach, which is pretty close to where Brad is right now. All of the storm chasers have kind of converged onto this one area here. One second. Are all the halls related? No, not really. We're atmospheric brothers. Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Nice Guy. I'll go check in on that right now. Max Archer.
Yeah. 80 mile an hour.
About an hour ago
74.
was blasted, he says, by some really strong winds over there near Surfside Beach.
What? Yeah. 80 mile an hour. 74. I was just standing out there like.
Yeah, I know, I see them.
No.
Oh, it's like it would be so fun to just be outside. And if you ever want to experience a hurricane, just figure out a way to like just be inside of a washing machine. You know, it's just, I mean, there's just nonstop water and just like a tumbling like wind. It's just a giant water wind machine. It never, once you get in this part right here, our views from the storm chasers will be quite similar, and like it'll be that pretty much for several hours, as the coastal areas get inundated here by strong winds and
Hey Ryan,
rain
it's
like
Chris. We're currently looking at this power pole here right in front of, swaying back and forth. One good gust, we're going to have a huge power flash here, and this power pole is going to fall right over into this house. And oh, there was a very good gust. Holy cow. But yeah, it's going to go over into this house, and unfortunately the folks here, they are still home. So yeah.
All right, as an update from Chris Hall, y'all. He's got a theme song too. give me a second.
Storm chaser Chris Hall. He's not related to Ryan, but after he's chased them all, you know he'll be flying to a Waffle House. Oh yeah, Waffle House.
We're good. Oh, did you see that?
Hey Ryan, when you have a second.
That was a big power flash right in front of Brett.
Storm surge is rising very rapidly here, Ryan.
And that was Chris and Caleb that reached out. Let's talk to Caleb real quick, and then Chris. Go ahead, Caleb. Caleb's in Hall Force 1.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update because I haven't tuned in at all yet this stream, but I am just on the north side of Houston. Although I am late to the party, I'm definitely going to enjoy this coastal washing machine for a little bit. It looks like those outer bands are starting to reach the south side of Houston, so I think I'm going to hang out in downtown Houston for a little bit just to see what the effects Beryl is having on the downtown area, and then I'll probably drop south a little bit further and join some of those other chasers a little closer to the coast.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Caleb. Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1, our storm chasing vehicle, which we've been working really hard on, and it's really, the goal is to get it out there in our severe weather coverage for tornadoes and stuff. But we figured we'd put it down here in the washing machine too. And Caleb drove from Iowa this morning, and he's arriving now on the scene here for Hurricane Beryl, as it is slowly but surely coming up towards the coast. We've got hours of increasing wind and rain to witness here as this thing dances onto the shore. But thankfully, we've got so many interesting views here of it as it happens. What are the chances of it becoming a Category 2 before landfall? Not extremely high, but also it's not impossible. Winds are definitely increasing, and we'll see the opportunity for that to, the longer this stays over the water. But it's already, there's probably already some strong winds that are pushing that intensity. So I wouldn't, don't base your decisions. If you're a person down here who's, about to experience this, don't base your decisions off of that number. There can be a Category 1 hurricane with 100-mile-per-hour winds, and then, or there can be a Category 1 hurricane with 85-mile-per-hour winds, and there can be a Category 2 with, however many mile-per-hour winds, and the 10-mile-per-hour wind difference isn't going to make a huge difference to you if a tree falls on your house, or if, storm surge causes problems where you live, like that. The little increments of wind increase, it's not going to be that big of a problem. Or it's not going to mean that much to you. This is going to be a Category 1 or a Category 2 kind of storm. All right, so just whatever that means for you, go ahead and get ready for that. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the National Weather Service of Houston just posted something on their Twitter account. A buoy that was located 60 nautical miles south of Freeport has been starting to feel the effects of Hurricane Beryl. It recorded wind gusts of 74 miles per hour and wave height, which I'm stressing something here real quick. Wave height does not mean storm surge height. Those are two separate things. But wave height has now reached 23 feet for that buoy as well, according to the National Weather Service. So I'm stressing it is not storm surge. There is not 23 feet of storm surge,
Not a
but
wall
that
of
is
water.
the wave height 60 miles away from the coast.
All right. Thank you very much, Elijah, for that. So, we continue to hear updates here about, the part of the storm that we're most concerned about still over water. We have multiple ways of, understanding about it from the air and on the water. And, it's pretty much, we're hearing what we thought was going on. The thing is continuing to increase in intensity, and we've got a lot of water on the way to the coast of Texas here in the form of rainfall, and of course in the form of waves. Not necessarily 23-foot walls of water, but definitely some intense storm surge and some flooding rains. Right now, the hurricane warning areas are pretty much all experiencing at least some part of this storm, especially between Bay City and Lake Jackson. That's where the strongest winds are right now. That's where the storm is really cranking. However, there's a couple more phases to this. Right now, this is phase 1. Phase 2 starts here in the next 30 minutes and lasts for an hour or two. And then phase 3, which is probably going to be the most intense phase, is going to be this right here. As this comes onto shore, that's when we will see some of the stronger wind gusts, maybe up to 100 miles per hour. That's when we're going to see some of the bigger storm surge and all of that kind of stuff. So just know that once again, right now it's 1:30 a.m. on the East Coast. We've been live now for 3.5 hours. We're going to be here for several more hours. We're going to watch the sunrise together, likely. We're going to be here until this thing makes landfall at least, and then probably a little bit after that. So it's slowly but surely moving onto shore. I want to hear the inside of the Washington.
Wow.
So this is a live visual and audio. This is a live look from inside of Brad.
Oh, okay. Okay.
By the way, if you guys didn't know, Brad's got his own YouTube channel. You should go subscribe to it. Storm Chaser Brad Arnold.
Hey, I was gonna ask you, Dave. I was looking at some stuff for tomorrow too while we were talking for the tornado threat in Louisiana. I wouldn't rule out the chance of a few significant tornadoes either. Not just weak tropical tornadoes. This I can see some significant tornado potential. Yeah, I was just looking at some. I was looking at the short range HRRR model, and I wouldn't rule it out.
It sounds exactly what I thought. Sounds exactly like what I thought the inside of a washing machine would sound like. Well, no, we'll keep that up. We'll come back to him. Hurricane Beryl is a Category 1 storm right now. Last we heard, officially, we've got 75 mile per hour winds, and potentially maybe up to 80 to 90 mile per hour gusts along with that. Blue Steel says, get them boys some Waffle House. You Blue Steel, we will see to it. We will see to it that happens. Thank you, Blue Steel. Do we have any information? Is Waffle House open tonight in these areas? We need to know if this is what's the Waffle House scale looking like? For those of you who didn't know, Waffle House is like super into like being open. So they've invested a load of resources into hiring like meteorologists and people who plan stuff to like make sure that it's easy for a Waffle House to be open in like really like disastrous situations. So it's like a big deal if they actually decide to close. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. Waffle House is open.
Okay. Thank you very much. Waffle House is open. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean? Well, that's up for you to decide. But I mean, our job is to present the information to you. You know what I'm saying? Waffle House is open. And a hurricane warning. Chris Hall, yeah, that's why he's down there. He just it happens to be Also, there happens to be a hurricane. Imagine like sitting at Waffle House and like with the big glass windows and just like looking at like you're eating your chicken and waffles and you just look out the window and you see this. It's just a normal day at Waffle House. Yeah, imagine working at Waffle House. And you got to go at 5 a.m. You got to go open the... There's like a team of people making sure that you have to go to work. There's like a military office, command room. No, we love Waffle House. It's awesome. And it's a good, metric to gauge, when you're talking about meteorological stuff. It's very scientific. By the way, Chris Hall is not in Midwest City, Oklahoma. Unfortunately, I don't have any way of changing that. Only Chris can. and like, it's not working right now. Chris is near Sargent, Texas, close to Cedar Lake. And he's honestly got one of the best views available right now of the decreasing quality of the conditions here in Texas. Hey Ryan, can you please do me a favor and say hello to Shua of Gold Star Restoration in Houston, Texas? We are willing to help. Okay, we are willing to help, and don't be scared, be prepared. David G, thank you for that, man. And huge shout out to Shua of Gold Star Restoration. Did you just charge that company $50 for that, and then you sent me a $20 super chat?
Ryan, we probably just had one of the strongest gusts that we have had currently here in Sargent. We're probably pushing 70, every bit of 70, 60, 70, maybe even 80 right now.
All right, winds are really increasing in this band that's coming onto shore right now. I will go real quickly over to radar so I can show you what's going on here. Chris and most of our guys are right in here, okay? So as this comes ashore, things are going to get really intense, as this is likely going to be one of the stronger portions of the storm. Bryce Shelton's out there, and Chris. And as you can see, Chris has got some pretty intense movement in front of him, and so does Bryce Shelton, who's right on the coast there near Bay City, Texas. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at Hurricane Beryl. I know what we'll do. Hold on, give me just a second.
Charles.
It ain't much. I mean, this is not much.
You'll still get a start.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the hurricane hunters did another pass through Beryl, and they recorded at flight level 84 knots, which is equivalent to 97 miles per hour. So some of the analysts are thinking that there may be support for the National Hurricane Center to upgrade this to 70 knot support, which is an 80 mile per hour. Right now, the hurricane is set at 75 miles per hour, so it may be upgraded soon to a Category 1 with 80 mile per hour winds.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. I think that that's definitely possible. We're gonna probably see that happen here soon. Even just with some of the stuff that we're seeing on the coast here, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a coastal measurement of over hurricane force winds here soon. So we're going to have sustained winds of, dangerous proportions and for an extended period of time, I think, right here where it makes landfall near Matagorda Bay over towards Lake Jackson and Treasure Island. If you are somebody who's there and you haven't prepared for whatever reason, now is the time to make some last-minute changes to try to protect your life and property as a dangerous storm is coming to shore. There's no turning back now. It's definitely going to happen within the next couple of hours. Thank you, Beth. Go ahead, Elijah.
Ryan, so real quick,
Ryan, here it is again. We're
a few
getting
minutes ago. Several people in chat pointed it out, so I wanted to go ahead and just mention it. Yes, that is Category Level 2 winds at flight level. That doesn't mean it's going to be upgraded to a Category 2. That just is what several people were mentioning in chat. I wanted to kind of say that as well. But yes, those are wind levels at Category 2 strength that they measured at flight level.
Thank you. Thank you, Elijah. We had Brett chime in. Let's hear from him. Oops.
Hey Ryan, not so bad yet.
Oh.
Ryan, here it is again. We're getting very well above hurricane force winds here now. Sustained hurricane force winds.
All right, Chris Hall, who's not in Midwest City, Oklahoma. Once again, with one of the better views of the intensity of the winds that are coming into the Cedar Lake area now. Oh, yeah. Oh, Chris, start your YouTube stream. I'll just show your feed on YouTube so I can get the Oklahoma thing off my screen. But yeah, Chris has positioned himself in probably one of the more intense areas, at least on during the onset here. Bryce Shelton is in a very similar spot. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so just as I mentioned it about 2 minutes ago, the National Hurricane Center did just do kind of an intermediate update, and they did just update to a Category 1 hurricane with 80-mile-per-hour winds now.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah. As we expected, we have a higher level hurricane, Category 1 hurricane now with 80-mile-per-hour sustained winds. That'll probably go up a tick or two before this makes landfall. Which we've been talking a lot about the wobbles. And, you know, now it does look like it's wobbled maybe a little bit to the left of the forecasted track. So the farther left this goes, or the farther west this goes, the sooner it's likely going to make landfall. And if it, for whatever reason, decides to wobble back this way, you know, it might take longer for an official landfall to happen. The longer it's over water, the less time it'll have to kind of decrease in intensity. In the, you know, the longer it's over those warm waters, the more time it's going to have to continue to strengthen. But it's getting awfully close now. I'm trying to figure out what happened to Brian M. Finger. He had such a good view of the shore there, but I don't think he's online now. How are you guys doing? It's 2 a.m. and we've got 25,000 people here watching the washing machine. We're going to be here all night, y'all. And honestly, things are just now starting to pick up. But I do think it's time that I go get myself something to drink. I'll be right back. Mic's open if anybody wants it.
Hey guys, Andy here. Of course, I'll be here all night just with Ryan as well. I'm still watching for primarily radar-based threats as well. That sort of stuff will, I'll be relatively quiet on that until we actually have some mean-looking water spouts. But I think once we get this thing much closer to land and those spiral bands coming around onto the shore, that we will see maybe a few of those tornado warnings within the watch that was issued for all of you guys in Southeast Texas. Now, I do want to give you guys a shout out. If you're here in Southeast Texas and you can't sleep, or you got some weather anxiety and all that, and you're staying up, hopefully we can help to ease that, and you can get some shut eye at some point. But again, if you do have a warning, most of you are probably Houstonians or around that area. Make sure you have a way to receive that warning, of course, and wake up to it so you can take proper action. And for those of you who are sticking with us overnight or just right now, at some point, I would love to answer some common questions that are not related to your exact location that may be pertinent for our coverage of this hurricane. So what do you think about that, Ryan? Maybe like a Q&A session here.
Power is trying.
Maybe an hour out from landfall or so.
I love that. Just somebody log some questions down, and it would be cool if we had like a list. And then that sounds good to me. I love it. So you heard that, y'all. Put it in the chat, and we'll get to it here shortly. And it'll be a good time. Something happened there. I don't know what it was. Somebody tried talking, and then they went away, so I'm going to figure that out. Oh.
Here in Sargent, Ryan.
Okay, got it. Right. Wait.
Power is trying to go here in Sargent, Ryan.
Okay, this is Chris. I'm going to go back to showing you the close-up view from Chris, who's in Sargent. Sargent. And then Bryce Shelton is also pretty close there in Bay City. And every time we look at one of these feeds, it looks more and more intense. Bottom. Yeah, unfortunately, can't take that location tag off, Chris. Actually, you know what? We can. We can. Anything. We can. Hold on. Check this out. This is the future. Make it to where I can click on a chaser label and edit it. Behold. Copy. Paste. And now we'll be able to click on the chaser label and edit it. It's as simple as that, y'all. Tracer label. Yeah, I can zoom out a little bit. Hold on. Things are getting a little bit more intense out there too, as we can see here through our storm chaser view. Yeah, it has not made landfall yet. We're still a couple hours out from that, but it's part of the strongest part of the storm is actually moving onto shore now, and that's what we're seeing there through Chris and Bryce's feed. They're both in a pretty significantly intense part of the storm right now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I compiled a list of questions from chat. Thank you guys. I'll go ahead and answer all of them if you want.
Awesome. Yeah.
Okay, let me do my best. I've got like 10 of these. I forgot the names, so if you hear your question, you probably remember what you said. What's the general structure and formation of a hurricane? General structure is a warm core, which means that the air above the eye of the storm, which is that central piece, is warmer, and thus the storm surrounding it are. Oh my gosh, this is a tough question. You know, I took an entire semester class on this, but that's the general consensus of it. It's different from your low pressure system that sweeps through the states in the winter and brings about snowstorms. That's cold core. The whole thing is tilted so that you have instability like that, and the storm pushes forward. But in a warm core, everything is vertically stacked and everything rotates around it there. With the eye being warm, that causes it to be cleared out if it's a really well-defined structure, and that's why you don't see as many clouds right down into the eye, because it's warmer and unsaturated, and all the air is actually sinking into that eye. So that it's a really interesting change in how the system works on the synoptic scale. It would take you a lot more, of course, to answer that question in depth, as well as a background in meteorology to fully understand it. But that's like the gist of the biggest component of that tropical system, essentially. Next one is, how far can a hurricane go on land? It depends on the surface, what exactly composes the surface. If it's a bunch of marshlands, for example, in Louisiana, you've got your bayous, then it's very possible that those are still just as warm as the Gulf of Mexico. Plenty of latent heat there, insensible heat, for the hurricane to proceed inland and maintain its intensity for quite some time. There's also an interesting, reverse of that called the red ocean effect that happens in northwestern Australia, where literally the uniformity of the desert in northwest Australia actually can result in the hurricane sustaining itself for quite some time, as it causes as the rain from the outer bands actually cause it just to be a flat muddy surface for as long as you could see. So really interesting. You could look up the red ocean effect for more on that. So that's just it. That the marshes, I would say, would keep a hurricane alive. But if it's going right into mountains, it's going to be shredded really quickly, because those mountains, they're pretty tall, and the hurricane kind of just slams right into that and gets shredded. Half of the system would fall apart. What is considered landfall? That's when the center of the eye goes over land. That's considered landfall because it is the center of the storm. It is the definition of the hurricane, the lowest pressure, and thus, how strong the winds would be, given how much the pressure changes. That defines how strong winds will be. What are millibars? That is a measure of pressure. That is, it's just a measurement of pressure, and we use it to define surfaces. Wherever millibars are the same, could be a pressure surface. It doesn't have to be like flat as we go above the earth. It can be a wavy look at it. But that's what we usually look at. We look at pressure maps to define a lot of other things, because winds will follow a pressure from high to low pressure, and plenty of other useful information. It's why it's a standard of meteorology. Why is landfall at the eye, not when the outer bands show up? I answered that. The eye is the center of the hurricane, the defining feature. How many tornadoes within 100 miles of the coast would you anticipate a storm this size will produce? Highly variable number. It really depends on how the outer bands are, present. Are there a lot of them? Are they spread out quite a bit from the center? And are they robust? Really, any amount of tornadoes could be possible. But there was a statistic I brought up earlier in the stream, which is every hurricane status or hurricane strength tropical system, if it makes landfall, has recorded tornadoes with it. Basically, every single one of them. Whether that's a couple of bird farts, as we have affectionately called them in the past, or actually some stronger tropical tornadoes can be possible. But typically, the vast majority of them are on the weaker side. So I don't know how many tropical tornadoes would actually happen here with this storm. A rough estimate, very unskillful, is probably 10 to 70. It could be anything like that. How much will the storm reduce the Gulf water temperatures? And with the large Sahara dust cloud making its way through the Caribbean, is there a chance this hurricane season will calm down a bit? So Gulf water temperatures, or upwelling, the storm does churn up the waters below it and can bring some water a little bit further down up to the surface. So a lot of mixing of the water will cause a local upwelling effect, which means the temperatures are reduced, maybe a couple degrees Celsius, maybe 2 or 3, maybe even 4. Those will go away maybe around the order of 3 to 12 weeks. Ocean currents will carry them and move them around and mix them further, and warm ocean currents will replace that water temperature. It will be a lower temperature for a few weeks, so any storms or waves that follow it, Hurricane Beryl and any of its tracks, the history of its track, it could be impacted quite heavily by locally cooler waters, but those won't stay around, and they don't really, if there is no upwelling for a couple years in an area, that doesn't really compound, because the ocean is constantly moving with those currents, and in this area, especially the warm ocean currents. The Sahara dust cloud, that typically advects, I would say it advects over a couple weeks of a period, so it could cause a local, maybe just like a a period of inactivity. So I was thinking of a word, submersion. I couldn't think of a word for that, but it could locally, remove the impacts or the effects of that are favorable for hurricane formation for just a little bit of time, but it will go away. I don't think the Saharan dust clouds really last all that long, but you'll have to just keep an eye on it, of course, and that's what the NHC does. So does impact it a little bit with that dry air, but I would say it's not preventative altogether. When there's a 7-foot storm surge, is there a typical range of how far inland that moves, and how does the flood level look in that case?
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. When you have a quick second.
Elevation of where you're looking at. Are you right at sea level, or does it gradually increase even, 5 feet above sea level if you go a couple of counties inland or one county inland from the coast? That will tell you how storm surge works. And if you ever look at a storm surge map from the National Hurricane Center, which you can access by looking at their page for Beryl, you can see just how far inland 5 feet of storm surge would go. And they use topography maps to determine something like that. So really, it wouldn't go that far inland, but there are some cases where if a hurricane approaches land and it's all really low-lying land, that you can see a storm surge graphic showing it go pretty far inland. And parts of Acapulco in Mexico, when Hurricane Otis made landfall there, showed something like that, whereas right on the coast of Acapulco, you could see that the city went up quite a bit, so it was very limited to the coastline there. As the storm fades and moves inland, potentially towards the Midwest, what kind of weather patterns could we see? Possible tornadoes or mostly heavy rain? So Beryl will move inland, and as it goes across Texas, not much of that's going to be marshland any longer. It's just going to be some your typical land and grasslands and some forests here. And so it will lose its strength quite rapidly. It'll be a tropical depression, which means that, it's still got some gusty winds and plenty of rain. We're concerned about flooding for the most part then. Whether or not that will have tornadoes associated with it just depends on the conditions in place, and even upper level support by that point when we're not focused entirely in that lower sector for tropical tornadoes. So yeah, it heavily depends. I haven't seen any ridiculously concerning tornado outlooks from the Storm Prediction Center following the track of Beryl. So I would say that in this case, it is on the lower end of any threats that do exist for severe weather. Rainfall, however, will be pretty significant along its track. I've seen a couple of graphics from local National Weather Service offices that show a couple of inches of rain possible along the path as Beryl remains a depression and goes pretty far inland to the Midwest, as we've shown a couple of times, and I'm sure we'll show again. So I'd say mostly heavy rain in that instance. And last question here that I have, Elijah has a couple. After this, what is the difference between storm surge?
Hey Ryan, it's Brad.
And
we do
wave
have storm surge starting to come in now to Surfside Beach.
How much
you can see it on the stream. It's
starting
to get pushed up into this gas station.
Is going inland. Waves occur on top of storm surge. So if you have wave crest heights, you have to add those on top of expected storm surge amounts, because the storm surge is literally the storm pushing that amount of water inland, and then waves will occur on top of it. So that's a really good question. I think that is all that I have for those questions. The initial round that I gathered, thank you so much for those. And hopefully those answers helped, despite the really broad one at first. Formation of a hurricane is you need a whole tropical meteorology elective on that. I would recommend it for sure. I really enjoyed mine back in 2020.
Meteorologist Andy Hill, thank you so much for that, and I want to do more. I want to do more. But while you were answering some questions there, we had a pretty massive increase in activity here. So let's really quickly go over some of that, some of the things that have unfolded here. First of all, the the storm is definitely producing damage now in portions of Texas along the coast from Lake Johnson over to Bay City up to Treasure Island. We're starting to hear some reports about that. Also, Michael Beard, no, not Michael Beard, Brian Emfinger's camera was showing a pretty significant storm surge there for a moment. It looks like he got out of the rough spot that he was in. Let me come over here to the camera view again. So yeah, things are picking up out there. It's still a Category 1 hurricane. Still 80 mile per hour winds sustained. That's probably around where we're going to be whenever this thing makes landfall, and it's going to be a pretty intense thing. So keep those questions coming in. I want to answer some too if I get a chance here at some point, and we'll keep logging them and writing them down, and we'll relay those. I don't know. Did you say that Elijah had some too, Andy, or how's? Okay, whenever you're ready, Elijah. Or if you want to wait.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. Do you have a copy?
Oh, wait. I do need to get back with Chris real quick. He reached out. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ryan. So about 4 minutes ago, we had a very significant gust hit here at my location, and the car beside of me was actually lifted off the ground temporarily onto two wheels. So these winds are meaning they're meaning business out here right now. So, yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Chris. Chris is out there in the middle of this thing. So is Freddie McKinney. I think if we need audio on a stream, it's Freddie McKinney's. Hold on, let me find that real quick. Live view from inside Hurricane Beryl here.
That's where I saw a power flash. Yeah. Are those power flashes? Here we go.
These guys are nuts.
Here we go. We got some big wind. Big wind coming in. Get ready. Get ready!
Oh man, it looks like so much fun.
Gotta make sure those poles don't come down on us.
This is how I want to take a shower.
Wow! We did what we said we weren't gonna do!
Winds are picking up pretty dramatically. At some point, it's going to be, pretty smart for them to get indoors or at least in a vehicle. Winds this strong can, chuck sheet metal at you.
My screen
It can cause some problems.
Might have to get back in. It's almost ended my screen like 5 times. I know, it keeps trying to end it.
Jeez. But they're
Oh my god! I know.
they're having a good time, so that's good. The winds of that intensity, by the way, are going to continue to be a thing, and they're going to spread even farther inland. Up there, if you haven't started seeing those really strong wind gusts yet in places like Wharton, Needville, Pleak, Manville, Texas City, or Galveston, this is the kind of stuff that we're expecting to kind of move into the area over the next little bit. You also see the R logo here, getting ready to get in on some of that as well here. That's Caleb Beecham in Y'all Force or Hall Force 1. You actually didn't see that because I forgot I still have Freddie McKinney's video up and not my radar. This is what the radar looks like, by the way. This thing is really, I mean, it's essentially here. I mean, it's not made landfall yet, but the strongest part of the storm is coming onto shore here right now. And this is going to be our hurricane that we're experiencing right now in Bay City, in the Matagorda Bay area, in Lake Jackson. We're going to continue to see this, get a little bit more intense over the next couple of hours and spread farther inland. Once again, Galveston, you're next in line. We'll be talking about you a lot over the next little bit. Needville, West Columbia, Manville, League City, and then eventually Houston, Texas. You're starting to get those outer rain bands right now. And that's going to continue to increase in intensity over the next little bit. All right, what else we got going on here? This is Chris Hall's feed is still looking pretty gnarly. Who else we got out there? We got, Jordan Hall. I keep forgetting that town in Texas that has a cyclone port. What was it? Dickinson. That's what it was. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, the strongest part of Hurricane Beryl is about to start moving into portions of Texas. In fact, we're really seeing it in some of our storm chaser views. Definitely seeing those 60 to 70, maybe even 80 mile per hour wind gusts. We expect that some of those. We expect to see even more intense wind than that as time goes on. Once again, West Columbia, you guys are next in line. Some of the really strong winds are about to move into the Cedar Lake area. Now, you've already been experiencing some pretty significant winds, but I think an even more intense area is about to move in within the next little bit. We're also continuing to watch the very real threat for tropical tornadoes. We haven't had any tornado warnings here recently, but you've got to watch these little cells out here that are getting ready to move on to land. This is going to be happening between. Oh, can you guys still hear Freddie? Let me. We'll go back to Freddie. That was great. But we're going to have these little cells move over towards Treasure Island and Galveston over the next little bit. And if you really look at them, there's a couple of them that are trying to rotate here. And you can see lots of turbulence the farther you go towards the center of the storm. So definitely a chance of a tropical tornado or two as we continue to see those storms move onto land. Back to Freddie. These guys are...
Stop saying to get back in!
experiencing
wow,
pretty interesting situation here as they're in Bay City, and I don't think that they're even in the area that's experiencing the strongest winds right now.
Just gonna chill in here for a moment.
I think that we're probably dealing with some stronger winds a little bit to the south and east near Sargent.
Oh, here comes some strong stuff.
They are in Sargent. Okay. The Sargent, Bay City.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. The
Freeport
house in front of me right now. Actually, the roof on it is flying apart right now, and the siding on the house is trying to come off. Very significant wind gust here. Also having multiple power failures. Power is coming and going here in Sargent. So if stream was to go down, we've lost all cell coverage. But right now we're still here. So.
My glasses are so fogged right now.
All right, that's Chris Hall giving us an update on his situation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. It's like 4K now. Wow. The glasses are like 720. Wow. Here we go. Wow. I had to put it back on.
All right, I'm going to try to pull up a couple different ones. Sorry if that was loud. I'm going to adjust the volume here. Really, the only way that we're going to be able to cover this washing machine
My goodness.
thoroughly here is by having some audio. You've got to hear this stuff, right?
Good Lord.
All right, so the audio that you hear right now, this is Brad. This is Brad Arnold's feed. Things are really picking up where Brad is. And things are really picking up where all of our storm chasers are right now.
Ooh, big power flash.
So let's zoom in
Power flash.
on
Power is completely out. Back to
Brad
my,
Arnold
right
specifically.
behind there we go. Power's out. Now it gets fun.
Where the power just went out. So that's,
now you guys can see what I've been looking at.
I don't know how much we'll be able to see here. But things are really intense out there. And once again, Brad's in that same area near Freeport, Texas.
Power's back on.
And the conditions that we're witnessing here from Brad Arnold's feed, from Freddie McKinney's feed, from all these guys, this is what's about to happen in West Columbia and Galveston. If you haven't, nothing's really happening there right now, but this is what's coming.
Guys, we're not even in the Eyewall. We're not near the Eyewall. We still got a while.
Yeah, Brad is, mentioning some stuff that that I've been talking about. Like these are not necessarily near the Eyewall. However, it feels like that's in a Category 1 hurricane. This is exactly what you would expect to see right up against the Eyewall. So really intense stuff happening out here in Texas right now. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching and listening to a hurricane making landfall here. Right now, the biggest impacts are happening between Bay City and Treasure Island. We're expecting those to expand out to El Campo, Rosenberg, and Galveston over the next little bit. Houston, you guys are still a little bit out of the way here, but we've got a Category 1 hurricane with 80-mile-per-hour winds moving onto shore. Right now, we expect landfall to happen at some point between now and I would say, 5 a.m. So, the next hour and a half to 2 hours, we'll probably, maybe even 3 hours. It really depends, but we'll probably see landfall here right around Matagorda Bay or in Cedar Lake, right in that area. And, we're just going to continue to see conditions deteriorate up until that point. We've got reports coming in from Chris, talking about, roof damage already from some of the houses that he's, near. We're seeing a lot of our storm chasers report flooding and, all kinds of different stuff like that. So things are definitely pretty gnarly out there. Speaking of flooding, here's some storm surge now. from Imfinger's point of view. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So the hurricane hunters did another pass through Beryl, and they recorded a pressure of 982
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We
millibars.
just lost complete
So
power.
the pressure has dropped 2 millibars since the last passed through it. And the eye over the last 2 kind of recon flights has actually been moving more in a north direction than a northwest direction. So the eye is kind of wobbling around some, but over the last 2 passes, it has moved more north.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah, for that update. This is what the hurricane looks like right now on radar. Once again, getting very close to making landfall, but not quite there yet. However, if you're a resident who lives along the coast, you know, it certainly feels like a hurricane's making landfall right now in any of these areas that are, you know, getting hit by the brighter colors, I guess you could say, on radar, from Palicos, Bay City, all the way over now to Treasure Island. It's getting ready to start getting pretty gnarly in Galveston as well. Here's an up-close view from Brian Imfinger, who's once again right up on the shore, giving us a view of the storm surge, which is actually pretty significant in the Bay City area there. We've also got a really good view from Jordan Hall here from Surfside Beach of some of the waves kind of making it over the seawall there and coming on to the road as the storm continues to be more intense. Like, and honestly, some of the views that we've seen from this thing, from our storm chasers today, have been more than what I was expecting from our Category 1 landfall. This is pretty intense right now. Chris Hall's view continues to be, you know, worthy of the washing machine comparison. Bryce Shelton up there in Bay City, also completely whiteout conditions. Max Archer is in. He's not in Oklahoma. What's up with Oklahoma, y'all? Bob Pack is in Bay City, Texas. So we've got, you know, a couple different areas to keep an eye on here, but that looks like to me the hardest hit area right now, the area that's experiencing the strongest winds, is right there between Sargent, Cedar Lake, and Freeport. And that'll continue to be the case for the next little bit. And then we're going to see those stronger winds move up towards Lake Jackson, Angleton, Texas City, Galveston, that area. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I guess I can go ahead and do one of the questions that I could answer, which is, what records did Beryl set? Because we've been hearing a lot about that it's, you know, a record-breaking hurricane. So what records did it actually set? So I'll go through and read it, and yes, it's a lot. So Beryl is the easternmost hurricane to form in the tropical Atlantic Ocean in June. It beat the 1933 Trinidad hurricane. Additionally, it became the earliest Category 4 hurricane on record in the Atlantic Basin, surpassing the previous record set on July 8th by Hurricane Dennis in 2005. It was also the strongest June hurricane as measured by wind speed, surpassing a hurricane in 1957. It later became the earliest Category 5 hurricane on record, surpassing a record set on July 16th in 2005 by Hurricane Emily, as well as becoming the strongest July hurricane on record by wind speed. It also set the highest accumulated cyclone energy generated by a storm anytime before August. It also became the first tropical system to on record to undergo rapid intensification in the main development region of the Atlantic during the month of June. Further, it intensified from tropical storm to Category 5 hurricane in only 42 hours. 6 other storms on record have ever achieved that. And all of those occurred in September or later. So Beryl set a ton of records, and that is like, it's a lot. So.
Yeah, that's crazy. I knew it broke a couple of records. I didn't know the list was that extensive. So really interesting stuff there, and hopefully not a sign of, hopefully like we talked earlier about this storm being kind of like a freak storm. Like this is normally what you would say, like, oh, we won't see something like that happen again in our lifetimes. But we know how the ocean heat content, there's so much of it right now. Main development region still very warm. The whole Enzo phase thing that we talked about in our video, there's a good chance that this is a precursor to what will become an extremely active hurricane season. So I'm thankful that we only have a Category 1 hurricane making landfall right now, because this could have been a much worse situation if the storm took a slightly different path. I'm also thankful that we don't have, at least right now, we don't have anything immediately concerning behind this one. Hopefully we get a little while longer before we have to worry about that. But you guys who are experiencing this right now, that doesn't really matter to you. Like, it's happening right now. We've got a very strong storm producing damaging winds and flooding rains in the Lake Jackson and Bay City area right now. Some of the moderate rain showers are moving into Houston at this moment. The real strong stuff is still to your south, but it's coming. It's coming. It's coming right up towards you. So keep that in mind. Another area that it's coming is Galveston. You guys in Needville and Manville also, it's knocking on your doors as well. Galveston, we're worried about the winds, obviously, but also the isolated tornado threat for the Galveston area might be something that we really have to pay attention to here. A couple pockets of rotation popping up here, and on top of that, we've got like a pretty isolated area of little supercells. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with those as they come onto shore. Those are usually the kind of storms that'll produce tropical tornadoes. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So I saw another question in chat that I can answer. It was, how are these storms named in the first place? So for the Atlantic Ocean area, the World Meteorological Organization kind of dictates what the names are. And in this case, we actually have the names already through 2029. So there's like a contest that kind of goes in. You can submit a name for it. It's for several years in the future. But what they do is they recycle the names. So unless a storm gets retired, the name will be used in, I think it's 6 or 7 years down the road, at least. But the way like a storm gets retired is it has to either be like record breaking, possibly Beryl, or yeah, possibly Beryl. It has to cause a lot of deaths and injuries, or it has to cause a lot of damage. Most of the retired names are ones that you would know. So like Hurricane Ian, Hurricane Matthew, Hurricane Ike, Hurricane Katrina, all of those are retired names, meaning that name will never be used again. Funny enough, as people mention like Hurricane Katrina, everyone always thinks of the 2005 storm, but there was a lot of other Hurricane Katrinas actually. So, like well before 2005, because the name kept getting recycled. The ones before 2005 just didn't cause enough damage, deaths, and stuff to get like a retired name and say, this is what everyone's going to associate with Hurricane Katrina going forward. So we won't know for Beryl, but another thing is the names are rotating between a boy name and a girl name. So Alberto was the A name for this year. That's a boy name. Beryl is the girl name. C was Chris. So we had Tropical Storm Chris, a little tiny thing that happened a week ago, that hit Mexico. It only existed for about 18 hours. That was the boy name. So the D name will be a girl name. So they rotate a boy, girl for everything. So that's kind of how tropical storms are named and hurricanes named. So there is a rhyme and reason to it. It's just, it's kind of listed out well into the future.
Makes sense. Thank you, Elijah. Very interesting stuff. And also very good questions, y'all. This is, I think that probably for those of you who have asked those questions, probably more than just you are wondering that. So we've, hopefully we've enlightened you a little bit. I'm just, kind of in awe. Like I'm just watching these streams. Like this is like more intense than some of the stronger hurricanes that we've covered, just from what I'm looking at as far as the way it seems, at least. Just from the visual representation of the winds here. Maybe it's because it's dark and we're just seeing a little bit of the I don't know what it is, but like this seems like a Cat 2 hurricane to me. And we're not even there yet. We're not even in the thick of it. And Bryce Shelton's got somebody in a pretty sticky situation in front of them there in Bay City. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's a storm chaser or I don't know if they're trying to be over there or if they're stuck. But you can see there's a car in the water there, and it looks like the water's rising. Terrible driving conditions in Galveston or near Galveston. This is somewhere between Treasure Island and Galveston. This is where some of those really strong winds are moving into that area now. Oh, is that Reed? Is that Reed Timmer? It is. Of course it. Okay, so they are trying to be over there. He's trying to drive farther. You go, Reed. Go get him. Oh man. Reed, was it last year? Yeah, in the big hurricane last year, he lost the Dominator 4. But yeah, the Bryce Shelton here and Reed Timmer both in one of the the harder hit areas right now, or the most intense parts of the storm, right there near Bay City and more specifically Sargent and Cedar Lake and the Rugeley area. The conditions that we're experiencing down here are going to spread out and also be felt in places like Lane City, Danziger, Damon, Holiday Lakes, Bonnie, Danbury, Liverpool, Chocolate Bayou, Tiki Island, and Galveston here within the next little bit. Category 1, Hurricane Beryl, 80-mile-per-hour winds, is still a little bit offshore. It's not made landfall yet officially. We will let you know the moment that happens. This is crazy. I knew it was going to be a washing machine. But this is not on delicates, you know what I mean? It looks like Brian Emfinger's got downed power lines in front of him. All right, let's come back over to the radar real quick. Oops. Oh. I'm just looking at some of the...
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Just had a spotter report from a guy I know, and he may be a mile away from me. He just reported a 97-mile-an-hour wind gust. He may be a mile away from me, so that would explain the big-time power flashes and the sheet metal and tin falling everywhere. Also, the road signs are pretty much non-existent on the other side of the road and also on the bridge behind us.
All right, so that was Chris Hall giving us an update on the situation down there. A lot of people are asking about tomorrow. I had to go investigate why. And it's because of this. The Storm Prediction Center has went ahead with an enhanced risk of severe weather tomorrow or today. Today. And that enhanced risk is driven by a tornado threat. It's a 10% non-hatched tornado risk for Houston, or actually for portions of Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas. And in that enhanced risk, we do have Shreveport, Louisiana. And then the marginal risk goes all the way up into southern portions of Indiana. So there is a 10% probability of a tornado within 10 miles of a given 25 miles of a given point in the little orange area there tomorrow. As far as will I go live, honestly, if we stay live here until after landfall, I don't know. I don't know. We'll just leave it at that. I don't know. Also, it doesn't necessarily meet our criteria because it's not the hatched risk. Usually we go live for every 10% hatched risk. This is a 10% non-hatched risk, which just means that the probability of seeing significant tornadoes, meaning EF2 or greater, is not necessarily quite as high as it would be on a traditional tornado outbreak day. However, seeing several smaller tornadoes is, definitely on the table. So yeah, that's the outlook for tomorrow. See what the satellite looks like. Yeah, this thing was about to try to rapidly intensify again, but thankfully the majority of the core of the storm now is over land. So I do think that it's stopping the intensification process anyways. But yeah, you can see, when we started this stream, it wasn't even, we had a little purple dot. You know what I mean? We had a little purple dot. Oof. And that big convective explosion there happened just in time. All right, let's go back and take a look at what's going on the ground here amongst our storm chasers.
I'm trying to get my MacBook back in my bag and my tablet back where it belongs and all sorts of different stuff. My shirt's off. No shirt.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're having multiple power flashes. The power pole to my due left is actually on fire. It's sparking. You can see the orange glow in the power pole. So I'm not sure if that's going to last much longer or not. But yeah, conditions are still rapidly going downhill here.
Dang. All right, so you heard it there from Chris. Things are still going downhill where he is. Things are going downhill everywhere from what I'm seeing. Like, there's not one of these where I'm like, oh yeah, well, it looks better there than it did 5 minutes ago. Bryce Shelton still has probably one of the more impressive views as of right now. Water is definitely rising as far as the storm surge goes. So I think that we're probably still a little ways out from, seeing the more significant side of that. So coastal flooding will continue to get worse in the Cedar Lake, Jones Creek, Freeport, and Treasure Island area, and things are going to start getting a little bit more intense over there towards Galveston as well. Speaking of Galveston, we're still watching those storms that are coming towards you right now that are rotating. We've got some rotating little mini supercells probably producing water spouts over the ocean right now, coming up towards Galveston and Texas City here soon. And if they issue tornado warnings for those, we will let you know within seconds of them being issued, or in some cases before they're even issued. Is this right on the coast or a few miles inland? A lot of these guys are a few miles inland. And when I say a few miles, I mean a few miles, like 3 to, some of them are 10 miles inland, but they're essentially right on the coast. Yeah, it's slowly but surely coming onto shore. Sorry, but the closer it gets, the more it looks like it's slowing down even more.
W guys, plural.
And it's still, it's not impressive.
There's fire marshal. Yeah. That's what.
But I will say the neighborhoods are really starting to fill up.
And it's a long way from. All these streets right here get 3 to 4 feet deep.
Okay.
So it's really a long way away, but it can happen really fast once it starts. All it takes is 3 or 4 big waves to come crashing over,
and then it's all done.
Yeah.
Where's San Luis Pass? San Luis
it's about 12 miles to our
northeast.
East.
So that's surging like crazy right there. Why is it not surging here?
Because it probably has to fill up there first, but
it's coming. It's big time.
You said surging like crazy. You say surging like crazy, but it hasn't even hit minor yet. Minor flood.
It's above 3 feet. It's 3 foot surge right now. Insane.
Yeah, if you go down the highway right there by the store we're on, you just keep going east and you'll run into it.
To the in-cab audio from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold.
I've been in kind of the same 5-mile radius most of the time.
Yeah, same. I'm just kind of driving around Surfside and then
take a time to go.
There's not a whole. You can't exactly run a highway east to west across here. So it's just like you pick a town, hang out for a little while, see what the eye is doing, and then if you want to make an eye run, then make an eye run.
Yeah.
Which is what we're gonna do. Normally I would just sit here because this would be the bigger impact, but
I also want to see tornadoes tomorrow. So
Yeah, I do think that tomorrow afternoon tornadoes are going to be a thing, but I don't think they're going to be. Everybody's talking about tornadoes in the hurricane right now. Like,
no, God, no. No, but tomorrow in Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a good tornado setup for tomorrow afternoon.
I'm thinking Bay City for I.
Thinking Bay City.
Yep.
Go back to my hotel room.
Pretty much.
Well, I came here thinking I was going to have to go back west, but I wanted to have the wind in my back when I made a drive. Because I've tried driving into the teeth of a hurricane before, and it's not fun.
That is not fun. No, that is blinding.
Yep, but if it's...
Michael. It's me again. You have better footage than the news. Please give a shout out to my wife, Angie. Me, the kids, Angel, Jaden, Destiny, and Faith. Great coverage. Your team is awesome. Michael, thank you so much for the generosity. I'm glad that we could help. Honestly, as far as the coverage that we're able to provide today, we're doing our best. But I really do appreciate that, and I'm glad that we could help out. We're getting really close to having a fully flushed out, we don't have to mess with it for 2 years kind of setup. We're just not there yet. And like something always happens, and we have to go live right in the middle of a teardown or in the middle of a build, and it looks like we just...
Hey, Ron, we have storm surge rapidly flowing in here right now. We're going to have to reposition ourselves here in just a minute because we're right next to the water. But we have storm surge absolutely flying in here right now. This house is about to get overtaken by water, and unfortunately, I do think there's somebody in there. So...
All right, that was Chris. Meteorologist Andy Hill has something for us as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I think our most pertinent storm here for waterspout is wrapping up rather quickly right as it approaches land and maybe is experiencing some increased surface friction here that might be resulting in efficient rotation. And that's happening just southwest of Jamaica Beach, closer to, what is this, Half Moon Beach, Terramar Beach, and Sea Isle Beach, right in that area to the northeast of the San Luis Bridge there, or the San Luis Pass. So I think that waterspout, if it comes on shore, it looks like it's definitely trying to do it there and is rather tight. So I wouldn't be surprised with a tornado warning going to the north and west, right in that area there. These, again, shouldn't be long-lived if there is a tornado there. And or if there is a waterspout there and it becomes a tornado as it goes on shore, its mechanism for formation should not allow it to live that long. It's a rather short-lived thing. So hopefully that's what we see here if one does go through these beaches. Y'all watch out. No warning there yet. But if it continues to look like that and consolidate, I would consider taking shelter there if you're still there.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention over here to an area of concern as some of these spinning cells in this band that's coming in from the hurricane is moving over towards the area between Galveston and Treasure Island and the San Luis Pass. All of you guys, for this storm particularly, and for the couple of other storms that are going to be coming in afterwards, these right here, you got to be paying attention to not only the onset of some very strong winds, which we've seen through our storm chaser feeds, but also the very real chance of some isolated tornadoes. Which can just add insult to injury in a situation like this. This is what she looks like right now.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Very close to landfall, but not quite there yet. That was Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just want to give a quick update. I'm currently in Freeport, Texas, and I am collecting some data actually here off of the Tempest weather station that we have on top of Hall Force 1. And it looks like we're sustaining wind speeds around 60 to 70 mile an hour right now. But the highest gust we've so far seen this evening is at 102. So definitely some damaging wind gusts happening.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. Once again, in Hall Force 1 out there giving us an update. Caleb's near Lake Jackson right now, so he's about to get in on some of the really strong wind gusts, that we were seeing in the chaser feed some moments ago. But it sounds like he's already experiencing some of those.
Yeah, Ryan, this is by far the most intense winds we've had so far. We actually had to reposition ourselves because the storm surge is coming up very rapidly, very, very rapidly here.
All right, let's go back to these guys. Gaw. Yeah, Chris is in the thick of it there. So is Brett. Goth says, I want to thank you guys for always doing your best to help people. Shout out to my cat, Dr. Claw. She loves watching you too. Shout out to Dr. Claw. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Ryan, it's Brad. If you can hear me, when you get a chance, let me know.
I can hear you, Brad. He sounded pretty good. Go ahead, Brad. I think this microphone has got some good normalization.
Hey, we have still not made it quite to hurricane wind yet. We're probably hovering around the 50 to 60 mile per hour range right now. I have not seen much storm surge, but I've been watching the gauges from both north and south of us, and they are both going sky high with storm surge. So it is only a matter of time until Surfside is going to be completely engulfed in storm surge, and it's going to happen quick. Brandon Clement and I were just having a discussion on that. My plan right now is to, once I start to see that surge come up, we've got to get out of here really quick because there are canals that line the highway to get back north. And I'm going to try to head towards the Lake Jackson area to escape some of that surge.
All right, sounds good. That was Brad Arnold. Andy, did you have something?
Yeah, Ryan. Unfortunately, that water spout that it did come on shore, and it has a bit of debris fallout actually. So it passed right over the area, to the best of my ability to tell, where the Galveston Island KOA holiday is, and some of the neighborhood just to the east of that, along 6th Street, and the San Luis Pass Road. So I right in that area, I believe, just experienced a water spout that came on shore. There's a bit of debris still evident on the correlation coefficient that you can see on the scan from a minute and a half ago. So if you want to check that out, it looks like it's still going, and will go up the Chocolate Bay, and there are some buildings further up there. It looks like an industrial area. There's no warning on that either.
All right, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention back to an area that he was talking about several minutes ago Concern for some rotation moving up into the Sea Isle and Point St. Louis areas, and it looks like, according to what we can see on radar here, that a tornado has maybe, or a water spout, briefly became a tornado over this thin stretch of land here, and has produced some damage or caused some damage there, evident on radar. That could continue to be a problem for us as it goes over towards Highway 203 and eventually Peterson Landing, Liverpool, Danbury. You guys have got to watch that very closely. That's actually for a tropical system, that's a pretty intense velocity signature right there as well. So certainly something to watch out for. No warning yet. I would say that I would be surprised if we didn't see one. But yeah, you've got some time. It's over water again. You've got a little bit of time here in Peterson Landing. Consider taking shelter if you haven't already. And I think that we're going to see a couple more instances like that. I really do. We've been talking about it all evening. This area of turbulence. These storms are capable of producing tornadoes. They might be short-lived, but there's going to be a bunch of them, I think. And like they might happen over water mostly, I hope. But if they don't, we've got to be prepared for that. All right, looks like a lot of the storm chasers are starting to lose service. So we might be seeing a little bit more, significant kind of power outages now. We've lost Chris, we've lost Jordan, Max, and Freddie. And Brian. I think we've got is this read again? We'll go back. Oh yeah. Brian's got an incredible view here. It's just a little choppy. Like once again, it looks like a lot of the cell service and stuff like that is starting to go in a lot of these areas. Hurricane warning extends well inland here. We're not even seeing much at all right now in places like El Campo and East Bernard, but some of this kind of stuff is on the way. Not necessarily storm surge in places like East Bernard, but the strong winds and the extremely heavy rain that's coming. It's knocking on your door. Something else I've got to build into this software is an automatic refresh whenever they freeze. I'm having to go through and like refresh all of them every time that they drop out completely. So y'all remind me of that. We're going to go to the in-cab audio for Freddie McKinney now momentarily.
Look at the wind on the side there. Might have to reposition if it looks like these poles are going to come down. I don't know how sturdy they are.
Yeah.
I don't like being like right next to where they fall.
Yeah.
Might even just reposition now just to like, just as like a safety precaution. Do not want to get
I do like
hit by a
facing
power
away
pole.
from the window.
Like this.
Just like how we were before, because then the wipers don't have to go. I don't know where the poles are even at.
Right over top of us.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not worried if they're over top.
Yeah,
I'm worried
yeah,
if
yeah.
we're sitting like that side of them. You
Right.
know? They're gonna fall downstream. Like it's gonna fall in their truck if it actually falls. So.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's going.
There we go. Now we're getting the big time Eyewall conditions here. Only downhill from here.
Yeah, for real.
It's not even the most intense.
What he's saying is true. Let's listen in on Brad. Not much going on there. But essentially, what's happening is things are just continuing to get more. Sorry. Things are starting to get more intense here as our storms continue to grow. And look at those waves coming in on Brian's feed. That's crazy. If I'm not mistaken, that is that's Reed Timmer in the truck. And I think when we first pulled this feed up, that water was a couple inches there, but we just saw it get to maybe over a foot for a moment as the waves are really starting to come in now near Bay City, once again, more specifically near Sargent and Cedar Lake. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just an update on that still unwarned tornado. It is still ongoing, passing right near some chemical plants here with a track toward the area in between Danbury and Liverpool, Texas here, to the south of Houston. So it looks like it's about to be finished off here, but it has persisted as a small tornado here for a while and does actually have some really deep correlation coefficient values there, hopefully toward the end of its life here as it remains unwarned. So y'all watch out in between the Danbury, Liverpool, Texas area as we've been covering this tornado for about 20 minutes now as it came on shore.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. And for those of you who may just now be tuning in, we have obviously been, dealing with a tropical system here. We've been talking about the storm surge, the hurricane force winds and stuff, but we've also had a couple tornado warnings, and now we've had a couple of tornadoes. This most recent one, there was no warning. Hopefully it's over now and we don't need one as it continues to, point towards the general direction of Danbury and Liverpool. But that's just an indication of like how important it is to be hyper weather aware in situations like this. Make sure you understand what you're going to do if a tornado situation is unfolding for your area, and understand that it can happen very quickly and maybe sometimes with little warning. So especially in a situation like this where we've got these kinds of storms, you see these little, I don't know how that keeps happening, but you see these little beans here baked into our band that's moving on to shore. Like those are the kinds of storms that we've got to watch very closely for the potential for some waterspouts and tornadoes moving up there towards Galveston. Okay, y'all get ready. Houston, Texas, it's starting to rain a little bit harder now on the southern side of town. The winds are starting to pick up, but nowhere near what's eventually going to be happening here over the next little bit. So Houston, everybody's asleep probably. When y'all wake up, things will start getting pretty gnarly. Let's see, what am I doing? Live view from Bay City, Texas, as storm surge continues to come up over the road there. And we'll get some more in-car audio from Freddie real quick.
Dude, I kind of wonder what that location where, you know, with like the big transformers and stuff we were at.
Yeah, true.
Dude, that's going to light up like a Christmas tree.
Really don't like that light. Flashlight is anxiety driving. People are not liking the light.
Andrew's about to break out the mellow yellow. Big time stream lag? What do you mean lag?
Houston does not sleep. Okay. Well, you guys are you could be asleep right now and resting up for the big storm. I made the mistake of waking up at a normal time this morning. Reed said his truck isn't shifting. I'm telling you guys, he wants that to happen. He's having a blast out there. The water does look like it's getting quite a bit higher though where he is. So like Brad was talking about earlier, the storm surge is going to come in, and it's going to come in really quickly. And we're probably about to see the onset of the more significant storm surge.
Hey Ryan,
right
it's Chris. I don't know if you can hear this or even hear me right now, but we're sustained well over 80 miles an hour. We've had gusts well over 100. We have power poles that are shooting flames out. Somebody is walking in the middle of the road in front of us right now and can barely stand up. Power flash there. But yeah, this is what's going on at my current location. Yeah.
An incredible report from Chris Hall there. And there was a lot of curveballs. Lots of interesting information. But yeah, like it sounds like a pretty crazy situation out there in this Category 1 Hurricane Beryl. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Next area of interest here with our tornadic waterspouts is it appears to be rather active here. Very healthy looking mini supercell coming onshore directly towards Jamaica Beach in the next 3 or 4 minutes. This newest scan that I just got in does look like it is still a broad circulation, but one that looks like it will really quickly consolidate, I think. So I'm watching that one. And then this, I think it's really this band right here, right where Jamaica Beach is. That's going to harbor quite a few more instances of this. But this seems like this northern line that produced our previous unwarned tornado is going to have the most significant tornadic supercells here at the moment. So Jamaica Beach, y'all watch out. This previous tornado went completely unwarned. Does look like it's finally done as it passed in between Liverpool and Danbury, Texas. So Jamaica Beach and surrounding beaches right immediately next to them should be ready for a possible waterspout coming on shore here. It has not formed yet to the best of my ability to tell, but could form very quickly right as it gets to land.
Thank you very much, Andy, for that. I've got the radar zoomed in on that. This area right here is honestly, I mean, every time we look over here, it looks a little bit more concerning as far as the setup for potential, waterspouts and tornadoes. So Galveston, that's coming over there towards you eventually. Treasure Island. Right now, Jamaica Beach, all the way up towards, places between Treasure Island and Galveston. What am I looking for? Aha. Copy, paste. Okay. All right. So yeah, we've got potentially a couple of tornado warnings maybe about to come out here. So we will let you know the moment that happens. But even if it doesn't happen, I would be prepared for the worst potentially here near Treasure Island, over up towards Tiki Island and Galveston as well. Additionally, we're continuing to watch the storm that produced a tornado already, as it comes up towards Liverpool, goes past Danbury and Chocolate Bayou. No longer showing as impressive of a rotation signature, but still something to watch here, as these storms are also eventually going to be going up towards the greater Houston area. Center of circulation with our hurricane is still not over land.
Hey,
so
Ryan, let me know when you get a second. It's Brad.
Let's talk to Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Hey, so this is probably going to be stupid, but what we're doing, but I'm going to stay in Surfside Beach. If for whatever reason I lose communication or something like that, just wanted to let you know there is a bridge I can fall back to at any time. So if I lose communication, I've got an exit path, but looking at 4 to 7 feet of storm surge right here. So gonna get up here, and then as soon as the surge hits, we're gonna get on the bridge. We should be in the eastern Eyewall for a long duration.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Where it's kind of stalled over the ocean here, right as it hits the beach. The eastern Eyewall is going to sustain itself for a pretty long time over here in the area between the Matagorda Bay and Treasure Island and Galveston. So you guys are going to be in the thick of it for quite some time, I think. Oh, we got Caleb Beecham in Hull Force 1 with the Bucky's shot. Is that right? Is that Bucky's? I can't really see the... Yeah, it is. Right? I don't know. The only Buc-ee's I've ever been to was like the size of an airport. So that's kind of throwing me off. Caleb's location, by the way, near Oyster Creek.
Ryan, I hope you can hear me. We're on top of the bridge. It goes pretty high. We got winds in well in excess of 80, 90 miles per hour way up here on the bridge with power flashes all around us.
We heard you loud and clear, Brad. Intense winds coming in from Brad Arnold's location now. Power flashes all around him. We've seen power flashes come from several of these different vantage points here. So, you know, things are definitely continuing to deteriorate. And I think that, honestly, what we're seeing now might not even be the most intense winds that we
Hey,
deal
Ryan,
with
I don't
in
know
the
if you
storm.
can hear me or not, but we're getting gusts well over 100 here where we're at Sargent. Well over 100. It's rocking the car back and forth. We're watching surge absolutely pour over this road right now.
All right, so that was Chris. I want to try to get him back on here. It's we still haven't gotten an update from his feed, but you can see that the winds are picking up pretty much everywhere, including over here near Galveston, which is where Brett Adair is. Not in Galveston, but close.
Holy crap.
Big time. Might even have to point to the wind at some point.
Jeez, man, this is going nuts right here. Wow.
If it gets strong enough, we might have to point to the wind.
Oh my gosh. I might get back out.
Get back out?
I might do it, man. That looks insane.
Dude, this is nuts. Oh!
Bro is getting out of here.
Or maybe he's just like angling more into the wind. Wow. I bet the Forerunner's just wobbling right now.
Dude, the Forerunner's probably going nuts.
Probably getting some deja vu.
Poor deal.
Wow, just like crazy.
Honestly, by almost every metric, this has been so far more, I guess, more impressive than what I was expecting as far as just the sustained wind speeds go. And from what you can actually see from our storm chasers, and the interesting thing is, we saw a lot of stuff happen with this initial band. We are now in this band of strong, precipitation and wind that's coming through. Theoretically, this one should be it should be even stronger. So, this might contain winds of over 100 miles per hour, at least wind gusts, as it comes up into the Cedar Lake area and Lake Jackson area over the next little bit. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, still tracking that next tornado that was occurring, or that is now occurring and has been, that passed through the south area, just southwest of Jamaica Beach, and passed over Treasure Island there. Now it's going inland. It remained over unpopulated areas for a while. I just about bet this is producing a tornado as well due to its tight signature, despite the lack of correlation coefficient this time, so hopefully it didn't hit anything. However, this unwarned circulation is passing straight toward multiple RV parks. That it looks like RV parks to me, and also maybe a mobile home community right along Road 2917 into Chocolate Springs, which is just northeast of Liverpool in Texas, right? Like right in that same area within a mile. So it looks like it's going to, if it continues like the other one did for quite some time, it will go right up that road, and possibly impact some RV resorts unwarned at this point. So, we're always in these situations. We find ourselves in these situations quite often, and I wish there was more we could do to get the word out to those people along that road and those RV resorts right in that area. So hopefully, Chocolate Springs and areas, to the southeast, all along those roads there, I see plenty of houses with those RV resorts, can get some word out that this is coming their way in the next 10 to 15 minutes, right about there. So St. Ives RV Resort, Double Time RV, and areas along that same road into Chocolate Springs. I'm talking about you guys in Texas.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Just to kind of reiterate once again, I think everybody that is in line to receive this band as it comes ashore should be paying extra close attention to the weather. We've seen this thing produce a tornado already, according to what we could tell on radar, and there was no warning. So you've got to pay attention, and you've got to be hyper weather aware, and just go ahead and know what you're going to do if a warning comes through, or if for whatever reason you understand that there's a significant danger unfolding, and you've just got to do something. Figure out what that is now, so you're not panicked in a situation where it's you've got to think fast. So yeah, tornado threats increasing over here in between Treasure Island, Galveston, Texas City, maybe even over towards Liverpool, Santa Fe, Hitchcock. That area. The storm surge and extreme wind, or at least, excessive wind threat is increasing, I would say, between Cedar Lake and Freeport. You guys have already seen some really strong winds. I think that, we're probably going to see more as the storm gets closer. We're also going to see some pretty big storm surge here, especially in the east Matagorda Bay area over towards Lake Jackson. So I think once this pushes over land, that's probably where the bulk of the surge is going to be, right in through here. So get ready for that, as the water will shoot up a couple feet pretty quickly. Once again, cell service is becoming a thing that's a little hard to come by, it seems like. Live view from Brian M. Finger in Bay City, Texas continues to show the storm surge slowly creeping up. I do think they backed up a little bit down this road. You know, the water levels are coming up. I think that this is one of those areas, though, where it's going to happen again. It's going to happen really quickly here as that more clear slot moves over the area. And there you see him. I'm pretty sure that's Reed Timmer in action right there. Just diving into the Gulf of Mexico as it overtakes the road there. Extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer, always doing the most, and that's why we love him. Go ahead. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So just a quick update kind of on the topic of storm surge. The National Weather Service has recorded that Port O'Connor, Texas, has a recorded storm surge currently of 4.3 feet.
4.3? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're already starting to get some significant reports of storm surge, and I think that we're going to see some higher numbers. I really do. I think that we've been kind of surprised by the sustained winds with this so far, and I think that we'll probably be, I guess, a little surprised as well by the storm surge situation here, because we've got a pretty large storm. It's kind of it's kind of stationary, and it's kind of in a perfect position to where the largest part of the wind field is just kind of perfectly oriented to push water onto the shore. So if you live in a flood-prone area, whether that would be from storm surge or rainfall, because the stalled nature of the storm is also producing a lot of freshwater flooding. Right in here is going to be a nightmare in a couple hours, I think. Okay. So yeah, Brian and Reed are in a pretty sketchy spot there. We just lost their feed, but I'm sure it'll come back. Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1 also able to see some storm surge inundation from his point of view. Chris says, is it just me? Or does it seem as if the center of circulation has stalled? It looks like it's been in the same location for the past hour. It's not just you, and it does seem like that is the case. It's not really stalled. It is moving, but it is not moving very quickly, that's for sure. Oh yeah, big time water inundation starting to come down the streets here. Caleb Beecham, his location, by the way, his exact location, he's on Surfside Beach. So that's a place to be for storm surge, that's for sure. That's one of the places that will likely be one of the most affected areas, I think, here soon. That's also where Reed Timmer is and Brian Emfinger, who continue to show just spectacular views of the storm surge over there.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We just had a gust. I kid you not, that was probably over 120, 110, 120.
Chris is experiencing some crazy winds as well. I don't think we have a feed from him right now. Let me try to load him up here. Chris Hall. Yeah, I gotta put an auto refresh on this program, man. Oh, it looks like some pretty major power flashes there. From the camera on top of the Y'all Force 1, or Hall Force 1, sorry. Storm surge is really starting to inundate some of these neighborhoods as well.
Hey, Ryan, it took it a little bit, but we do have storm surge now coming into Surfside Beach.
Yeah, this is Surfside Beach. This is where Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham are. Whoa. Okay, I think that was just a spotlight that came on, and that's on the Hall Force 1. I thought it was some sort of
Hey,
explosion.
Ryan, I don't know if you have my stream pulled up, but we're getting almost consistent over 80 mile per hour wind gusts or winds with 100 mile per hour wind gusts or higher just outside of Sargent, Texas, with the associated outer Eyewall.
Max Archer is chiming in with a beautifully articulated report there. This one also says Oklahoma. He's not in Oklahoma. He's down here near Bryan Beach. Consistent 80 mile per hour winds. We're hearing similar things from Chris Hall.
Hey, Ron, are we sure this is still a 80 mile an hour Category 1? Jesus. I'm telling you what, if you were new to this, you would think this is a Cat 5. These winds mean no joke, dude.
I'm telling you right now, y'all, we've tracked a lot of hurricanes. And Chris has been in all of them, and some of the imagery that we've seen from Chris in this storm has been more, impressive, I guess, than some of the, big ones that we've covered together. So it just goes to show you that, like, the category number isn't the only thing that matters. This is going to be a really impactful storm for a lot of people here. As the winds are certainly causing damage, and we're not even in the worst part of it yet. All Force 1 giving us a 360-degree view through our roof camera here of the some of the neighborhoods here in Surfside Beach starting to take on a lot of water. Brad Arnold is also in Surfside Beach, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Caleb's real close to him here. So the reason we are showing you this, and you kind of focusing a lot on the graphical side of this, is because this is all we're getting from the maps and the radars and stuff. You're going to see this big swirling blob. It's going to keep swirling. You know, like the way that we're going to be able to help you understand what's coming for you if you haven't been hit by this yet is by showing you what's happening on the ground. So Houston, Texas, you know, we've been surprised all day by some of the excessive winds. I think that you guys will be surprised as well over there in Houston's Sugarland, Pearland, over there towards Pasadena, Baytown, Kingwood. You guys get ready for some hurricane force winds, as some of those are starting to break into places like League City now and Needville, but they will make it into Houston at least within the next couple of hours. Now, it's not going to be as long-lasting or maybe not as intense as what we're seeing down here along the coast, but it's still going to cause a lot of problems. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I finally have like a actual news report now. So the Galveston Fire Department has dispatched several engines to the Gulf Coast sulfur chemical plant, and they have confirmed that there is a fire involving the chemical tanks at the plant right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Elijah. And where was that again? I'm sorry.
That was the Gulf Coast sulfur chemical plant in Galveston.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. So that's a pretty serious situation there. And speaking of Galveston, we've been talking about it all night. You know, this band of storms is coming. It's coming. It's literally right on your doorstep now. I'm concerned about the strong winds that you'll receive, obviously. But these storms are also the ones that have been rotating and have been causing some tornadoes. So get ready in Galveston for a plethora of stormy activity in all different modes and forms over the next couple of hours. Live, what you're looking at here is a live view from storm chaser Bryce Shelton in Bay City, Texas. The storm surge is really starting to come in now. We're starting to see some really incredible winds visibly as well from Max Archer's feed here, who is not in Caddo County, Oklahoma. And we've got Brian M-Fingers feedback. This is nuts. Honestly, we just got to zoom out and look at all of them at this point.
I can't get a hold of Brad, but can you let him know that the stoplight that he is sitting under is coming apart and looks like it's going to fall off?
All right, I will pass that information along. Brad, if you can hear me, Caleb said you might want to back up a little bit. The stoplight looks like it's about to fall on you. This is intense. I swear I feel like we've covered Category 3 hurricanes that didn't seem this intense. Is it just me or what's going on here? What's happening? Am I just real tired and I'm not, or is this actually like intense? This thing is blowing up right on the beach.
Hey Ryan, it looks like we officially have lost power down here.
We've officially lost power across the entirety of Surfside Beach, it seems. I'm really interested to see, once again, all of this imagery that you're seeing, most of it anyways, is coming from the Surfside Beach area right in here. This next band right here is going to be really interesting. I don't know what we're going to find or what's going to happen there, but should be some pretty intense winds in there. We got to get Freddie McKinney back on the board. Yeah, it certainly doesn't feel like a Category 1 hurricane.
We just had wind gusts over 100 miles an hour here in Sargent again.
I don't think that this is a Category 1 hurricane, y'all. That was Max Archer. The camera in the top left there, 100 mile per hour wind gust. Chris Hall has chimed in multiple times, exclaiming the possibility of receiving over 100 mile per hour wind gusts. We're definitely seeing sustained winds well over hurricane force. So yeah, just really crazy stuff. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, for those wondering, I think we're probably
like literally
within
right when
20 to 30 minutes of our official landfall here, depending on what is regarded as actual land here coming up to Matagorda. You can clearly see the middle of the lowest pressure of the storm here. It's very visible with the low returns on reflectivity circling right there, right in the middle of what looks like our eye and our eyewall surrounding it. Very large, reminds me of Ian. So I think that if you're looking for landfall information, depending on what's counted as actual land here, because on GR2 I can see what looks like the coastline strip, we could be within 30 minutes of it, as designated by the National Hurricane Center.
All right, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is around where the central low pressure is, and like he's saying, what counts as land. The moment that the center of that gets over land, that they will go ahead and consider this storm a storm that has made landfall. So we're probably pretty close to that, but very easy to see now where that is. Man, this thing really has blown up right in the last little bit. This is crazy. Look at how quickly this came together and organized. We've got a very well-defined eye. Looks like a lot of our storm chasers are going to be able to go get inside of that if they want to, which is going to be a interesting sight at night. So yeah, that's what's going on here with Hurricane Beryl. I don't know if we're going to get an update from the National Hurricane Center as far as what kind of category storm it is, but I would not be surprised at all to at least see this upgraded to a 95 or a 90 mile per hour category, hurricane. So there's definitely been some wind gusts even higher than that, as we've seen from our storm chasers. Got my buttons all mixed up. And things continue to look more insane. Look at this. Look at this. There's a certain... there's a couple of hurricanes that we've covered that were Category 3s at landfall that did not even look like this. Man, Brian and Reed, they've got to get out of there. What are they doing? They are in the Gulf of Mexico now, essentially. An official measured 76 mile per hour wind gust in Port O'Connor, Texas, on the western eyewall of Hurricane Beryl. Uh, 28,000 people without power right now. That number is going to go up a lot, I think, as time goes on here. Bay City, Texas, and around where Bryce Shelton is right now, this area is going to continue to see strong winds like this for quite some time. However, if you haven't seen winds like this yet in Wharton or Manville or Needville, that this is still what's on the way towards you right now. Wow. Now this is a hurricane, y'all. Bryce Shelton is right smack dab in the middle of it. So is Freddie McKinney. And this is what this rapidly intensifying storm looks like right before it makes landfall here. It's really tried to take a huge breath. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey, Ryan. So we have some preliminary data real quick. Port O'Connor actually hit a peak kind of storm surge of 4.43 feet. It has already gone down already down to 4 feet. So the storm surge seemed to have peaked, at least in Port O'Connor, at 4.4 feet. There's not many other measuring stations around the area, so we don't have exact measurement.
And whatever car is sitting there.
That's one of the only stations in the eye.
Okay, Thank you very much, Elijah, for that. We're going to go back and we're going to listen in to a couple of our chasers here. And then
I just noticed
we'll
there's even a car.
Yeah, I didn't. Wait, when did I get there?
I feel like I wasn't there earlier.
Hang on, chat.
Things are getting really intense there where Freddy is. I think we should just focus on that. Wow. And this is Freddy's a little bit closer.
Oh, the awning's starting to wobble.
Dude, it wants to come
It's
off.
starting to wobble.
Freddy is a little bit closer to the
If we
the
get a stronger
inner
gust,
eyewall, I guess,
it's
that we
gone.
were talking about earlier, where the stronger wind gusts were expected. So this is, even stronger than what we were dealing with a little bit farther to the north.
I think it might.
I definitely think that thing is going to fly.
Oh, now we're cooking.
This is insane now.
Now we're maybe 100 plus.
Like, getting some gusts up there for sure.
Wow.
Hurricane force winds now.
Look at the roof just getting torn.
Moving up into the Cedar Lake area. Maybe even stronger winds on their way to Jones Creek and Freeport. So we will see a similar view, I think, from Hull Force 1 here shortly.
It's so close. It is so on there.
I don't know if it's actually going to go off, though.
I'm pretty, if this was a normal gas station canopy, it'd be gone.
Yeah, that's a very well built
We're still not quite
gas
out of the
station.
eye,
I guess
though.
everything in that specific area has to be pretty well built,
It's kind of like paralleling us almost.
Oh yeah, there's a couple more.
We're going to be in it for a
couple more
All right, let's go back
a little bit longer still.
and let's see what else we've got going on here. Continue to see water rise quite a bit at where Bryce Shelton is. I got to get a refresh on Brian Emfinger, who's in the Sargent area, the Cedar Lake area there. Yeah, it's definitely built well. Brad Arnold and Caleb both are in the same areas. They both have Starlinks. They both have the same internet connectivity, and they both lost service at around the same time. But it's coming back now, so that's good. If you're just now tuning in, this is our wall of storm chasers, and honestly, at this point, it's pretty much all storm chasers who are out there experiencing Hurricane Beryl firsthand. It looks to me like Freddie McKinney and those guys are probably in the thick of it right now. That gas station's about to go.
the coast, just not on the surge.
Yes. Clarification. Right next to the coast, but not
Bobby, bro,
in the water.
You want a cookie, Bobby? It's weak.
And then over there where Max Archer is as well, in pretty much the same area as Freddie. Winds just absolutely ripping. So downstream, next in line for some of these extreme winds. Like you've already seen pretty bad winds in West Columbia and Treasure Island. This next round's going to be even more intense in West Columbia in the next 30 minutes or so. So get ready for that. And we are very, very close to an official landfall here. It's 4:04 a.m. I'm 4 hours away from being awake for 24 hours. That's the only reason why I'm yawning. This is a very interesting and intense storm. But I unfortunately just couldn't get on a backward schedule to align my sleep cycle with this. So I apologize for the yawning. However, it's 4:04 a.m. We've been streaming now for about 6 or 7 hours. We're going to continue to be here until landfall and probably even thereafter, as this is going to continue to cause problems for quite some time after the storm has made landfall. It's 4:04 Eastern, 4:05 Eastern, 3 Central, 8 Z. Yeah, it certainly doesn't seem like a category 1 to me. Drink coffee and eat a cookie. That would probably help. Need some hamburger patties and another Red Bull. Thank you for staying up all night with us. I had no problem. I enjoy this. Thank you guys for being here. I think that there's been very few times where we've been live at 4 a.m. And here we are. There's like 25,000 of us gathered here together watching the washing machine here in Texas. Honestly, once again, a little more intense than what I originally thought that we were going to be dealing with here. But yeah, I'm glad that we're here. I'm glad that you guys are here. And if you are downstream, I know we've got a lot of people watching in more populated areas, not necessarily right along the coast. If you are in one of those places, we're going to be trying to stick with you as well as this comes towards you. Now, it's not going to be quite the same beast, you know, but it's still going to cause some problems up there in Houston. Moving into Galveston now, pretty significantly. A landfall announcement should happen soon. Center of circulation is not necessarily over land yet, but it's about to happen. Scott says, I've been tracking hurricanes for nearly 20 years. There's no way this is a category 1. I've seen Cat 3s not look this intense. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I don't know what it is. Is it is it the lights that these guys are using, or what? Because like we've tracked hurricanes on this channel a lot, and we did Hurricane Idalia not too long ago, and I don't remember, like, it didn't seem this, and the winds didn't seem this strong. So I don't know if it's actually like I don't know what's going on. I just spent a good minute looking at my Stream Deck trying to find the button that I needed to push, and I was looking right at it the whole time. That's the period that I'm getting into. Next in line, I think some places that maybe we haven't called out yet that are about to experience some really, really strong winds. We're talking about places like Rosharon, Lottridge, Liverpool, Alvin, Thompson's, Damon, and Holiday Lakes. Get ready. The stuff that you're seeing on some of these cameras here is what's about to happen in your neck of the woods. Maybe something like this. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so a NOAA weather station in Matagorda Bay has recorded two separate wind gusts of 88 miles per hour, 6 minutes apart from each other. So there is close to 90-mile-an-hour winds that are being actually observed by weather stations in that area.
All right, thank you very much, Elijah. So that's an official recording there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't seen, or if we have seen a couple of 90 to 100 mile per hour wind gusts out there somewhere. Brett Adair's got a pretty impressive view of some coastal flooding, some storm surge there. Brad Arnold's, we got his feedback. He's still over there towards Surfside Beach, right next to Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. They are on specifically Blue Water Highway right now. That's what we're looking at here. Yeah, we've heard about the chemical plant. We've talked about it. Elijah told us about it. I don't know if we've heard any updates on that situation, but I see some people talking about it. That is, we know about that. This thing has still not made landfall. It's very close, though. Look at how big the eye is. That is one heck of a radar loop there. Here is a map showing the preliminary highest wind gusts since midnight as of 3 a.m. as Beryl approaches the coast. So these are official preliminary wind gusts. So we've got an 81, an 86, and an 89. Matagorda Bay entrance, 89 miles per hour. So where our storm chasers are, the footage that we're seeing, most of that area, as far as official, wind gusts go, the highest I'm seeing is like 40, 50, 60. So, yeah, interesting stuff there. I don't know how dense the instrumentation is for measuring wind is in that specific area, but yeah, that's what's going on over there. This is the official map. I'm going to retweet this. And by the way, a lot of times whenever I show a graphic like this on X or Twitter, I always share it. So if you want to share it too and help get the word out about things, especially whenever it's a tornado warning or a watch or something like that, feel free to go over there and do that. Yeah, very big eye here on the storm. We'll switch over to satellite just to see what that looks like. Not going to be able to see anything on visible just yet. But the long wave IR, maybe clear. So these big towering, these big towers that have not allowed the eye to actually legitimately clear out, as you would, imagine with a typical strong hurricane's eye. So being inside of it, probably isn't going to be that spectacular. but still, actually, it would probably be pretty cool. Man, I can't believe this. This right here, I swear, if this was happening over the ocean, this would have took another run at trying to become a major hurricane here. We're so lucky it came onto land when it did. Go ahead, Elijah. Elijah, I think you're muted. I haven't pulled you up yet.
Andy just told me I forgot to unmute. I'm sorry.
Okay, you're good. Go ahead.
So there happens to be kind of a rare meteorological phenomenon going on that I can just briefly mention. We don't really need to show it or anything, but there actually is a tornado warning in Japan right now.
Wow.
Japan does get tornadoes. It's on the rare side, but was like a thing while I was scrolling around trying to find news. There happened to be a tornado warning in Japan right now. So,
well,
just a rare kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Elijah. There's speaking of that, we have our Discord server. If you guys didn't know, you can join the Discord server link. The mods will put the link in the chat. Bunch of weather nerds in there. I'm always lurking, and there was a couple of big tornadoes, maybe even a little bit of a regional tornado outbreak. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday in China. And those guys were tracking that in there, and it was just really interesting stuff. So, yeah, they get them over there, and also in some portions of South America. And, the United States gets more tornadoes than everybody else. But there's some places that come close. China being one of those places that it's actually pretty active. HOU apartment locator. Thanks for the gifted members. Ellen says, please start including red flag warnings on the forecasts. The West Coast is on fire. That's a good point. I'm assuming you're talking about in our videos. That is definitely something that we should talk about. How do you get a career in meteorology? Your videos got me in it. Skylar, the best way to get a career in meteorology is by getting a meteorology degree. I believe that's still that's the way. And then you can work for the government. You can work for the National Weather Service. You can work for private companies, and all that kind of stuff. News stations. If you want to be a storm chaser or something like that, the requirements are much less strict. However, having the knowledge is necessary. Are there such thing as meteorology apprenticeships? Yeah, I mean, I guess I did one of those essentially with Chief Meteorologist Shane Smith at WYMT. Good guy. He's probably watching right now, actually. I don't know. Actually, you know what? No, he's probably asleep. He's probably asleep right now. We are so close to landfall. It's imminent. Landfall is imminent. Oops. Go ahead, Elijah.
Bless you, Ryan. So we do have an update from the National Hurricane Center that came out 4 minutes ago. So they said the official location of Beryl was 15 miles off the coast. So, like you said, it is very imminent.
Okay. Thank you, Elijah. We will probably hear about the official landfall here soon. The time will probably be, sometime within the next 15 minutes or 30, something like that. And from the moment it makes landfall on, it will slowly, and honestly, if it keeps moving as slow as it does, it will slowly lose oomph. But it's still packing a punch, man, and it's going to continue to do so all the way up through Houston, I believe. Says it's picking up in Sugarland. It's gonna continue to do that. Back to the radar here. Yeah, the strongest part of the storm with the strongest winds are still quite a bit out from where you are in Sugarland. So I would say you're still an hour or so away from getting in on the biggest part. Travis says it's traveling at 10 miles per hour. So 15 miles means it's 1.5 hours away. Not necessarily, but you know, it could take that long for sure. But I think we'll probably hear about it a little bit sooner than that. Is it still 10? Yeah, moving northwest at 10 miles per hour. Wind speed 80, max gust 75. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, see if you can connect to Chris on Zello. I don't know if his stream has been working. I believe you said it wasn't at one point, but he says he has a situation where he's looking at a house with storm surge up to the front door and parts of it damaged, and they're shining flashlights from inside. So he is unable to help further, but he is also unable to reach you on Zello. He managed to reach out to me, and now I can't contact him. So not sure what's going on there, but he's got something of concern.
Okay, thank you. Let's reach out to Chris and make sure this is working. Hey, Chris, sorry about that. Go ahead. I haven't heard your last couple of messages, but we're looking for an update.
Hey Ryan, sorry I don't mean to cut in there, but just a minute ago we had a view. Guy had a really bright light bar here. There's a house here right in front of me. It's what I'm pointed out here. Storm surge is rapidly rising here. You can see it now on the stream. They're out with their flashlights. The storm surge is up to almost their front door. Their house has taken severe damage. So I'm hoping for the best here. There's really nothing we can do. But the water is rapidly rising here. But that house it's gotten severely damaged. That's the one we were just talking about earlier.
Okay, so that is that's Chris Hall, who is once again down here near Cedar Lake and Freeport, somewhere in between there on 2918. And yeah, we've got a pretty significant storm surge situation unfolding here. So we're going to keep an ear out for our storm chasers here.
Hey Ryan, didn't you say that Caleb is down here with me in Surfside?
Yeah, Brad, I came through earlier and he told me to actually tell you that there was a stoplight or something that was about to fall on you. But yeah, Caleb's right there near where you are right now.
Okay, yeah, I saw the stoplight. I moved like right after I saw that, but we're getting sustained winds well in excess, probably about 80 miles an hour right now, 85. Wanted to let you know, I don't know if you can get in touch with Caleb or not, but that storm surge has started to come in, and it's going to come in really fast. So I'm not sure if he's anywhere to be able to see it, but he doesn't need to get too far away from this bridge.
Caleb, you got a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
I guess Brad can't get directly a hold of you either, but he told me to pass on to you that if you can't see the bridge, you should probably come to the bridge because the storm surge is going to come up really fast. Also, just looking for an update. What's going on out there, man?
Yeah, absolutely. So I can actually see Brad. He's sitting. If you're looking at my camera, that big blob of light, he is sitting actually directly in front of that Circle K gas station. So I'm sitting right at the entrance to the bridge right now, just to be prepared to be able to basically make a U-turn and head back across here at any point. But kind of the latest update that I was going to share with you is moments ago. I was sitting down at the fire station, actually talked to one of the firefighters, and they did their final round through the community, made sure nobody else wanted to leave, and they have since evacuated. So that was probably about 15 minutes ago. So I'm pretty sure that myself, Brad, and then this third storm chaser that's sitting across the intersection from us are the only people left here on the island right now.
All right, that was word from storm chaser Caleb Beecham out there in Hall Force 1. Wait, is that a person? So yeah, some of those stronger winds that we were seeing earlier through people like Freddie McKinney's feed, those are now moving into the area where Brad and Caleb are now. What was that?
Yeah.
Wow. And you can really see the winds picking up now where Bryce Shelton is as well, down here near Sargent once again, and Cedar Lake, Jones Creek, that area.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. I swear, I think we may be a mile and a half away from the Eyewall. But we're back to getting very strong winds, just well over 100 right now. Goodness gracious. This may be the strongest winds we've had so far. I'll holler back in a minute.
All right, that's the voice of Chris Hall, who is exclaiming just kind of expressing how serious the situation is there as far as the winds go. And I mean, it's just very obvious to see through some of these chaser cams that this is definitely the strongest winds that we've seen. Well above hurricane force winds now, moving through Cedar Lake, Jones Creek, Freeport. Some of those really strong winds are about to move into Treasure Island, Holiday Lakes, and Danbury eventually as well. Also, the first round of the more significant winds and the part of the storm that is just overall significant is about to move into Houston. So on the southern side, especially down there near Pearland and Sugarland and Arcola, you guys are either already or you're about to really start to feel the impacts of this storm with some strong winds and just a lot of really, really heavy rain. Brad Arnold, I think I saw a pretty intense power flash right in front of him there. Susie says it's really windy here in Dickinson, Texas. Hopefully all the new construction homes around us stay together. Yeah. And I think we're about to get a tornado warning. Yep, there it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Fort Bend County, Texas, and Brazoria County, Texas. A tornado warning has been issued for you. Let's go to the radar. The big flashing box there, that's your tornado warning. Radar indicated. Let's see what they indicated here on our radar. Okay. Right here, you see this area of rotation that went through the Meridiana area, something like that, Meridiana area. Julef, Halden. They warn that now it's going towards Thompson's. And eventually up there towards the Walnut Creek area and Rosenberg. Now, this does look to me like another short-lived kind of thing. So hopefully it doesn't make it all the way up there to Rosenberg. However, it is a tornado warning, so you should take shelter if you haven't already in Pleak, Fairchilds, Thompson's, and Needville in Texas.
Winds are really starting to pick up again with gusts over 100 miles an hour as we slowly get closer to the edge of the Eyewall and into the calmer winds here on the north side of Sargent, Texas.
North side of Sargent, Texas.
But overall, we're getting sustained winds of over 80 miles an hour with some gusts over 100 at the moment.
So there you go. Max Archer out there. Wind gusts maybe over 100 miles per hour. As he is right on the Eyewall area there. It's near Sargent. So Cedar Lake, the areas experiencing the strongest winds right now are probably Sargent, Cedar Lake, and then of course back there towards Port O'Connor and Palacios. Yeah, that is some intense wind.
Hey Ryan, we got some pretty intense power flashes happening here on both mine and Brad's stream.
Let's pull up Brad's stream here. Wow. Yeah, so winds likely gusting well over 80 miles per hour there in the Surfside Beach area. Same thing for the Cedar Lake area, and this is going to last a while. It's going to be this windy in Jones Creek and Brazoria and Sweeney for quite some time. And just by eyeballing it, and just by looking at the radar, the center of the storm is, I mean, it's a couple miles away at most from being over land and landfall happening here. However, there has been another wobble to where, we've seen this thing kind of go back and forth, and this last little wobble back to the north and east a little bit has kind of allowed it to parallel the coastline a little bit before finally crossing over. Dang. Y'all, that right there, I think, is just from looking at the rain like whip across the road. That's probably some of the strongest winds that we've seen today, right there on Brad's feed. Let's listen in on that. Sounds like it too.
Dude, I'm thinking these are probably 100-mile-per-hour gusts.
You're about to get hit by a porta potty. Just run up the floor.
Where?
Yeah, it's literally straight up behind you. Like if you guys hadn't rolled, it's right behind you.
Dude, that thing was across the street. How did it get over here? You hear that?
It sounds like the effect that they used on the Wizard of Oz when the tornado happened. Like, that's literally what that sounds like.
Well, if you need to use the restroom, there you go. What is this idiot doing? He's literally just marked in the water.
So what you're hearing there in the background is the in-cab audio from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's vehicle. And honestly, the winds are just howling in a way that I haven't heard. So, yeah, just very, very interesting stuff here with this storm. We still got the ongoing tornado warning, by the way, for Pleak and Fairchilds in Texas. Y'all need to be staying in your safe spot. The rotation in that storm has let up a little bit. Oh my gosh, sorry. It's let up a little bit. However, it's still there. So we should take shelter if we haven't already. Looks like we are up to 84,000 people without power now. Once again, I expect that number to increase quite a bit as these strong winds are going to kind of overtake a pretty large area and a pretty populated area. In fact, Houston now on the southern side, you guys are starting to get in on some of the stronger winds. It's not quite as intense as what we're looking at here through Brad Arnold's feed, but it's going to be pretty intense, especially later as we go later in the morning. The Port Lavaca and Victoria areas, you guys are still receiving some of the strong winds. However, things are going to increase, or things are going to improve from here on out. I think some of the storm is going to continue to go off to the north and east, and the worst part of it is past you by now. The same cannot be said for Lake Jackson, West Columbia, Treasure Island, and Galveston. The worst part of the storm for you guys is still underway or on the way. One second. I've got to get something else to drink. I'll be right back.
That way we can get the front spots.
So, if you are just now tuning in, what you're hearing, what you're seeing is Brad Arnold's point of view here as Hurricane Beryl tries its best to make landfall. I mean, it looks to me like it has fallen on land, but it hasn't officially just yet. We'll hear about that shortly. Category 1. Hurricane Beryl, one of the more impressive category ones I think I've ever seen, is just in terms of the perceived severity of the sustained winds based off of our storm chaser footage and coverage that we've seen. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so it actually is now official. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall. The National Hurricane Center just posted that update a moment ago. So it has made landfall now.
All right, thank you so much, Elijah. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall. It's official. "59 seconds ago, Hurricane Beryl, center of Hurricane Beryl, makes landfall near Matagorda, Texas. Dangerous storm surge and strong winds occurring with flash flooding expected."
A new tornado warning
This is its
has been
third
issued.
landfall. And we just got another tornado warning. And this one's going to be for a similar area. This is also going to be in Brazoria County and Fort Bend County. A little bit... Not sure exactly what we got here. But we do have a... this feature right in here that could be a sign of something trying to spin up here as it comes up towards Meridian. Of course, it's the same city. I can't say Meridiana in Texas. So take shelter in Meridiana, Sandy Point, and Julieth. This is coming towards you. You've got a tornado warning. Additionally, we've been talking all day about how this band of storms is going to be capable of potentially producing tornadoes. And it's probably going to continue to prompt tornado warnings. So get ready in Galveston and League City, as they'll likely, warn these things plumb out to the coast if they continue to show even very slight signs of rotation like this. Excuse me. I'm allergic to staying up all until 5 a.m., I guess. Now, normally it doesn't bother me because I like game sleep. Like I'll go to sleep later one day or wake up earlier one day or whatever. But I've just been on a normal schedule, waking up at 8 a.m. and then just boom, randomly decided let's go today. Yeah, there's going to be multiple tornado warnings associated with this. I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a couple tornado warnings in the Houston metro as this big area of rotating storms comes up into the city here. All right, let's go tune back in with Brad here, as Brad and Caleb are still pretty close together. once again, if you're just now tuning in, it's official. Hurricane Beryl has made landfall. Its third landfall now in the United States, in Texas near the Matagorda Bay, as a Category 1 hurricane. So from here on out, the storm is only going to become less intense.
Hey,
but
Ryan,
that
it's Chris.
decrease.
Knock on wood, we should be entering the eye here pretty shortly. Things have calmed down significantly compared to what it was. We're still getting gusts probably 40, 50, but nothing like it was. So we should be getting very close, if not entering the eye now. Looks like it's took a more wobble northeast, so we'll have the eye if it continues on that wobble northeast.
Yeah. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on Chris and what's going on there. But even though the storm's slowly but surely going to lose intensity as it comes over land, it's not going to just immediately die out. It's going to continue to be a pretty intense storm all the way up through Houston. So we're going to be, walking you through that, guiding you through that as time goes on this morning. We've been live now for 7 hours. It's currently 5 a.m. It's exactly 5 a.m. Local here in Eastern Kentucky, 4 Central, 9Z. We are going to go for, at the very least, 2 or 3 more hours. I am, anyways. Anybody else that that needs to drop out, you can go to sleep. If you're, I don't know if you guys remember that or not. The chat used to always ask if they could go to sleep. Areas that need to be concerned. Continuing to really monitor the weather, I think, in my opinion. Obviously, anybody in the immediate hurricane warning area that has yet to receive the Eyewall. West Columbia, Needville, League City, Galveston, that area. And then also beyond the hurricane warning, areas that have yet to receive the bands of storms that could lead to isolated tornadoes and, of course, flash flooding and just strong winds. So Houston. It's pretty much, in my opinion, right in here. This is where we've got to stay awake. You know what I mean? For the next little bit, if we want to stay on top of things and weather aware. A lot of these places over here are still experiencing strong winds, but they're going to quickly move out as the storm moves off to the north. We do have an increased risk today of tornadoes in a larger area farther to the north and east, between the border of Texas and Louisiana. Shreveport is included in that. And yeah, that tornado warning that we've got is it's still there, but the rotation that was there is not as impressive, I guess, as it once was. And there she is, the Hurricane Beryl, very clearly now, mostly over land. It really did it. It really rapidly kind of tried to intensify there right at the last minute, just like the models were pointing towards. Now, it wasn't quite as successful, I guess, as some of the models predicted, but that was to be expected. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now as well. Sergeant Dad says that Ryan, being a soldier right now, I'm nowhere near this, but I'm positive he's helped many people tonight. He should be proud. Sergeant Dad, thank you so much for that. Thank you for the kind words and the generosity. You did not have to do that, and you don't even have to thank me. I thank you guys. This is what I've always wanted to do: cover the weather, get creative with how we do it, and make tools and things that make covering the weather easier and better and more useful for people. And I couldn't just sit, this is what I do. This is what I wake up every day and I think about and what I do. And I love that. And I couldn't do that without you. So no need to thank me. I love it. Yeah, so we're going to go back to, you can see that it's still pretty intense out there where Caleb and Brad Arnold are, so we're going to go back to kind of watching that unfold there. But just in case there's anybody watching out there a little bit farther to the west in New Mexico, there are a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. One of those is producing hail over 1 inch in diameter here in the Quay and Harding County areas. Another one of those. Ooh, we got 4 now. There's quite. We're gonna have to look at those a little bit closer. Another one of those is gonna be a little bit farther to the east. This is going to be inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going across I-40 there near Santa Rosa. And then, of course, last but not least, we've got a storm out here to the south and east of Las Vegas, New Mexico, producing some pretty large hail. So that's what's going on over there. And then here's another look at our satellite imagery of Hurricane Beryl. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff with this storm. Alien Craft says, you sound tired. I'm sorry. I know I do. I'm trying to not to. But it's just it's happening. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's the rear end of Hall Force 1 right there. As seen through the windshield of Brad Arnold. People are saying that it's sliding up the coastline. Is that true? No, not really. It's pretty much going to cross almost perpendicular to the coastline here, with not necessarily exactly perpendicular, but it's certainly not paralleling the coast in any fashion. Michael says, I went to bed watching the start of the live stream, and now I'm waking up for work watching the live stream. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so the National Hurricane Center made an additional post regarding the landfall of the hurricane. So it made landfall with an eye that was 28 nautical miles wide. Its central pressure at the time was 979 millibars, and it had maximum winds of 70 knots, which is 80 miles per hour for landfall.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Elijah. Official information coming out. My gosh, my buttons. About this storm. Once again, it's third and final. Well, don't want to speak too soon, but most likely third and final landfall here. Historic. Hurricane Beryl is going out with a bang here, as you can see through Brad Arnold's feed. It's not, it's a category 1, but you could take clips from this, isolated from context, and tell people that it's a category 2 or a category 3, and they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. You know what I mean? So it's been a pretty strong storm, and yeah, it looks like it's going to continue to be that way as it goes up into Houston. How many people do we have watching in Houston right now? And what's it like? What's happening in Houston right now? I want to know. I know on the southern side, things are starting to ramp up, but it's probably nothing crazy just yet. So it looks like there's quite a few of yous. Yeah, quite a few avians watching from the greater Houston area. We're going to try to be with you as the bulk of the heavy rain and the strong winds move up into Houston. I do think that there will be some very strong wind gusts in Houston. Probably not quite as strong as what we've seen right along the coast, but still, it's going to be a doozy of a storm. Also, lots of rain. Lots and lots of rain. Flash flooding is going to be a problem in the Houston area. Speaking of rain, you're starting to see a pattern here on radar. You got this big tail. All right, we're going to have just really heavy rain kind of follow that. And then the center of circulation here, the hurricane's actually going to go this way, right? So this tail is going to follow, and it'll probably lead to a pretty significant training flash flood event over here on the eastern side of Houston, over towards Galveston, maybe Baytown, Liberty, those places. I would be most concerned, I think, about flooding if I was over here. We're over 100,000 people without power now in Texas. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, here's kind of a little update so you can go check the New Mexico storms. But anyone who watches meteorology stuff will know the town I'm about to name. There is now a flash flood warning in place for Clovis, New Mexico.
Okay, thank you, Elijah. I want to go to New Mexico. We talked about these storms not too long ago, but these are just big time hail producers and extremely heavy rain producers. We do have that flash flood warning down here for Clovis. And by the way, speaking of training, I mean, that's exactly what's going on here. We've got slow moving storms moving over the same areas over and over again. And this is honestly a pretty intense, like that's a pretty intense line of storms there, barely moving. And so, yeah, Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I'm looking at this area of rotation near Texas City to the northwest of Galveston here in Texas. So this is moving also west-northwest and is very similar to the last two signatures that we just got warned from National Weather Service in Houston. I'm glad they're warning things now, despite, I would have called the first one had I seen it. So I agreed with that one from them. The second one was a little interesting. So given that recent track history, I wouldn't be surprised if they warned that little circulation coming right into Texas City right now, not warned. So if you receive a tornado warning there, that is the reason why, which in Galveston County, but on the mainland there. So that's what I'm looking at there.
All right. Thank you, Andy. This is what he's talking about right here. We've seen signatures like this lead to seemingly damage. And this is like right now, if this is producing a tornado or if this is producing, a water spout that is going to become a tornado, then it's happening right now. Texas City, if we've got anybody watching in Texas City, even though there's not a warning, maybe it's a good idea to get indoors, at least certainly away from windows. I don't think anybody's going to be outside right now in this mess. But you preferably get into a tornado safe spot just in case, as the radar does look like it's trying to, something's trying to happen there. And this is like the textbook area where you would expect to see tornadic activity in a tropical system. Things are still nuts over there in Surfside Beach. This is a live look from Brad Arnold and the three other people that are still in Surfside Beach. By the way, no tornado warnings right now. We had a couple. Those have all been allowed to expire. All right, here's a cool image. This is the total path so far of Tropical Storm and Hurricane Beryl, and where it's had hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds. You can see that it just at the last minute here picked up and became a hurricane force wind producing storm again right before making landfall. However, for a long time, it was producing not just hurricane force winds, but major hurricane force winds out here in the Caribbean. Our earliest known Category 5 ever. Somebody said, I'm from Houston, and it ain't even raining. You're probably like on the north side of town there. It's coming, I promise. If it doesn't rain, you should unsubscribe. Like if it never starts raining where you live and you live in Houston, you like just go ahead and unsubscribe. In fact, you can come down here. You can come to Eastern Kentucky and slap me in the face if it doesn't rain at least one drop at your house in Houston. Yeah, I think that Hurricane Beryl was on a mission to become a Category 5 hurricane again at some point. But thank goodness it ran out of room to explore that opportunity. The number of times the Hurricane Hunter planes went through this one is pretty amazing. The amount of data y'all will have to go through will help with so many storms. Yeah, they did do a lot of fly throughs in this storm, and they do that especially for ones that last a long time. This one's been out there for forever, and it's been a major hurricane for a long time, and so yeah, you're absolutely right. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, just an update on that previous circulation I called out to give some closure on it. The scan that I called it on was the strongest it looked, and since then it is rapidly de-intensified with no warning. So it looks like that is no longer a concern for anyone worried down the line in Dickinson in Texas and along I-45 there up into League City. So I think that there is a chance it may have produced some very weak damage in Texas City. Remains to be surveyed. Probably not, but I'd be about maybe 40-60 on it. So it looks like that's not as concerning for the near term, and we'll watch as more circulations come inland.
All right. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Keeping an eye on those circulations, and honestly, he spotted a lot of really interesting areas tonight that I'm glad that we were able to kind of hone in on, because otherwise we might not have, because there's a lot of them didn't get warnings, and in a system like this, it's natural to kind of just want to you kind of want to zoom out, you know what I mean, and look at the whole thing rather than these little intricate little pockets. So we're gonna have to pay attention to those little pockets, I think, even more so as they move into more populated areas here. Houston, once again, if you haven't seen rain yet, or strong heavy rain, it's coming. It's on the south side of town now. These storms are also going to be capable of, it's not going to be anything crazy, it's not going to be anything widespread, but these storms are capable of producing enough rotation to maybe warrant a tornado warning from the National Weather Service at some point. So just make sure you're ready for that. And yeah, things are just still happening over there on Surfside Beach. I feel like these guys have been dealing with the more intense winds for much longer than everybody else. Sorry, I had to restart my thing there. Sorry. Holy smokes. That was an explosion. That was a huge power flash right in front of Michael Beard there. Did you guys see that? Oh, I gotta add a instant replay
You know
button.
how bad I just want to go to sleep right now.
Dude, I left Iowa this morning. I went to 1 a.m. I guess yesterday. 1 a.m. yesterday. So.
Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I have an update regarding the chemical plant.
Okay.
So it turns out what happened was a flare accidentally went off and the guards at the plant overreacted. So there wasn't actually like a big fire. It was a flare that went off and the guards overreacted and called in like a gigantic chemical plant fire. So thankfully that chemical plant does not have a big fire at it.
Okay, thank you very much, Elijah, for the update there. So yeah, there you have it. I saw that some people were in the chat. You know, the second time that I mentioned it, that everybody was talking about an explosion, like a giant explosion, and yeah, it just goes to show you how in situations like this, especially, it doesn't take a lot for something to take off like that.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Just an update. The road out of Sargent. I'm tired. It's completely underwater. Have it on stream. Raging river over the highway right now.
Raging river over the highway right now. Let's take a look at it. Oh yeah. Yeah, there ain't no getting out of there. That's for sure. A lot of people talking about Sugarland. Power's going in and out in Sugarland. The winds are picking up. You guys are just now getting in on that second, or really the essentially the second round. You know, our storm chasers farther south had 3. Looks like Houston and places like Sugarland are going to have 2. You guys are on that first one. And then there's going to be another, probably slightly more intense round of wind within the next hour or 2. And then after that, things will calm down pretty quick. But you know, the kind of weather that you're experiencing right now will just continue to, you know, it's going to continue to get worse for the next little bit before things get better. $131,000 people without power now. That looks like a with how fast the water's flowing, that looks like a flash flood here in like the mountains of Kentucky. That's what it looks like whenever we get our big floods. So that water is flowing from an area. It's like that water is flowing into a lower elevation area. So whatever that is filling up. It's breached some sort of level that you know would normally hold it back. And it's rising. Like you can literally see it. Wiley says, I'm on 63rd Street in Galveston. We have power, but it's flickering. C May says, hey Ryan, what app were you using earlier when you were showing the 3D thing? That was Radar Omega. You think it's going to track more east? No, it's pretty much right on track. I think it's going to go up to the west of Houston, and it's going to continue to go up towards the Shreveport area as we go through the day. Into the day tomorrow, and then it'll go plumb on all the way up there to Ohio by Wednesday. Chris's location right now is he's in Sargent. And this is what it looks like in Surfside Beach. Yeah, Chris is not getting out of there for a while. Chris Hall is stuck in Sargent, Texas right now. There ain't no way he's getting out of there. There is, of course, a flash flood warning for this area. Sorry, I'm reading through a bunch of stuff here. Sargent Beach is about a 300-foot wide strip of land between the Intercoastal Waterway and the Gulf. He's trapped. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely trapped. You know who else is trapped? Freddie McKinney. Look at this. He ain't getting... Well, honestly, he's got a better chance of getting through that, I think. Freddie is currently in Brazoria, west of Lake Jackson.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just to update your list on storm chasers that have been trapped places, you can add Brad and I to that list.
Brad and Caleb officially added to the list of storm chasers who are stuck. Hope they pack snacks. That's all I know how to say. I'm not even tired, y'all. Are you guys tired?
Hey Ryan, I'm gonna be shocked if this road is even still here once the water goes down. This is some raging water here. Yeah, I guess time will only tell. We got plenty of food and plenty of drinks though, so the only thing I need is a porta potty.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. You copy?
Yeah, go ahead. I just processed the porta potty bit. Gosh, man.
Hey, I was gonna let you know that I'm still waiting on those hamburgers from one of your viewers to stop by my car and like throw me a hamburger in there. If they really want to do it, tonight would be a great night if they just want to come by and throw a hamburger in my car.
Hey, if anybody else is out there stuck on Surfside Beach and you have access to a hamburger and you can go out in the hurricane and find Brad Arnold and throw said hamburger at Brad Arnold, you have permission. It'd be crazy if there's anybody out there that fits all the criteria that's watching right now. But like, I would love to see it.
You got Reed. All I'm gonna say, you got Reed.
Oh, is that Reed? Reed just really wants to, like, he really wants to try to get just a little bit swept away. Like, not completely. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so over the police scanners, we didn't get to catch the town name, but a police officer just caught a loose alligator on a road. And he was reporting that basically, he was very proud that he managed to catch an alligator on the road. So I don't know what town it was. We couldn't catch the town name, but that's kind of just a funny little thing. A police officer did catch an alligator.
Nice. So that's another thing you got to look out for if you're that person that's on Surfside Beach that's traveling now with a hamburger to go throw it at Brad Arnold. Another hazard that you might have to consider are, alligators. So, yeah, that road's definitely getting washed out there. This is the kind of situation where turn around, don't drown. you definitely want to heed that warning there. Even even if you drive this road every day, like you don't know. And even if what we're looking at here is maybe only a couple inches deep, even though I do think it's deeper than that, you don't know what's underneath it. They could have washed a 5 to 10 foot hole out, and the water just happens to be sitting a couple inches above where the road used to be. You know what I mean? And then now you're in the hole. Yep, Reed even turned around.
Hey Ryan, this water's every bit of a foot, 2+ deep, and it extends probably a quarter of a mile or longer on this road.
Yeah, we're probably going to see damaging winds pretty well inland. I would say that hurricane force wind gusts will be possible all the way up into Houston. We'll probably start seeing some of those soon. Tropical storm force wind gusts, however, will be possible. 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts will be possible all the way up into the North Cleveland and Huntsville areas. Let's say 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts up towards Palestine, Jacksonville, Tyler, Longview, that area. So it'll be a widespread damaging wind event for a lot of people in Texas here. We've already got 100,000 people without power. We'll probably see a lot more than that at some point. $147,000 people without power. Here's a look at the radar. We've been looking at that water for a while. We're going to go back to it. But this is the radar now. Almost a complete central area of circulation now is over land, quite obviously. And probably the strongest part of the storm, or the heavier, like the biggest part of the storm right now, is going over where Brad and Caleb are, near Freeport and Jones Creek. And then probably some of the heaviest rain is getting ready to come into Galveston right now. And then now all of Houston is experiencing a pretty strong storm. This is not the full extent of what will be Hurricane Beryl for you guys. However, it's definitely, it's a very strong storm that's happening out there right now. Street flooding will take place soon, as the rain's going to not let up anytime soon. And then the winds will get a little bit more intense a little bit later today, or, later this morning, I should say. It's about to be 6 a.m. We've been going for 8 hours, about to be 10Z. It's 4:45 Central right now. Good morning to those of you who are just now waking up. Go ahead, Elijah.
Hey Ryan, so I got an update. We get to call Andy out this time for doing a good job. So a tornado was actually kind of reported from the emergency manager that hit Jamaica Beach about 2 a.m. Central Time. Andy called this tornado out. So unfortunately, I hate to say that there was a tornado. There is house or report of a house that is damaged and power lines that are downed due to the tornado. So the emergency manager was able to determine that these were from a tornado and not the hurricane-related winds. Oh, and it was never warned.
Amazing, unbelievable. Thank you, Elijah. So the storm that we were focused on a little bit earlier with no warning, Andy brought it to our attention and continued to update us on it. Thankfully, unfortunately, did actually have a tornado with it, and we're starting to hear about that now. Yeah, and I was thinking I don't know how related this is. It's probably a completely different part of the storm. But what we were just looking at there from Freddie McKinney's point of view as well looked a lot more like tornado damage than hurricane damage. You know what I'm saying? So I would say there was probably a couple of unwarned tornadoes, if not several, in that area.
Hey Ryan, just had a major power flash literally right beside the car. If anybody brings me a hamburger, also bring me a new pair of pants.
This is, by the way, this is what Brad Arnold is going through right now. Still, this like he's been in this. I feel like for 3 hours. His ears have got to be ringing from the sound of the rain. NWS Houston says a weather station down near Freeport has reported a wind gust of 92 miles per hour at 4:17 a.m. So that was about 30 minutes ago or so. Another station nearby also reported a 91 mile per hour wind gust. $162,000 people without power now in Texas. Michael says, I lost power in Fulshire right away. We are down, hoping for a good recovery. Winds are intense already. Thank you all. This is a strong storm. Michael, I'm glad you're okay. I hope that this continues to... I hope that you continue to be okay and keep us updated, man. And thank you for the support. Once again, the conditions are starting to very slowly but surely get a little bit better here where Brad is near Freeport. However, the really strong and intense winds that he was just experiencing are still on their way to Liverpool, to Alvin, and to Pearland. Once again, right now in downtown Houston, we've got a pretty intense storm going on. Probably some strong winds, definitely some heavy rain. But there's probably going to be some stronger wind gusts later, whenever that central area of circulation gets a little bit closer to you. All this looking at rain and talking about flooding and wind. At the same time, there's an excessive heat warning in portions of the desert Southwest and in Arizona and California. You may think, whoa, of course it's hot over there, but similarly to how, schools rarely close where it snows all the time, you don't always get excessive heat warnings in places where it's hot all the time. Hot temperatures with major heat risk. Whoa. Tomorrow or this afternoon, up to 115 degrees in portions of Arizona. What you're looking at here is a live look from near Freeport, Texas.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead. That's Caleb.
I just wanted to take a minute to mention how impressed I am with Texas power. We have been down here in like 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and this is the first time ever that Brad and I both have been in a hurricane where we have had power consistently the entire time through, even with power flashes and stuff happening. So just something to note down here. Apparently it's a great spot to live if you don't want to lose power.
Lord, yeah. You've got a pretty stout hurricane, and you can still have power and be able to go to the Waffle House. This sounds like a great place to live if you want to be able to do those things, regardless of the circumstances. I agree. I'm scrolling through Twitter looking for stuff to, talk about. And I just saw a clip from like some coverage from the Weather Channel. And you know what we're missing here on this side of the weather coverage world? Yeah, we're missing somebody standing in the hurricane fighting for their life. Who should that be?
Ryan, don't you worry. I'll do it right now.
That I feel like that's, that we need that. You guys know what I'm talking about. Somebody standing there like, Ryan, I'm in the middle of a hurricane right now. And like, about to get knocked over. Like that's like an instrumental part of hurricane coverage, I think, that we can't just omit. And Caleb has volunteered as tribute, so I'm down. We don't have any footage of Bay City right now, but we had a lot earlier. There was a lot of chasers in Bay City.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. The water here is only getting deeper. The surge continues to rise here. May take a nap. Not 100% sure yet, but yeah, we're all safe here. Nobody needs to worry. We have a really tall bridge behind us. We just like to get a little up close and personal with the water. But yeah, we're definitely picking back up in intensity on the winds, but the surge is rising as well. So
I think Chris should be our guy that fights for his life out in the winds. I don't know why that cracked me up. Ryan, we've got major flooding here. The water is rising quickly. I think I may take a nap. I think I'm just deliriously tired is what it is. But that was good. Downtown Houston, you are under a flash flood warning now.
Hey, Ryan, can you hear me? I'm coming through on Zoom right now.
Yes.
I just don't have a button that's working. All right, you ready for your in-rain report?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, I can't let Caleb do this by himself.
Okay, I am ready.
So, we're currently in
Oh wait, we don't see
with
you.
water.
We don't see you.
I don't know if you can even hear me. Really loud out here.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Can you see me now?
I'm supposed to be looking in Zoom, right?
Yeah. Look at my main camera. Oh, it hurts so much. Yeah. Right. I think that's just water coming right off the Gulf. They're just
Oh,
considered it
okay,
right
I see.
back north. Oh, wow.
There he
Joining
is.
me at- So what? Go get it.
Brad and Caleb, they're doing it. This is perfect. This is exactly what we needed. Absolutely. I mean, that's all it takes. I mean, they're out there anyways. You know what I mean? Go out there. Show us. Show us why it's dangerous, Bulls. No, that was a masterclass in hurricane reporting right there. I appreciate you guys. All you got to do is ask, man, and these guys they're going to do whatever you need them to do. So that was our attempt at mainstream news coverage. I think we nailed it. Honestly, I think we've got to keep it going a little bit. Yeah, they made it back to their car. I think they might have ruined their microphones, but they're good. This is a full view of the hurricane as it comes onto shore here. Things are probably getting briefly a little bit quieter in some parts of Houston. However, a little bit of some of the stronger winds are moving up into your neck of the woods now in Pearland and Sugarland. And, once again, tropical storm force to hurricane force winds are going to be possible for an extended period of time here. Ryan, how long will the other half of the eye stay in the Gulf? Not much longer. Relatively, it's going to take about the same amount of time as it took the first half to go through it, Everybody, a huge round of applause, huge shout out to Storm Chasers Caleb Beecham and Brad Arnold for going out there and doing the thing. They deserve a subscription on YouTube if you want to go look up their channels. Brad and Caleb, this is what they do. They chase storms. Even sometimes when I'm not here, they are. And they're just doing their thing. Oh yeah, and also a huge shout out to ISP Tech Co. ISP Tech for supplying the internet connectivity materials and equipment and services for both Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham and the Weather House, to be honest. Like we've got those guys have really helped us out. That's how you get this quality footage in the middle of a hurricane. Michael R. says, you guys are awesome. You staying up with us this late to report is much appreciated. You guys rock. Thank you. Michael, once again, thank you. Artist, thank you for the super chat. Jacob, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Where do you think the storm's going to go over the next few days? I'll show you. How about that? I will show you. Oops. We'll come right on over here. We've been working on a website or app, whatever you want to call it, with our own graphics and stuff, because you guys asked for that a lot. It's nowhere near ready. Nowhere near ready, but this is one of the things that we can look at here to determine where we think Beryl's going to go. Wow, look at that, by the way. Latest satellite image. It continues to look more impressive over land than it did over water not too long ago. This thing literally exploded right as it came on to shore. Look at this. From nothing to a whole lot of something very quickly. Actually, let's look at the cone over here. So I'm going to turn on the cone of uncertainty, what I like to call it. So the storm's projected to go somewhere within that red cone over the next couple of days, specifically by the 11th. So, basically 3 days from now, it'll be somewhere over here near Detroit. So by the time it gets up here, we're going to be talking about some breezes and some heavy rain. In the interim, though, severe weather is possible. I do think tomorrow we've got that enhanced risk of severe weather down here near, what's that place called? Shreveport. Marginal risk goes all the way up to southern portions of Illinois, and then I don't know if we've got a new day 2 yet. Yeah, marginal risk over here in Kentucky and a little bit of New England as well. So severe weather, some rain, and a couple breezes possible up there in Ohio as a result of this. It's 6, you can tell it's 6 a.m. We're getting a lot of good mornings in the chat, a lot of, you're still streaming? And you look tired. Welcome, y'all. We've been here all night watching, honestly, a pretty intense storm. Look at that explosion. We are up to 250,000 people without power now in Texas. the vast majority of those, of course, right around the hardest hit areas near landfall. It looks like a lot of the wind and a lot of the wind-driven problems were actually on the western side of the eye with this particular storm.
A new tornado
don't get me
warning
wrong,
has been issued.
Lots of problems with wind on the eastern side as well, but I think we got a little bit more of a broad or widespread coverage of at least, measurable and reportable kind of winds on the western side. And we got a tornado warning in Houston. I failed it. I failed it coming. And once again, a pretty, an area of rotation here. Several minutes ago, has prompted a tornado warning for Highland Heights, Hawthorne Place, and places south and west of Scenic Woods and north and east of Hunters Creek Village is now under a tornado warning. The specific area of rotation that prompted the warning is still with us, and it's about right here, near the intersection between Interstate 610 and 69. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, unfortunately, that actually did damage too. There was a consistent debris signature that went unwarned for at least 6 minutes or so, and it has since dissipated, it has since lifted after this warning was issued. It is already done doing damage per what we can see on radar. Unfortunately, it was literally 2 pixels wide when it started doing damage, and that is why I did not actually see it, because the radar presentation is super messy over the metro. So that was probably one of the most difficult tornadoes to find and like scout or sniff out there. But once it was already doing damage, relaying that messaging is a little bit less effective since it's already impacted some structures. So I aim to do this before before that happens. And sometimes finding those 2 pixels in the mess of all these garbled velocity data and all of these missing values, there's a bunch of blank spots here, is a really difficult job. So hopefully nobody was seriously impacted by that, and hopefully nothing else comes out of this warning area. But I can say that what prompted the warning and what did do damage is already done.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. You can see here, the structure of the storm that allowed for a tornado to happen. That's still intact, and there's other storms out there that will have that same structure. So everybody, we've been talking a lot about this today. Like everybody in this corridor right in here needs to understand that even if the tornado sirens don't go off, even if you're not under a tornado warning, a tornado is possible in any of these storms this evening. This morning. Tornado warning in Houston. The original area of rotation that prompted the warning is really no longer with us. However, the storm is still there. It could rotate again, so take shelter in Hardy Heights and Highland Heights up here on the northern side of Houston, Texas. All right, I'm turning the cone off. Excuse me. Is it a tropical storm? No, it's still, technically it's still a Category 1 hurricane right now. Still producing hurricane force winds, certainly near Granado, probably also near West Columbia. It will very quickly reduce in overall strength as it approaches Houston.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. Honestly, I think we're pushing some. I think the backside of this may be trying to get stronger than the first leading bands, because right now we're pushing. I'd say we've pushed it probably 100-mile-an-hour gust at least on this backside so far.
That's Chris. And what he's talking about is, of course, this part of the storm has went through, and we've still got the other side to go through, as the storm is continuing here. So Bay City, Lake Jackson, it's not over for y'all. You've got another round to go. And I would agree, just from based off of the reports that we've seen so many on this backside here that it wouldn't surprise me at all if there was some stronger winds embedded in this part of the storm as it comes up into the coastal areas near El Campo, Bay City, of course, Palacios, and West Columbia again. So, yeah, don't let your guard down just because things have calmed down for a little bit. Is there an AI summary of a live updating AI summary of the live stream somewhere? Apparently it said viewers are reacting with amusement, amazement, and disbelief to two storm chasers wrestling a flooded street while reporting Hurricane Ian. Close, but not quite. Almost had it. Yeah. Chat summary. Okay. Viewers are discussing tornado warnings and severe weather conditions across the various cities in Texas. They are sharing updates on wind speeds, rain, and power outages. I swear people like all these companies are just really trying really hard to just figure out how they're going to use AI, man. Like what even is the point of that? Salah says, here it's raining like crazy and the wind is insane. I'm in Rosharon. I can't sleep. Yep, things are going to continue to be pretty crazy there for quite some time. So get ready for that. Things are going to continue to get a little bit more crazier. If you're in downtown Houston, Galveston, I swear, I think you guys really got to buckle in for several rounds of strong wind and extremely heavy rain. I'm concerned about the flooding over there in Galveston.
Hey, Ryan, for sure, the backside is definitely stronger on this one as well. Definitely stronger on this one. My goodness gracious.
All right, let's buckle in for round 2 in our areas that are being hit by the eye walls of the storm. Bryce Shelton's got a pretty good view here of the winds as they're coming in. And of course, so does Chris Hall. Zeed or Zippadee-doo-dah. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. And congrats to the people who got the free memberships. Sorry. If you're just now tuning in, this is our wall of storm chasers out there sampling the hurricane, the inside of Hurricane Beryl for us. The initial landfall was pretty intense, and now things are picking back up again here along the coastal areas. Things are picking up for the first time really for a lot of you guys out here up towards Tomball, Spring, Kingwood, over towards Liberty and Beaumont in portions of Texas. Things are going to continue to get more intense as time goes on, but I don't think that you guys have as much to worry about as far as the sustained winds go. Some gusts and some really heavy rain are going to be the big problems over here. I'm very concerned about flash flooding. Also, we've got to watch the tornado threat today. Especially in places like Shreveport a little bit later. Oh. Life. Thank you for that. Kinsey, we do. We do. I bought a team one for myself because I use it that much. But you can have one of the slots. By the way, y'all, if you want to follow our y'all squad pages, this is a great time to do that. Y'all squad on Facebook and Twitter. There's going to be info going up over the next couple of hours about post-hurricane safety. So go follow those accounts. A lot of you probably didn't even know that those existed, but the Y'all Squad, our official 501c3 nonprofit organization, has its own Facebook and Twitter account and YouTube accounts that you should go follow them. Chafe, thank you. Joshua K, thanks for becoming a member. That's something that we haven't done in a while, mostly because we've had everything torn apart, and we've taken a couple different turns of taking vacations and breaks and stuff here. Our one opportunity a year to do that. But we're going to get back into the members only live streams here. We're going to do a state of the y'all really soon, and we've got all kinds of stuff to talk about. I just haven't had the time to put it together. There's so many things that I've underestimated the amount of time that it would take, as always, to do some of the upgrades that we've been doing. So we'll get to it. 'Karen says, is the eye supposed to be calm? Lake Jackson is definitely not calm. Well, Lake Jackson, you're not in the eye. For those of you who don't know, this storm doesn't have like a really well-defined eye, but it is, the eye of the storm's technically right in here. Now, Lake Jackson, if you're looking at radar or something, it might look like you're pretty close to the eye, but that's actually the most intense part of the storm, right next to the eye, usually. So right in here, theoretically, in the shaded area, is where some of the stronger winds may be occurring in the storm. So Lake Jackson, you're not in the calm part of the storm yet, and in fact, you might not get to be in that part of the storm. Yeah, that other side's going to wrap right around on you. $320,000 people without power now in Texas. When is the worst expected to be over in Sugar Land? It's going to be a while. The winds are going to continue to be sustained at where they are right now and maybe even increase a little bit over the next couple of hours. The rains are going to continue to get more intense. You might get a brief period of, decreased activity, for a little bit, but then another round's going to come through. That'll be more brief, but you've got a while to go before it's completely done with you in Sugar Land. Probably, late this afternoon, 2-3 p.m., something like that. The worst of it will definitely be over by noon, I think. I think so. League City is crazy, and we still have some power left. Who knows for how long? Some real strong winds are definitely moving into the League City area right now. Stronger winds are on the way. I think probably not like not a lot stronger than what you're experiencing right now, but certainly stronger winds are on the way. And also, League City, you're one of the places that I am quite concerned with flash flooding. So get ready. The rain is not going to stop anytime soon there. We've also got a camera right here in League City in the Dickinson, Texas area showing us the extent of that heavy rainfall. Do we got a rain gauge on this bad boy? Wow, we've got everything except a rain gauge. Unless I'm missing it. Am I looking in the wrong place? Nope. Sweet. Definitely a lot of rain that will fall in there. Tim, let's see here. I woke up about 20 minutes ago here in Clear Lake, Texas, in the Houston area. Power is gone, and we're getting battered by severe wind and rain. No major flooding yet. Thankfully, our home has a backup.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, it's Brad. Hey, I just want to let you know I just got back to my hotel. I'm going to grab a couple hours of sleep, and then I'll be back on the road in the morning to cover it. I was getting pretty tired, so stopped to get a little bit of sleep, and I'll be back at it tomorrow morning.
Sounds good. Thank you, Brad.
Or not tomorrow morning, this morning. My days are almost
I was
up.
getting ready to say it is tomorrow morning. But thank you, Brad. You can go get some sleep. You did an amazing job today doing in the hurricane reporting. That was awesome. Somebody, William S. just said, "How's cell phone coverage?" I don't think I understand the question. But if you're asking, how do they have cell phone coverage? A lot of them don't. Specifically, the way that we're seeing Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham's feeds right now is through a combination of Starlink satellite connectivity, AT&T and Verizon, all bonded together with an ISP TechCo setup Peplink router. It's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful invention, and you can pretty much have whatever kind of internet connectivity you could possibly need. You can have it anywhere on Earth, even like if you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. 1,000 miles away from land in all directions. So, and the reason I know that is because there's a guy right now in the middle of the Pacific Ocean who's using the same kind of setup to upload TikTok videos. I'm sure some of you guys have seen him. Yeah, the winds are definitely just as intense, if not more intense, on the backside of this thing. Will this affect the East Coast? Yeah, marginally. It'll affect the East Coast. And we'll talk about that in a video that I do over the next couple of days, but it's not going to be anything. Honestly, it's not going to be anything incredibly noteworthy, and that's not always the case, right? With hurricanes, Hurricane Ian comes to mind. A couple of other hurricanes come to mind for their big time impacts that they had farther downstream. This one doesn't look to be as detrimental. Wind is really picking up out here where our guys are near Lake Jackson. This looks similar to what we were looking at when the storm first came in. Not a Cat 2 is officially Category 1 at landfall. Yeah, a lot of people right now are experiencing very, very strong winds. And you can tell by looking at the chat. This is going to continue to be the case in and around Houston for the next little bit. The strongest winds right now, though, I do think are still occurring down here between Edna, Palacios, and Lake Jackson, kind of on the back side of this. Our Eyewall here. Palacios. Okay. What's going on with storm surge? I mean, it's happening. You can see it very clearly on some of our storm chaser cameras. That water that you see there and Bryce Shelton's feed shouldn't be there. Same thing for this water on Chris's feed. Same thing for this water on Brian M. Finger's feed. And this is Brett Adair's view. That looks pretty deep. Is the storm surge likely to affect League City? Not in any overly significant way. I don't want to rule out everything. You're pretty close to the, the Clifton Beach, San Leon area. There could be some impacts over there as a result of the 4 to 6 foot storm surge. However, it's not going to be anything, unprecedented or anything like that. Look at the tree limbs and debris here on Bob Pack's feed. At the same time, winds continue to look like they are increasing here near Freeport, Texas, where Brett is. Believe it or not, I do think, if my sources are correct, the person behind the camera in this shot is currently taking a nap. That's nuts. Or trying to. Flash flood warning for the Houston area.
Ryan, unfortunately, I cannot nap. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. I'm going to be silent for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
We have winds sustained of at least 70 to 80 plus. We've had gusts well over 100 again. So no, I haven't taken a nap yet, and I really need that porta potty.
The flash flood warning over here for Houston has been upgraded to considerable flash flood warning. Considerable damage is possible. League City, Sugar Land, Houston, all the big areas around Houston are included in this. Between 3 to 6 inches of rain have fallen. An additional 2 to 4 inches are possible in the warned area. I think an additional, 3 to 6, honestly, is possible in some places. And I can see the light from the sun peeking through the windows here at the weather house. It's currently 6:50 a.m. Eastern, 5:50 Central, 10:50 Z. We've been going now for 9 hours almost. And honestly, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm not even tired. Yeah, Bryce and Chris both are in. Honestly, equally as impressive looking stuff as they were earlier. Actually, this is probably a little bit worse. This is Bryce Shelton's current view from just to the south and east of the Bay City, Texas area. More specifically, Lake Jackson. No tornado warnings right now. Not even a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. Let's go check out the cyclone port over here in Dickinson. Winds are really starting to pick up over here. We've got a 65 mile per hour gust in the past 5 minutes. Winds are pretty much sustained around 40. And that's going to be the case. I think that's what's coming for Houston. We're going to get a pretty prolonged period of that, like 60, 70 mile per hour winds. The lowest that they get to will be, 30, 40 mile per hour. And that's going to be pretty intense over there in Houston, so get ready for that. Not quite as intense as this, but not too far off. What you're looking at here is some incredibly strong winds coming into the Lake Jackson area. These are coming into the Angelton and Holiday Lakes areas as well. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, still here. I believe that there is something worthy of a tornado warning. Give me 1 second while I find it here. Okay. 6 in the morning here. It is just south of Santa Fe, which is due south of the Houston radar in Texas here. This little area, due south of Alta Loma, if you zoom in, is it's quite conspicuous. You can barely see it, but it does have really robust upper level support, which is a little less commonly seen in these tropical tornado setups here. So I see some pretty intense rotation aloft. If you're able to go up and tilt in the radar, you'll definitely see it back of frame there. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is warned, especially as it gets really close to the radar. Might get a little too close to see that rotation well, unless it starts to tornado. And we always want to get information out before that happens.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're watching this area near League City for multiple reasons. We've got obviously the flash flooding problem. We've got the strong winds coming in, and now we've got also an embedded tornado threat on top of all of that stuff, specifically between Santa Fe, Alvin, Hillcrest, over towards the West Ranch area. You guys should be on high, just be paying attention as this could be something that you should take shelter for. If you want to go ahead and do that, that might be a smart thing to do. Y'all watch out. We're now up to 400,000 people without power in Texas. Lots of people talking about their buildings shaking in and around Houston. Same thing as with a tornado or, a strong, damaging thunderstorm. You don't want to be near windows during a situation like this. One second, y'all. Yeah, we'll go back to the radar here real quick for anybody who's just now waking up and wants a full kind of overview, I guess, of the of what's going on here. This is our Hurricane Beryl, that is still a hurricane as per the storm or National Hurricane Center. It's slowly but surely churning up towards Houston. It's still a little bit on the right side of the projected track. We've got flash flooding happening in and around Houston. That's going to be probably the main problem. And then on top of that, we've got still right now strong damaging winds happening all up and down, several different areas here. So this is going to continue to be a problem. We're going to see tropical storm force, high-end tropical storm force winds past Houston all the way up towards Jacksonville, Texas today. Tornado threat develops a little while later today, whenever this part of the storm is over land. We do expect for there to be several opportunities for there to be tornadoes. There's a 10% probability of tornadoes today in Shreveport, Louisiana. And then, there's a moderate risk of excessive rainfall from Houston all the way up into the Boot Heel of Missouri. So lots of things happening today, but the worst of the storm, as far as the hurricane goes, that is over. The core of the storm, the entire thing pretty much is over land now, and we're going to see it slowly but surely lose steam as the day goes on. We expect it to be by 2 p.m. today. We expect it to be a 65 mile per hour tropical storm. By 2 a.m., we expect it to be a 40 mile per hour tropical storm. So you can see how quickly things are going to kind of skedaddle. Let's see here. What is that all over the road there? That rocks on Brian and Finger's feed?
Hey Ron, it's Chris. It's starting to get somewhat daylight here. So once the sun fully comes up here, you're probably going to see a complete different story here. Yeah, we're still getting gusts well near 100 miles an hour. Car in front of us is completely flooded. This is the same trailer we talked about earlier with somebody inside. It's still intact, it looks like, but still getting some very, very destructive, well above hurricane force winds here. Water just keeps on rising, so
there you go. Sun's coming up over there, and we're probably going to see some damage. Honestly, more than probably what I was expecting when we first started the stream. So, unfortunately, we will be dealing with that. But also, this was, I do think, given the circumstances and the fact that Hurricane Beryl was a record-breaking storm and had such unbelievable dynamics at one point, we kind of lucked out having it only be a Category 1 at landfall. I got a lot of people telling me that I look tired right now. I don't know what you guys, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Don't have any hamburger patties on lock right now. What I do have is the ability to stand. That'll do it. If you are just now tuning in, good morning to you. We've been here all night, and we've been tracking Hurricane Beryl, and we're still doing that. It's still happening. But I'm hoping that we're getting to a point here soon where things are going to maybe start calming down just a little bit. We're not there yet. Try my best to keep up with chat. I've got it in a smaller window today. So what I'm going to do real quick is, for the first time in 9 hours, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Mic's open if anybody wants.
Thanks for sticking with us, y'all. We greatly appreciate you. Just want to let you know I'm not seeing anything of particular interest in the near term to call out on the radar, which is what I'm still scanning here. My eyes are starting to hurt, but our primary tornado threat will ramp up later today in those outlined areas by the SPC, kind of focused around Shreveport, Louisiana, and areas north and south of that. North and south of I-20. So those areas will be the focus of some tropical tornadoes later today, once Beryl is downgraded to a tropical storm and possibly even a depression by the time it's up there, meaning that the major focus or foci will be on the flooding and any extraneous severe weather impacts from the outer bands that continue to swirl around the low pressure system. So that's what we're watching later on today, although we may not be on for that because we may be absolutely exhausted and fast asleep while a lot of the tornado activity is going on.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, we may not may not be able to be here for the tornado event. And once again, it's going to be certainly it's going to be an event. I definitely think we're going to see some tornadoes today, but it's not like the typical kind of setup that would spark a live stream anyways. You know what I mean? So there's that. I do want to show you all some weather models just to give you an idea of what this might look like as we go through the day today and into tomorrow. Just give me a moment. Okay, so this is what the radar looks like essentially right now, right? 7 a.m. Eastern. We've got Hurricane Beryl, fully on land, and we've got a couple of, areas of storms in New Mexico and Oklahoma. This is a simulation of what the radar could look like as we go through the rest of the day. It's not completely accurate, but it gives us an idea. Let's skip over to 1 p.m. where we still think that we're going to be seeing some pretty heavy rain in Houston, and maybe even over there towards Beaumont, and maybe even Galveston to an extent. So by 1 or 2 p.m. today, it's still going to be raining heavily in a lot of these places, so keep that in mind if you're already seeing flooding. Also, strong winds possible on the backside, maybe even back there towards places like Sugarland and Mongolia. The rain becomes more of a problem up in northeastern portions of Texas and places like Longview and Tyler, and some of the winds too, as we go into 8 p.m. tonight. And this is also around the time when our tornado threat is likely going to be maximized for the most part. We're going to have several areas of storms that are capable of producing tornadoes in and around the border between Texas and Louisiana. And those are going to persist potentially all the way into the early morning hours on Tuesday, where they will fizzle out. And then as we go late in the day on Tuesday, some more storms might try to pop up on the southern side of the circulation that was Beryl. But this is mostly just going to be a big rain shield that comes up through here and causes some problems once again in Illinois, Indiana, up into Michigan, where we've been dealing with a lot of rain, and some of these places might end up dealing with some flooding as well. So that's the full progression of what Hurricane Beryl is supposed to look like, at least for the next 48 hours. Did I say Mongolia? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. Look at that big spinning disc. Still pretty impressive on radar, the overall presentation. Galveston is getting hammered right now by some really heavy rain, and obviously some strong winds as well. The winds pretty much everywhere else are still a problem, but they're calming down, I think, compared to what we were seeing earlier. Brett Adair still got some really strong gusts there, but you can tell that the picture is a little clearer down here where we've got Chris and Bryce. John says, I'm on Galveston Island, West Beach. Power's been out for a couple of hours, and it's been off and on several dozen times. Yeah, half a million people without power now, maybe even more than that. The numbers are a little all over the place in Texas. Honestly, not as bad as it could be, but that's still a lot of people currently without power. Texas usually does a pretty good job of, usually does a good job of getting that back on. So hopefully this isn't a problem that we have to deal with too long. But yeah, I also think that number is going to continue to go up, especially in Houston and areas to the east of Houston. I think we're going to see and anybody who still has power in Houston and due south. I think that we're going to deal with some more power outages down there as well. I'm just going to do this. Where Brett Adair is right now actually looks a little bit more intense. Treasure Island. things are going to start calming down even there at some point. But right now, it's lots of storm surge. Winds are increasing. League City, I think we've got a little bit of a break going on here. But still, within the last 5 minutes, we had a 67.5 mile per hour wind gust. So things are still happening up there in the League City area. I know we got a lot of people watching in Houston. So, keep letting us know how the conditions are. It's been really useful, actually, just to glance over at chat and see, how many places are without power and who's dealing with what. We do have Freddie McKinney in Houston. Looks like he's in close to the downtown area right now. So, and he's down right here. So. Deformed says, I just lost power in Northwest Houston. If you haven't lost power yet and you are in this area, you probably will. Really strong winds on the backside of this too. So if for whatever reason you're in any of these areas, you probably will. Maybe not for a very long time, but certainly for a period of time, you will. Boom, 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 boom. Center Point Energy. We've been all hands on deck through the night as Hurricane Beryl made landfall with sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, bringing the threat of flash flooding. Yeah, so they're on it. So Center Point Energy is almost as on top of this, almost as Waffle House. I think if you compared war rooms, Waffle House would be on top. 850,000 people without power now in Texas. Oh, my program crashed. Honestly, I'm super proud of it. It did a very good job. 9 hours and 27 minutes of 12 constant 1080p parsing of live streams. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I can do the 3D thing again. I'll pull that up while I restart the camera system. Yep. So this is the this is what Beryl looks like right now. I don't think we can. Oh yeah, we can load more frames. Let me show you the kind of explosion that we went through here. So, oh, I'm gonna load even more frames. 1 second. Okay, so this was late last night. You know, big rotating system out there in the Gulf. We knew about it. We knew what was up. But look, watch what happens with it as it approaches the U.S. The coast of Texas here. Big time explosion, rapid intensification was well underway. It was trying to happen there. This is exactly what a hurricane looks like, that, you know, very quickly goes from a tropical storm to a Category 3 or Category 5, whatever it is. But thankfully, the coast of Texas was there to stop it. Honestly, like if this would have had maybe, I mean, if this would have had 6 more hours over water, it would have been crazy. If this would have had a day, an additional day over water, it would have been a devastating situation for whoever ended up in the path of it. Yeah, that 86-degree water right near the coast really played a role in that, that's for sure. Yeah, it's done growing now. You can already see that in this loop if you pay close attention. Notice how the explosion happens, right? You've got all this bubbling up. You see the blacks and the whites and the pinks here representing very tall clouds, very cool clouds at the top. And basically, what happens here is it kind of all bubbles over, and then as soon as the core of that storm loses its connection with the warm ocean waters, the bubbling up just kind of comes to a simmer and flattens out. Look at that. So we're already seeing much warmer and lower and flatter tops to the storm here. So things are just smoothing out. Things are calming down. Now, it's not, doesn't mean it's a weak storm at all by any means right now, but it's certainly not strengthening in the same way that it was. What's the projected path after landfall? We've shown it a couple times. This is the projected track or the cone. It could go anywhere in there. Honestly, it's probably going to end up around Detroit in a couple of days, and along its path, it's going to drop some rain. on the northern side and some storms on the southern side. The most concerning time frame for the storm side of this is going to be today, much later today, in Louisiana and eastern portions of Texas, where we will have a tornado threat. National Weather Service in Houston said an elevated weather station near the Houston metro, located at an elevation of 226 feet, so fairly high up, has gusted up to 81 miles per hour at 6:15 a.m. Anyone in a high rise in the metro, please don't go out in your balconies and stay away from windows. How many chasers are still out there? Not as many. A lot of them have went to bed. You see our program here. Let me show you. If I can figure out which button to push. You see on the control bar on the left, you see all those red lines? Those are chasers that are asleep.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Caleb's not asleep.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I just wanted to give you a quick update. I am going through the western side of Houston right now, kind of working my way back north as I kind of start to head back towards home. And I'm starting to see communities that already have a pretty substantial amount of water in them. And we are just in the beginning of this rainfall. Obviously, we're going to see rainfall pretty much throughout the day. The winds are still pretty significant here. Most people are driving about 30 to 40 down the interstate right now, so I would still recommend that if you have anywhere to travel today, just don't. It's not worth it. Most places aren't going to be open anyways. From what I've seen, pretty much every single exit has no power, so.
All right. Thank you, Caleb, in Hall Force 1 out there for the update. What is the traveling speed of the hurricane, I guess you're saying? Right now, it's probably like 10, 15 miles per hour, but it's going to speed up. The farther north it gets, the faster it's going to go. Snapback says, is this a Cat 1? It feels like a Cat 2, to be honest. That's what we've all been saying. But no, by every metric of, unless everybody's measurements are off, the National Weather Service, personal weather stations, the dropsondes from our hurricane reconnaissance crew, unless everything is just wrong today, it was Category 1. It just looked and seemed like it was worse, I guess. And honestly, I think one of the big things is because the storm was so explosive, because, you saw the clouds, like right as the storm's coming onto land, we saw like a huge expansion in the storm. I think we saw a lot of gusts. We saw a lot of really high wind gusts that maybe were shorter lived, and that maybe they were more frequent than what we would normally see in a Category 1 hurricane, and that kind of led to the. It definitely, I think, will look, even the aftermath and some of these, shots that our storm chasers are sending, it looks like a little bit more damage was done than what you would typically assume would happen from a Category 1. But yeah, this is one of the things that we've been working on. I'm excited to show you some of the other things as well. But this software here, believe it or not, there's not another software that exists where you can concurrently play 12 live streams uniquely, parsing them all, on your own from RTMP links concurrently at 60 frames per second at a good frame rate without using like a huge amount of your CPU. So we had to make it ourselves, and that's what this is. And it's also got a built-in database of hundreds of live cameras from around the United States, and of course all of our storm chasers are in there. And once we get this fully implemented, our producer back there, all they'll have to do is, let's say there was a tornado warning. Well, there's not right now, but you can click on this flash flood warning, for example, and you hit set target location. And it sets the target location to the centroid of the warning polygon. And then it just looks at all of the available cameras, including the storm chasers, and it says whose latitude and longitudinal location is closest to that polygon centroid. And it puts it in order for us as, who's closest and who's farthest away. For example, that flash flood warning there for Houston, Freddie McKinney is 18.69 miles away from the centroid of the polygon for that warning. So if that was a tornado warning, for example, it'd be very helpful to know exactly who's closest, and not necessarily who. A lot of times we know where our storm chasers are, but there might be a Radar Omega camera or a virtual RAILFAN's camera, or we're working with states to try to get highway traffic cameras in here. It might be stuff like that you'd never think of that's real close, and now with a click of a button, it all kind of organizes for us based off of the warning. And then from there, if you've got an empty slot, you just drag and drop, and then it plays. And then, you guys aren't going to see this in the future. It'll just pop up on my screen, and it'll look all professional and normal. It's not going to look like the back end software like this is supposed to be right here. Yeah. The Houston area is getting pretty rocked right now by some strong winds and some heavy rain. Any tornadoes? Not right now. They are possible, and we did have some overnight. But not right now. We don't have any tornadoes going on right now. Jesse James says this is the most impressive Category 1 I've ever seen. It's up there. That's for sure. I mean, a lot of these images, like I said earlier, they could have come from something bigger than a category 1. I'm running out of words in my word bank. I've only got 100,000 words a day. We're reaching our token limit. We are now over 1 million people without power in Texas, unfortunately. Hoko says, is there a way to let you know of camera systems that you don't have listed? And in other words, can we crowdsource cameras for you? Yeah, we need to make that. We need to really streamline that process, because I think that, with our audience, we can really get like a huge database of cameras, and we don't want to put anything in here that we don't have expressed permission to use, obviously. So we'll put together something, an email address, a website that you can go to. So we're already kind of working on that, where you can submit stuff like that if you want to help. Storm's still very impressive by all means, especially down here near Lake Jackson. This place has just been getting pummeled. This house here, Chris and them have been near it all evening, and that's going to need some major work. And I'm sure there's plenty of other houses up and down that road there near Sunset Beach that are going to be a work in progress for some time. How much longer are you looking to do coverage? I don't really know. It is 7:49 a.m. 6:49 Central, where most of you guys are, getting close to 12Z. We've been going for 10 hours. We've been live streaming for 10 hours, so that we started, about 8 p.m.? I don't know. We started something like 8 or 9 p.m. last night. So we will definitely be wrapping it up soon. But we've got a little gas left in the tank. I do, anyways. I don't know about you guys. And honestly, nothing is. Nothing's really calming down. The thing that's happening right now, though, is like the same thing that's been happening for the past 3 hours is like happening. You know what I mean? There's not a lot other than like it is still doing the thing in Houston, and it's going to continue to do that thing for a while. Same thing for Pasadena, League City, Galveston. AG says, man, the backside of this storm is packing a punch. Yeah, that's what we're noticing down here near Angelton, West Columbia, Lake Jackson, Brazoria, over towards Danbury, and Treasure Island. You know, all these places we've got a storm chaser or two, and honestly, it seems a little bit more intense on the backside. The wind speeds are, gusting around the same, but it looks like we've got a little bit more storm surge, inundation, and some heavier rain to go along with that on the backside here. So keep that in mind even farther downstream, like whenever the the backside of the storm comes through places farther inland, it might be a repeat or a brief increase in activity from what we were seeing on the front side. Not a lot of tornadic stuff to talk about right now, but that's going to increase as the day goes on. Once again, we do have a enhanced risk of severe weather today. I'll show you that too. Again. Right there it is. Once again, enhanced risk of severe weather for about 381,000 people near Shreveport, Louisiana. Probably a little bit more than that, actually, if you include the entire population of Shreveport. Slight risk for Houston, Pasadena, Pearland, and League, Texas. Marginal risk for Memphis and Plano. The enhanced risk there is driven by if you look at the top of the three bars under where it says enhanced risk, the enhanced risk is driven by a 10% probability of seeing a tornado in Louisiana, Arkansas, and Texas there within 25 miles of a given point inside of that little orange area. 5% wind, 5% hail. The hail threat's way over there in western Texas, southwest Texas. The hail threat's pretty minimal in the hurricane part of the storm. So that's your risk for today, the day one outlook. Marginal risk tomorrow in the Ohio Valley. 2% tornado, 5% wind, 5% hail. Pear like the fruit? Okay. Yeah, Brett Adair's quite a bit of damage showing up on some of the roads that he's been traveling. Chris, I believe, Chris, Bryce, and Brian are all kind of stuck on the same little area. the good news is, if we zoom out a little bit and take a look at the tropics as a whole, there's a whole lot of nothing out there. So that's good. It's good, and it's also, well, honestly, it's just good. We'll just take the good with the good. This is likely not going to be the case in a couple weeks to a month. Once again, the Hurricane Beryl being the first category, or the earliest Category 5 we've ever had. Also, being such a rapidly intensifying storm, is a I guess an indicator of the conditions that might be available for future storms. So hopefully things stay quiet for quite some time, because if a storm gets going, it's not going to take much to light it up like Beryl did multiple times during its life. Yeah, there's a million people, over a million people now without power in Texas, and most of that's coming from around the Houston area. More power outages will happen. They just issued not too long ago a new flash flood warning that goes beyond Houston up towards the Woodlands, up towards Liberty. It's still a Category 1 officially. Yeah, some of the we might get an update here soon, noting that it's no longer a hurricane, but that also could wait. It could be a couple hours before that happens. So I do think it's still producing hurricane-like winds. You probably can attest to that if you're in West Columbia, Lockridge, Fairchilds, all the way down there towards Brazoria, Angelton. All these places are still experiencing what most would call a hurricane. Now, by the time the strongest part of the storm is parallel, or at the same level with Houston, it'll probably be a tropical storm at that point. But a strong one, a very strong one. There's so many comments of, I fell asleep and you were on. I woke up and you're here. Yeah, this is, whenever the hurricanes hit in the middle of the night sometimes. The last one we did, Adalia, I don't think it was this early. I think the other one that was kind of early was Ian. But like, I think we started the stream at like 4 a.m. or something. It wasn't even, this is our first real true like sunset to sunrise kind of overnight live stream. It's always been like, okay, we'll start at 2 p.m. and end at 2 a.m. or we'll start at 4 a.m. and end at 4 p.m. or whatever it is, So we are officially over 10 hours now streaming. So I think we'll probably end up wrapping it up here soon. Yeah, the 10% tornado probability, the thing today is, it really doesn't kick in until several hours from now. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not a tornado threat there. I do think that we're going to have isolated tornadoes and probably a good list of warnings from now until 4 or 5 p.m. But around 4 or 5 p.m. Is when the tornado threat ramps up a little bit. Up there towards Shreveport. But yeah, my plan is to go get some rest, and then get back to work on trying to fix this setup before we need to go live again. I'm excited to show you some of the stuff that we're working on. We put a lot of work into it. And it's just going to make us better and more reliable and able to be here more often. And I don't know, just it's going to make things a lot easier and better. And you guys have been so supportive that we just can. So we're doing everything we can to become not like a TV studio, but a whatever this is. You know what I mean? We're the best at whatever it is that we're doing here, and it's because of you guys and your support and how you allow us to constantly reinvest in what we do. So thank you for doing that, and we're going to be here for you for a long time. And I'll see you, if not in a live stream, then in a video in a couple of days. So yeah, so make sure you hit the subscribe button. Huge shout out to Andy and Elijah and everybody else and all the storm chasers who helped today. It's been a long night, and we'll talk to you very soon. Follow us on Twitter. Goodbye.